Well, hello everyone. Today I'm going to be reading a chapter on what the world wars destroyed in Europe from a book called The Character of Peoples by Andre Sigfried. He was a guy who was around in the 1940s. He was a Democrat around the time of Vichy France and thereafter. And I saw this book recently. I read a different book by Biggs, if you remember, a couple of weeks back, and I saw Sigfried was mentioned in the footnotes, and I thought, well, that sounds like an interesting book. I think I'll pick it up. And I've decided that this book looks interesting enough that we're going to do a whole series on this, because he asks the question, do the people in nations, such as in France, England, Germany, Russia, America, and so on, have a national character? Okay, can we generalize on that sort of level, or is it just for the birds? And this is a really interesting question, and also quite fun as well, dealing with national stereotypes and so on. I was just really interested to see what this French writer, writing in the mid-century, had to say about it. But the opening chapter here, the new face of the world, is actually Sigfried writing. I think this book was written 1952, 1952, just after World War II, talking about how the face of Europe and the face of European life and attitudes and values and so on was changed forever by the two world wars. And so for the remainder of this video, I'm going to be reading this chapter to set us up, and then hopefully in the forthcoming weeks, we've got another 7 weeks on this book. I'll go through every chapter. The reason I'm doing this is because this book is exceptionally hard to get hold of, and just as I did with Britain's Blunder, if you remember, I read all the way through that. I try to make these things available, at least for those who are interested. So I'm going to start. Just before I get going, if you want to improve your own writing, pick up the Trivium, your critical thinking skills, logic, your rhetoric, and so on, pick up the Trivium today, and many other great courses at the academic agency. Now, let's make a start. The face of the new world. In the psychology of all peoples, there is a certain permanent basis which makes itself constantly felt. In many of our traits, we French still resemble the Gauls, who are our ancestors, and the characteristics of Tacitus, noted in the barbarians and the Jews of his day, are still visible in the Germans and the Jews of our day. But of course, there have been modifications. In the following pages, we propose to ask ourselves what this solid basis of the Occidental peoples really consists of, and to what extent these peoples are in a position to adapt themselves to the revolutionary conditions in which they have to live today. In the 30 years, two wars, and what wars, have changed the face of the world and upset its equilibrium. We have come to realize that it is no question of simple evolution, but of revolution in the exact and ruthless sense of the term. Nothing is any longer in its familiar place. The value of things is no longer the same. The very relations between men have been turned upside down. The conceptions that men held of the universe and of its laws have been subjected to such violent changes that the very basis of morality and the ways of thought have been shaken. Of course, the crisis had been fermenting for a long time before it had come to a head. The profound consequences of the Industrial Revolution were already making themselves felt at the end of the 19th century. The machine had invaded all spheres and affected all things, breaking down the divisions of a society which strongly still held under the influence of an earlier age. We should realize that the two wars were not in themselves causes, and they were merely accelerated, though to a fantastic degree, a fundamental tendency which would probably have arisen in any case. We are, in fact, facing something quite new, something for which there was nothing or almost nothing in the past to prepare us. When we look around us today with anxiety, but not without curiosity, we experience something like the awed astonishment of a man leaving his refuge after the bombardment and wondering how much he will find still standing of the surroundings which were once so familiar to him. And in fact, the world which now surrounds us is geographically new to us. Today, it is more extra-European than European. Its center of gravity has shifted. Gradually, we have come to realize at last that we are living in the 20th century, and it has taken us many years to accustom ourselves, one might almost say to resign ourselves, to it. Its character now appears to us in striking contrast with that of its predecessor, the stupid but perhaps regretted 19th century. It is a remarkable thing that the catastrophes we have suffered have taught the old world a pessimism which was not natural to it. Our fathers, and we too in our youth, believed with unshakable faith in progress, and never dreamed for one moment that the promised land was anywhere but in the future. Today we find ourselves wondering whether perhaps it might not, after all, have been in the past. I hope you can see, friends, why I thought this first chapter was quite interesting, because he was at a crossroads then in 1952, and I feel like we're also at a crossroads now in 2025. Let's continue. The 19th century firmly believed itself to be a century of nationalism and imperialism. It was the century of Bismarck and McKinley, and it was well aware of it. But in reality, it was internationalist and liberal. Under the aegis of the Occidental white race, let us call it European, a form of world unity had been brought about which was reminiscent of the Roman Empire. As soon as a man left Europe, he entered into a sort of international mercantile republic. The term originates with Eli Halevi, functioning under the auspices of Great Britain, a republic in which all men of the white race, whatever their nationality, enjoyed the same rights. There were, of course, obstacles erected by nationalism and protectionism, but their influence was limited and always well under control, and the general atmosphere was one of exchange, of almost free exchange at that. When turning backwards, we seek to describe the characteristics of that age, now so completely out of date. We are astonished, above all, at its liberty, freedom of trade, ease of communications, despite the fact that its transport technique must seem infantile compared with the marvelous achievements of our own day, and the freedom with which men could travel in a world which, alas, has disappeared, a world in which men moved around as they pleased, and no one made difficulties for them to surmount, no quotas and no passports. And the solidity and stability of those past times astonish us perhaps even more. Tariffs and commercial agreements, founded on their semi-permanency, provided a basis on a firm on which it was possible to calculate. National credit rested on a firm financial basis, which contemporaries regarded as likely to last forever. Monetary stability based on gold made it possible to compare prices over 50 and almost 100 years. And finally, in circumstances in which it was possible to predict the future, there was a remarkable degree of contractual stability. Signatures were still respected. They still are very often, of course, but in those days, no one thought of congratulating those men who stood by their word as though they were doing something exceptional. And that stability was reflected in the social structure too, because Western man still had deep roots in his world, and that is no longer true today. The peasant was attached to his soil in very much the same way the tree is, and to drag him up by the roots would have had much the same effect. Oswald Spengler also speaks in these terms about the peasant as a kind of plant life or tree. The traditions of the artisan were still alive, and the whole of industry, even mechanized industry, was still imbued with the spirit of craftsmanship, whose origin was fundamentally artisan. The bourgeois himself seemed inseparable from his surroundings, circumscribed perhaps, but also strengthened by his sense of thrift. His love of order amounting almost to a religion, and his determination to pass on to his heirs a constantly improving standard of life. The men of that age firmly believed that the conditions of their life were normal, almost statutory, so to speak, and in accordance with the will of God. They did not doubt for one moment that they would prove anything but permanent. The achievements of science, which were already magnificent, filled them with admiration and confidence, and, as though it were a matter of course, liberty and progress were related in their minds. It simply did not occur to them that there could ever be a halt, even a temporary halt, to the steady march of human progress. Nevertheless, the germs of the coming crisis were already alive and active. Their presence could be seen in the obvious effects of the machine and of industrial concentration, in the existence of a social problem seeking to distinguish the man in the producer, and becoming daily more urgent, and in the rapid growth of the non-European countries, the rivals of the future. But for a long time, no one paid any attention to these things. I can recall a date we all thought fateful at the time, December the 31st, 1900, the threshold of a new century. That evening, not without a certain solemnity, we no longer wished each other a happy new year, as we usually did on New Year's Eve, but a happy new century. And the next day, when I went out, I looked with curiosity at the street and at life in general, to see whether anything had changed in the night. Nothing had, of course. Everything was in its usual place, and for many years after, but no one thought any more about the possibility. The 19th century was continuing into the 20th. And funny enough, I remember the millennium celebrations around the year 2000. Do you remember that? We kind of lived through a parallel to that, because it felt like the 20th century was continuing in the noughts, didn't it? Under old Tony Blair here, or in George Bush era. Anyway, let's continue. The Great English Review, the 19th century, decided to retain its title with the addition of the words "and after." And that represented a program based on the illusion that was rapidly becoming the past would survive nevertheless. The war, which broke out in 1914, was the first awakening. And by the way, this is written in very clear English, and it is not written originally in English by Sigfried. It was translated by a man called Edward Fitzgerald, who's obviously a very good translator, because the quality of writing is very good. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that is the same translator who did the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway, let's continue. The war, which broke out in 1914, was the first awakening, but people still believe in the possibility of a subsequent return to the status quo ante. As we know, that was the instinctive and naive dream of many, many people. It took the world crisis of 1929 to open the eyes of Western man and make him realize that a page had been turned, that it had already been turned for a long time. We were living in the 20th century and not in the 19th. And it took us 30 years to realize it. If the slightest illusion still remained, the Second World War destroyed it for good and all. We now know, without the slightest doubt, that a revolution has taken place, a revolution which is far more than merely political, a revolution which quite literally affects the whole of human life. We are now in full sail on the deep waters of the 20th century, and in the melancholy words of Litre, we feel that we are drifting on an illimitable ocean with neither compass nor rudder. In what respect can these two wars, the beginning of such tremendous happenings, be said to change the world, thereby creating that impression of revolution which bears in on our minds from all sides? First of all, there was a revolution in the internal equilibrium of states. The conditions of political authority have been changed. War, having become total, has placed in the hands of governments a plenitude of powers, which is not merely political or military, but economic, social, and technical as well. And it has done so to such an extent that private interests, unable to defend themselves, have become more and more subverged to the collective. That, at least, was the regime imposed on us by the tension and tumult of battle. But let us not deceive ourselves. The state has no intention of abandoning the powers which have been placed in its hands by exceptional circumstances. It will keep them and seek to consolidate them, didn't it just? And then, in order to justify itself in the eyes of the masses, it will use them to satisfy their material or psychological needs. Panem et circuses, I think, bread and circuses, or in the modern terms, ration books, sport, and cinemas. And still more, their thirst for equality. The masses, incapable of using their sovereignty, which is tacitly recognized as theirs, have no alternative in an age where large-scale organization has become the sine qua non of highly developed collective life, but to delegate it as a whole into the hands of governments. In this way, it all ends in the dictatorship of one man, or one party, or of a bureaucracy, and at the end of the road there lies bondage within a framework which we shall continue by habit to refer to as democratic. It was seen that such bondage is suffered or even accepted without complaint. It is that sloth, exhaustion, it is all of that sloth, exhaustion, or moral bankruptcy. Even in our Western societies, the individual is no longer prepared to be left to his own responsibility, to his own devices, and to his own initiative. He asks, even as he demands. He even demands, and he finds it quite natural that the state should take care of his affairs. He places his affairs in the hands of the government, just as a bankrupt places his affairs in the hands of the official receiver. In short, he is no longer free, but we are compelled to ask ourselves whether he really minds, because security has become his prime preoccupation. In this way, society tends to become more equalitarian and more homogeneous, but less liberal. And liberalism itself is henceforth regarded by advanced people, or people so styled, as an outworn doctrine. To defend the individual against the organization is to be reactionary, because the organization itself represents progress, and a word against which there is no appeal, the left. It must be admitted that the conditions of modern industrial production are unfavorable to individual initiative and personal liberty. The artisan epoch, founded on the tool, the simple prolongation of the arm and of the brain, has been succeeded by the mechanical epoch, founded on the machine, which introduced the reign of the engineer. But now, it would seem, we have entered into a new phase in which technique, pure and simple, is giving way in importance to organization and administration. In this administrative age, in which the complex management of affairs necessitates a prior view of the whole and of a deep feeling for the ultimate execution, the big productive unit has become a necessity. The world can no longer advance in extended order. Mass man has replaced the anarchic individual. By compelling the state to control production in a totalitarian fashion, war accelerated an evolution in which technique undoubtedly retained all its importance, but in which organization and administrative qualities became more immediately necessary. In this respect, 1914 and 1939 were decisive stages of development, because they stepped up the process of industrial concentration, and because, in many cases in the interest of the nation, they imposed the idea of uniformity under state control on large-scale industry. In the course of its development, the big undertaking gradually increases its power. It then naturally becomes political and seeks to lay hold of the state. In order to defend itself, the latter seeks in turn to dominate the former and absorb it. The result, in any case, is that the control of public power is narrowed down without there being any opportunity to curb the state itself. In these circumstances, or the abuse of power represents a terrible temptation, not so much to the state itself, which is an abstract notion, but to those who effectively exercise public authority. The counterbalancing factors of the liberal epoch are disappearing more and more rapidly in the presence of that formidable mass which towers increasingly over the individual on all sides. The result is that all questions tend to become of an administrative nature, that is to say, indirectly political. And sorry to interrupt him here, but we can see how the political has come to pervade almost every aspect of life by this point in 2025. Individualist societies, which were still almost the rule in the 19th century, are no longer adequate. Today, the state must settle everything by laws and decrees. One might almost say ukases, which are then followed up by innumerable and involved rules and regulations. Health, housing, food, public assistance, social security, the relations between capital and labour, industrial production, all represent problems which are now and forever the affair of the community as a whole. An individual initiative is powerless to resolve them. The hours of our lives which we must now devote to our dealings with authorities are becoming more and more numerous, and a great part of the time of manufacturers is taken up by negotiations with officials. The administrative epoch in which we must live make it inevitable, unless it rationalizes itself as the mechanical epoch did before it. Our choked social organism will invariably be endangered. However, amidst this depressing anonymity, man has undoubtedly gained a great deal. Today he is no longer, as he was under the regime of an aggressive and all-pervading liberalism, merely one of the items in the costing account. The trade union movement, various movements of social reform, and the humane doctrine laid down in the papal De Rerum Novarum have imposed consideration for man on the exigencies of the production. Will the human being, perhaps in the last resort, find the equivalent of progress in this development? What the individual has gained on the one hand, he has lost on the other. Society will soon be menaced by a sort of sclerosis unless it turns back to seek once again the irreplaceable source of its very life in the initiative of the individual. A new equilibrium must be found, and the search for it will be the task of the rising generations. But if the individual is lost in that adventure, then, under a deceptive appearance of technical progress, humanity will have suffered a serious setback. At the same time, there has been a complete change in the equilibrium of the world as a whole. This is an age of rapid communications. In the words of Paul Morand, our century has invented a new vice, that of speed. We can no longer do without it, but in the last resort, its benefits are very doubtful. The aeroplane has abolished distance. What a difference there is between the way we travel and the slowness with which our grandfathers or even our fathers travelled. In 1826, my grandfather took 26 days to go from Marseille to Trebizond by sailing ship. I know the exact time from his diary. Today, we can easily go from Paris to Cairo or from Paris to Istanbul in 24 hours. In 1861, my father took 17 days to get from Le Havre to New York. In 1938, on the Normandy, it took me 4 days and a half for the same journey, and the aeroplane does it in 13 hours. And another, even more extraordinary example, from Barranquilla on the northern coast of Colombia to Bogota, the capital on the plateau of the Andes, about 500 miles inland, was a journey which took about a fortnight only 15 or 20 years ago. First of all, by boat along the Magdalena, and then along the twisting route of a small mountain railway. Quite recently, I made the whole journey in 3.5 hours, I left Branquilla at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was in Bogota for lunch. But such rapid journeys are now becoming quite commonplace. Quite recently, I breakfasted in Khartoum and went to bed the same evening in Brussels. I regarded it quite as a matter of course. But I still retain a profound impression of my first air crossing of the Atlantic. I left Orly at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I had supper at Prestwick in Scotland, all in a twilight which never seemed to end, as though we were chasing the sun. My breakfast the following morning was taken in Iceland, in a fiery and fantastic landscape of reds, yellows, and greens. That evening at 5 o'clock, we arrived in Newfoundland after a long flight over the sea studded with icebergs to a barren, icy soil dotted with black fir trees. Then we flew down the American coast over a score of brilliantly lighted towns looking from above like fairyland, and finally we touched in Washington at 10 o'clock at night. By comparison with times today, our journey was not in the least remarkable, and even then the mind experienced no preparation whatever for the change of environment, such as had always been the case formerly during the long hours and the days of the journey. We dropped from the sky and found ourselves suddenly plunged into the atmosphere of a new continent, and the route we followed was not a straight line but a curved one, the arc of a great circle. Let us abandon Mercator's projection, which is so deceptive in the proportions it gives to the polar territories, and return to the non-Euclidean school of geometry, which we are now perforce beginning to suspect was perhaps more realistic than the other. The consequence of that revolution in speed is the definite end of all insularity in the world. The Blériot after Limburg, and after the astonishing performance of aeroplanes since the Second World War, how can anyone speak henceforth of isolation? Today we can get anywhere and get there quickly, and the famous voyage around the world in 80 days makes us smile today because we know it can now be done in as many hours. That is all very true. But can we say that this riot of speed has resulted in better relations between men? We only have to look around us. Political and administrative obstacles have increased. Nations seek to defend themselves by withdrawing behind every possible barrier. Economic liberalism no longer exists. Journeys can be made far more rapidly today than yesterday, but the time gained by technical progress is lost again in an administrative jungle of formalities, customs examinations, visas, and so on. In the upshot, it is not all certain that we have progressed very much. From all this is a change, almost a revolution, has come about in the conceptions of power. The only countries which are in a position to exist as first-class powers today are those which have large territories and a vast population, and which, in addition, are highly organized and exercise control over wide areas of the world. The conditions of modern production demand bigness, for without it, the machine and the mass production could not operate efficiently. Science and technique alone are no longer sufficient, and production cannot be carried on efficiently except on a scale properly called gigantic. It would seem today that in order to exist as a great power, a country needs 5 or 6 million square miles of territory and a minimum population of 100 million souls. Athens dominated the Mediterranean in her day from a mere strip of territory and with a small elite of citizens. Our 30 or 40 million inhabitants were once enough to ensure us European hegemony, but now quantity is replacing quality, and that is why the United States and the USSR, countries of continental proportions with large populations, are taking over the leadership of the world from that small foreland of Asia, so wonderfully articulated and diversified, but so small, which dominated the world for 4 centuries. And this is actually something that Alistair Crook has talked about recently, and some of the other analysts on those channels talking about Europe returning to a stop off on the Silk Road, basically, which was, the norm for many centuries before then, after its, 400 years in charge of the world. Those national units, which are not large enough to survive alone in the new era, must now federate. And parallel with the change in the scale of countries and continents goes a shifting of the center of world gravity. Europe, ruined, trampled underfoot, and territorially reduced, is no longer in a position to play the role of leader of Western civilization or to ensure the development of the world as it did for centuries. The center of the world gravity has been divided to the advantage of the United States and of a sixth or seventh continent that one might call Eurasian. Funny returning to this now in 2025 because we're seeing all this play out again. The problems of peace and of the reorganization of the world on the morrow of the Second World War were no longer regarded by the victors from the standpoint of Europe, as had previously been the case in all great diplomatic discussions previously. The choice of San Francisco as the venue for the first conference of the United Nations Organization was significant. The victors in the First War 30 years ago never dreamt of meeting anywhere but in the old world. It is equally significant that henceforth the headquarters of the new League of Nations should be in the United States and not in Europe, and that Russia has shifted her industrial center from her European provinces to beyond the Urals in the east. The civilized world is growing less and less European and more Asiatic and American. I'm hoping you can see why I'm reading this, by the way. I think it has a lot of resonances for what people are thinking about right now, in the in the current climate. As a result of this development, the geography of the world routes is no longer the same. A remote spot lost on the edge of the world, like Edmonton in northwest Canada, now finds itself on one of the great intercontinental routes of the globe. In the same way, England, that Ultima Thule of the Middle Ages, beyond which there was nothing but the immense emptiness of the northern seas, became, with the great age of discoveries, the jumping-off ground for maritime exchanges, a sort of bridge between Europe and the new continents, which now took their place in the world relations. Today, the world, and in particular the political world, can hardly be understood except as a whole on a map of the two hemispheres, and only from this aspect can we see at a glance the new importance of the polar zone, because it is across this zone that the direct continental air communications of the northern hemisphere pass. Thus, the pole itself has come into that sphere which is in dispute between the various imperialist countries. It requires a certain effort of the mind to grasp the fact that the arc of the great circle Chicago-Calcutta passes over the North Pole, and that the nearest non-American country to Canada is Siberia. The wars of the future will be dominated by considerations which past generations could afford to ignore, but which our generation must constantly bear in mind. The world of today no longer resembles the world of yesterday, and how impressive and a little humiliating that is for the European who has known a different state of affairs. In the years 1898 to 1900, when I was a young man and I travelled around the world, all the doors opened to me because I was a European. I could say with confidence, civis or Romanus sum, and all barriers in my path were lowered. I was conscious of my privilege as a member of the white race and an inhabitant of the leading continent of the world. And how times have changed. Remember now, he's writing in 1952. Today, I have the feeling that I was present at something like the very end of the Roman Empire. And I recall the words of Corneille. Un grand destin finit, un grand destin commence. In the light of such experiences, often painful, we are beginning to grasp the fundamental characteristics of which the 20th century, a century so different from the one which preceded it, and a century in which it took us so long to find our real place. Technical progress has been fabulous. We can marvel at it. So much so that it causes many of us to become even a little lightheaded. We are inclined to believe that we have vanquished the elements, that there is no longer any limit to the powers of man. We have, in fact, put forward the bounds of our knowledge and extended the sphere of our vision well beyond our own universe. But at the same time, the old and apparently firmly founded ideas with which the 19th century lived, for instance, determinism and the idea of natural law, now tend to escape us. The doctrine of determinism, rudimentary as it was, provided us at least with a basis for the moral science of reason. Statistical probability does not offer us the same certitude, whilst the incalculability of atomic progress introduces, under cover of a tempting illusion of liberty, an age of uncertainty. And thus we find man's mind profoundly troubled just at the moment when it is seized with enthusiasm at its own astonishing discoveries. The 19th century almost brought about the economic unity of the world. Today, the world tends to break up into great politico-economic units independent of each other, each powerfully equipped with both militarily and economically, and in fact totalitarian, or tempted by a sort of compulsion to become so. Neither goods nor human beings can any longer circulate freely in the world. The old-style protectionism, which expressed itself simply in customs duties, has only a remote resemblance to the neo-protectionism of our day, based on the quota system and above all on exchange regulations. Money is no longer neutral as it once was in that system of commercial defense. Today, foreign exchange is parsimoniously distributed by the central banks, and in this way they hold the key to a financial lock which can render the commercial closure practically hermetic. In vain have international conferences adopted resolutions in favor of freer trade and drawn up commercial conventions. Governments have either not ratified them, or when they have, they've taken good care not to implement them. In a world in which all countries desire to industrialize themselves, national protectionism has never been so intransigent as it is today. As it is today. Still more striking is that form of protectionism which is directed against immigration and even against the simple journeyings of the individual from land to land. Thanks to a complicated network of passports, visas, exchange regulations, and so on, both emigration and immigration have become extremely difficult. Well, some things do change, Sigfried, because that would be considerably altered in the next decade or so after he was writing. It is already hard to travel without the benevolent approval of the state, and quite impossible if the state harbours the slightest objection to the journey. Phileas Fogg set off to travel round the world in 80 days, on the very evening of the day on which he had concluded his wager. Today, we could do that same journey round the world in less than a week. But how many days would it take us to make all the necessary preparations? And as for setting off before nightfall on the day of the journey was inspired, no one but a lunatic would even think of it. Hercules was not less entangled in the garment of Nessus than we are in our system of passports and visas, exchange regulations, vaccination obligations. We are compelled to throw in our individual lot with the swollen organism of the state, which has too much power over the individual, which is yet too weak to master the immense problems it is called upon to resolve. The state, wrote Valery, is gigantic, terrible, and weak, cyclops of extraordinary power and clumsiness, monstrous progeny of force and law, whose contradictions have given it birth. It can live only if a host of little men jerkily set its inert hands and feet into movement, and its great glass eye can distinguish only pennies or billions. The state, the friend of all, is the enemy of each. Fantastic quotation. As you might be able to tell, Sigfried is a bit of a liberal, but that's not to say all the things he's saying is wrong here. In this century of fire and steel, in which many of us have spent 10 years of our lives at war, our moral degeneration is striking. Our fathers could never even have imagined the horrors of which men in our daily lives have been, men in our day, have been guilty, not in the heat of battle, but systematically and in cold blood. Humanism today appears merely as a rearguard action. The consequences of that upheaval press in on us so rapidly that they seem almost to outstrip the normal pace of time. It is not merely that we are witnessing political or social changes of great moment. We have the feeling that humanity is entering on a new era. The transition from the tool to the machine goes rapidly, but not only in the Occident, but everywhere. The tool was individual, in its way a teacher. The machine is collective by its nature, incompatible with individual initiative. Above all, it has its own rhythm, and it is not the rhythm of man. In consequence, the whole structure of production has been changed. The result has been a revolution in the morale of labour. The work of the artisan or artist in the past was on the whole a matter of professional honour, but today the pages of Piguet concerning the recaning of chairs and the dignity of labour, closed to us as they are in time, already seem to belong to another age. Nowadays, industrial work in the factories is based where the employer is concerned on technique and organization, and where the worker is concerned on speed of movement, alertness, experience, and endurance. In the majority of cases, there can be no question of the dignity of labor or of the old artistic or handicraft spirit, because the work of the individual merges into the common whole, in which everything must fit like the movement of a watch. There is no longer any question of one workman distinguishing himself above the rest, working quicker or working better than the rest, because his duty is to remain precisely in his place, like a part in a coordinated mechanical process. The spirit of the working community, of association and cooperation, calls for a new labour morale altogether, one involving many sacrifices, but possibly also full of grandeur, as soon as each is associated with the work of all. Perhaps this morale of the future is fundamentally mystical. As a result, there is a revolution in the social relationships of men amongst themselves. The individualism of the artisan or of the peasant proprietor, so precious from the human point of view, now appears more and more an anachronism. One can no longer produce alone in the society which is grouped around the machine, and in which private ownership finds its proper ambient only with difficulty. Some form of cooperation, whatever it may be, is inevitable. We hope that it will take the individual into proper consideration, but usually it ends up in pure collectivism. Private life itself cannot escape the toils, because the standardization of production logically involves the standardization of consumption. The customer has to be educated in order to adapt his demands to the exigencies of rationalized manufacture, and to such an extent that production for individual requirement, the bespoke trade, becomes impossible, except perhaps for a few millionaires. The domain of the individual shrinks further and further, like the fabulous magic skin. No doubt the average level of material comfort provides in consequence, but from many, many points of view, the individual human being is becoming nothing more than a number in a series. How will the equilibrium of human societies be able to overcome the unprecedented shocks to which it is being subjected? An excessive speed in social transformation threatens to end in catastrophe, but in our days, technique develops more rapidly than the spirit of man. The machinery of production of the 20th century, which is spreading rapidly all over the world, imposes itself on a humanity whose psychology is still largely pre-industrial. In this way, a yawning gap has opened up. There is no need to stress the dangers which arise when new and ultra-mechanized countries come into contact without sufficient preparation with old artisan societies still using the tool almost exclusively instead of the machine. The machine is spreading everywhere today. I have seen textile factories quite as well equipped as our own in the middle of the Andes amongst the tribes of Indians, reached neither by rail nor road. The transition from the mule to the aeroplane has been made abruptly and not by stages. Nowadays, it is a common sight to see a caravan of camels pass in the desert by motor lorries, whilst overhead the fast plane goes on its way, and below the pipeline carries petrol to the sea. In the southwest of France, the splendid white oxen of L'Ouragais, yoked in pairs, still retain the imperturbable ancient rhythm, but are men capable of the same wisdom? This contact between ways of life which are not, properly speaking, contemporary with each other has all the characteristics of an explosive mixture. Think, for example, of Russia before 1914, with their factories already modern and mechanized, but recruiting her industrial labor force from a countryside still medieval. Think of Mexico, fundamentally native and Indian, still living in a purely artisanal existence, yet situated very close to the most highly industrialized country in the world. There is no social structure, no matter how solid it may be, which can resist such upheavals. The diving bell stifles living organisms under less severe pressures. Man's technical victories are dazzling, and the engineer solves all the problems which are set to him. But the businessman, the politician, and above all the moralist feel themselves at a loss when faced with all the new problems which arise from this progress, which arise more quickly than they can be dealt with. Every new technical advance creates a new social or moral problem. It is as though nature were revenging herself on us by ruthlessly making us pay through the nose for all the advantages of our conquest. And for this reason, the victory over nature, about which we talk so loudly, is neither so effective nor so definitive as we should like to believe. The machine is obedient, but at the same time, as we are witnessing the most tremendous mechanical triumph, civilization is receding and harking back to economic procedures and political morals, which it is no exaggeration to describe as barbarian. The term revolution has been grossly misused. It is used indifferently in all sorts of contexts, but in the case we have been discussing, it still retains all its significance. We are in no doubt whatever that we are witnessing a revolution, not only a political revolution involving sudden changes of government and of personalities, not only of social revolution, upsetting the old balance of the classes, but a human revolution, which is compelling us to revise all our values, to question even the reasons for our existence, to question the very basis of our morality. When we now think of the years before 1939, we seem to be conjuring up another age, whilst 1914 appears so far away already that even comparisons are becoming difficult, as though it were a society whose ways can no longer serve our intellectual and moral purposes. It is as though they had been a terrible earthquake and we were the survivors emerging for our shelters after the catastrophe. Certain features of the landscape are still recognizable, but it is no longer the same country, and one can no longer conduct oneself in the same way as before. It would be folly to suppose that we could go back, or to want to restore that which has been and that which is no more. The conquests of the machine are obviously decisive. Man must learn to adapt himself to the new technical, economic, social, and political environment. Such an adaptation demands a revision of our moral ideas, and the position of the individual towards the group must be defined in terms which, if possible, still permit the independence of man's spirit. That is the problem of the Western world today. Now the various countries which are the mainstays of Western civilization face this problem, with possibilities rendered very varied by their traditional psychologies. Some of them are tackling the problem with vigor without looking back. Others are approaching it with some regret for the past, which they still regard as having been of value. Others, again, whose substratum is not only Western, devote themselves to the cause of technical progress with a passion which is to some extent barbarian, and which causes doubts to arise as to whether they are really working for the cause of human civilization at all. Perhaps when we have examined some of these different national psychologies, we shall be in a better position to recognize the real nature of the Western world. And that is the rest of the book, him examining the national psychology. So we can start next week with Latin realism. I'm guessing that's Spain and Italy, or the Iberian Peninsula and Italy mainly. Then we're going to look at French ingenuity, English tenacity, German discipline, Russian mysticism, which should be interesting, and finally American Dynamism. Very interesting book. As you can see, I mean, he's writing in early 50s. He clearly has some economic liberal tendencies, but he can recognize what is happening, or what has happened, and some of its negative consequences as well as its good consequences. All right, join me again tomorrow where I'll be talking about the British news. Pick up a course at the Academic Agency, trivia and the bestseller there. But most importantly of all, friends, get out. Well, hello everyone. On today's video, we're going to be looking at the Latin Europeans. Who is that exactly? Well, we're talking mainly about the people of the Iberian Peninsula, that's Spain and Portugal, people of Italy, of course, and Greece. I guess in the vernacular, we'd call them Meds, the Mediterranean Europeans. And if you recall, last week, we were reading from this book, The Character of Peoples by Andre Sigfried. And this is the second chapter, which he has called Latin Realism. I'm fascinated to know what he thinks of as the character of the Meds. Before we get going, one of the great things the so-called Meds gave us, of course, was the trivium. Classical logic, classical rhetoric, and of course, grammar, writing. And I provide the trivium here on the Academic Agency. I'll just play my advert before we get going, and then I'm going to read this chapter in its entirety, and I'm pretty excited to get through this whole book. Notably, he separates out the French. Being a French author, Andre Sigfried didn't lump in. You sometimes see the French lumped in with the Latin Europeans, but they've got their own chapter. All right, buy the trivium, folks, and when I come back, I'll hit this chapter.
Order now from the Academic Agency.
All right, let's not waste any further time. Sigfried writes. This is page 29. I'm going to say if you're following along, but I mean, there's going to be about 3 of you who have a copy of this book. This is why I'm making this available. All right, he says, in Europe, there is a Latin spirit without which our civilization would not have attained its traditional balance. Its intellectual realism provides a counterweight to Anglo-Saxon dynamism, to the extent to which the latter tends to diverge from classic tradition. Cut away from its Latin roots, the extreme West in the New World would no doubt remain Western, but in the long run its destiny would inevitably take a different path. What is the Latin spirit? People often speak of Latin races, but if we use the term a race in its proper sense, then the Latins are not a race at all. On the other hand, there are certainly Latin languages, the instrument of a certain expression of thought, which unquestionably correspond to a civilization which had its cradle in the Mediterranean. From this standpoint, the Latin spirit we are discussing is an obvious reality. Many races have contributed to the formation of the Mediterranean type. The oldest and most representative is the Iberian, white, dolichophalic, small, with rather delicate bone structure and a dark complexion. I don't know about you, friends, but I'm picturing Barcelona's team, Xavi and Iniesta and all those sorts of guys, but that's just me, of course. It is different geographically from the Negroid type, which is also dolichophalic but black, and from the Alpine and Celtic types, which are brachiophalic, and from the Scandinavian or Nordic type, which is also doliophalic but fair-haired and fair complexioned. The ethnic domain of the Iberian is the western part of the Mediterranean. The Berbers, the Italians, the French of the Midi, and the Spaniards. The unifying factor is Euro-African, and in this connection, we may recall the Roman Empire, which was based on the axis of the inland sea, Mare Nostrum. But the Iberians are not alone in the Mediterranean, because infiltrations and repeated invasions have brought in heterogeneous elements. The Nordics, always attracted by the appeal of the south and the sun, frequently invaded Greece, Italy, Gaul, and Spain, finally reaching even the northern coasts of Africa. They were invariably assimilated, but their presence has always remained tangible. We know the theory of the racialists. Everything good in the Mediterranean comes from the north. He's talking about you watching this. I'm only joking. Wherever one meets with the will to command, with order and discipline, its origin is always Nordic. Jesus Christ, the Galilean, is also said to have belonged to the superior race of Dolling Pholalics. The theory is ridiculous, but that does not mean it is utterly devoid of sense, for the famous axiom, Graecia capta, need not be taken narrowly. The Arabs, for example, the white Semites, have exercised no small ethnic influence. Their presence made itself felt through the southeast and the south of the Mediterranean, where they founded a civilization which bears their indelible mark. It was they who developed the science of irrigation and introduced various tropical cultures such as cotton, rice, the sugarcane, and citrus fruits. They, so to speak, meridionalized the Mediterranean, but at the same time, they contributed to the ruin of the ancient unity of the Mediterranean civilization as it was known to the Roman world. It is due to them that the Mediterranean is no longer exclusively a Christian sea. The Turks, the Mongols, must not be left out of the account. I'll just repeat that. He just says the Turks, and then it says dash, the Mongols must not be left out of the account. In many of these old books, they basically say that, like, yeah, those guys from the steppes, basically, is what he's trying to say. They are not truly Mediterraneans either, by culture or origin, but they arrived on the coasts of a sea which to a large extent they dominated, although they remained strangers. They were landsmen, and only the periphery of its maritime atmosphere was theirs, and, unlike the Arabs, their contribution, both military and political, remained sterile. From 1453, the year of the taking of Constantinople, that's your Mehmed II, history fans, they turned that historic corridor of intercontinental communications into a cul-de-sac. Until the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, the ancient route of the Eastern Mediterranean remained blocked and practically unusable. Now, I'm not going to pause too much. My understanding is that this is a bit of an overstatement by Sigfried. I've had a look into what the Turks actually did in, quote unquote, cutting off the Silk Road there. What Mehmed and co ended up doing was they put pretty heavy levies on there, so it became quite expensive to go through the gates of Constantinople and use the traditional Silk Road. So they didn't actually like block it. They just kind of, you had to pay a pretty big tariff to go through there. Kind of the same thing, but it's just a point of order, really. Where in that mixture are we to find the unity of the Latin race? On the other hand, Latin civilization is an obvious reality. Many and varied influences have contributed to its formation. There was the Roman influence, and in particular, the Roman Catholic influence. There was the Hellenic influence through the intermediary of Rome, and there were certain infiltrations from the east through Greece and through the Arabs. The geographic ambient of Latiny is essentially that of the old Roman Empire, but not wholly so. The Eastern Mediterranean, and in particular Asia Minor, has largely been overlaid by the Turkish invasion, as was the African Mediterranean by Islam. In this way, Greece was affected by Turkish influences and Spain by Arab influences. But today, the Latin spirit extends to what is called Latin, Spanish, and Portuguese America, which, as a result, possesses an unquestionable cultural unity, though no doubt under the new skies and integrity of the original tradition is menaced by what he calls here exotic contaminations. Exotic contaminations. The presence of native Indians, the colored element, threatens to insinuate disquieting ferments without relation to the Mediterranean source from which that tradition originally came. Nevertheless, it is a world which is authentically Latin, right? So in it, he's saying that there's some Native American element in there, the old Red Indian admixture in Latin America, but still he's saying it's basically a Latin culture. The Latin stamp is immediately recognizable wherever it has been impressed. It is not a question of political complexion, but of culture. And around those societies which are properly called Latin, there are zones of sympathy and affiliation. A map of the countries which belong to this ambient could easily be drawn, and the extent of the zone it covered would prove astonishing. Numerous factors have contributed to form the psychology of the Latins. There is the Mediterranean climate, the geographical structure of the Mediterranean area, the profound influence of an ancient past, and the still directly perceptible influence of Rome. It is impossible to appreciate European civilization entirely except from the angle of this Latinism, because one is no longer really in Europe when one can no longer feel its presence. Although still Western, American civilization is distinguishable from that of the Old World to the extent that the Latin factor ceases to affect it or ceases to affect it directly. The climate of the Mediterranean has a character of its own. It is different from the neighboring climates of the Atlantic, of continental Europe, and of the Sahara, and it represents an area of clash and transition between them. I hope you're enjoying this, friends. This is an old book from 1952, if you missed last week's episode, and I really did think it was worth consulting it. And I'm glad I'm doing this. I'm fascinating to read this account. Sometimes the influence of the Sahara is uppermost, and then it is the African summer of the Midi, dry, broiling, and relentless. Sometimes, on the other hand, the influence of the Atlantic is uppermost, and then there are tepid, rainy winters. The character of the Mediterranean climate is one of contrasts, violent winds and vast and catastrophic rains, followed by tremendous inundations. The atmosphere is desert-like in its light, tropical in its deluges, and continental in the sudden onset of cold. However, and if you've ever been to holiday in Spain, you know exactly what he's talking about. However, the general impression is more African than European. When one comes from the north and arrives in the Mediterranean, it is not too much to say that to some extent one has left Europe behind. In France, the effect of this climate on the temperament of the inhabitants is felt primarily through the winds, which play a great role in their lives. The attitude of each individual is directly affected by it. There is a direct contrast between two types of wind: the sea wind, which relaxes, and the mistral, which excites. There is nothing corresponding to the west wind coming from the soothing depths of the ocean. Michelet, recalling Narbonne, describes the blasts of winds, violent or noxious, with some passions, and this is a quote: "A withering wind passes over the plains, straining the nerves to the utmost, despite the Occidental curs." The violent and wholesome Mistral, to which Augustus erected an altar, the warm, heavy, and putrefying wind of Africa weighs on this land, and wounds heal slowly in Narbonne. And Alphonse Daudet speaks in the same way uh, of the day of Mistral in Nimes country. He says, and this is a long quotation now from this Alphonse Daudet. He says, free and surmounting all obstacles as though chasing the immense undulating plain before it, on which a few small lost farm buildings look like the debris of a village scattered by the tempest. It passes like vapor across the sky, like flailing spray over the standing corn and over the olive groves, whirling the golden leaves around, and in sudden eddies it raises great clouds of yellow dust from under the wheels and bends down the clotheslines of the cypresses, and the long bush-leaved rushes at the side of the road, creating the illusion of a tossing stream. When it drops for a moment, as though out of breath, one can feel the full weight of summer, and an African heat rises from the ground, soon to be dissipated again by the wholesome and refreshing gusts of a wind, extending its restless delight to the farthermost horizon, to the small grey and sombre hills which form the background of all provincial landscapes, and which are bathed in iridescent fairy colours by the sunset. Beautiful description. Yeah, kind of interesting that he started off this chapter really talking about the wind and its impact on the individuals. Nowhere do people talk so much of the wind and the temperature as in Nîmes, Narbonne, and Carcassonne. The Mediterranean temperament, and in the wider sense the Latin temperament, derives directly from this climate, not only from those erratic winds, but also from the glorious light of a sun, already meridianal, but not yet veiled by the oppressive melancholy of the tropics. In a magnificent passage, Jules Tellier, the poet of Le Havre, gives us a whole philosophy of meridional sunrise, and it helps us to understand the Midi in general. This is another long quotation, this time from Tellier. He says, in the meantime, it grows lighter in the east. It is the dawn, the break of day. Nothing could be swifter, and there is none of the grandeur of the northern twilight. Not for one moment do we feel any sense of conflict, of a struggle whose upshot is doubtful, of heaven knows what obscure resistance by the powers of night and darkness. It all happens in the simplest and clearest possible fashion. Day breaks. That is all. Day comes as though to its own indisputable realm. It is almost as though night does not regard these lands as her own, and is therefore prepared to abandon them at the first challenge. From the preliminary vague lightness in the east, it is as though daylight comes with a kind of inevitability. There must of necessity be, and there is something lacking, a sense of disquiet and profundity in the poetry of peoples who experience the coming of day in this fashion. No, beyond all question, the poetry of the North is not at home among these peoples. Their own poetry is discreet. Its contours are clearly defined as though in miniatures. It is classic by contrast with the boreal romanticism of the North. At the same time, there is no doubt that diabolical winds and triumphant light exercise a very definite effect on their temperament. It is quite true that night does not regard these lands as her own. Their inhabitants are not made torpid by sleep, but at the same time, the well springs of their energy are necessarily erratic. The geography of that Mediterranean area in which the Latin spirit was formed encourages individualism, and the social spirit is limited to the clan. It is a geography of compartments, Small isolated plains, very quickly circumscribed and hemmed in by mountains, which are never far away. A geography of clearly defined coasts favourable to maritime communications and to local commerce, which, however, can on occasion be extended far afield. A geography of pirates, necessitating the construction of small fortified towns to defend the permanent settlements. A geography of aridity and torrential inundations, demanding a system of irrigation, which involves at least a minimum of cooperation. And Latin civilization, if somewhat distant from its first cradle, still shows signs of these initial traits. That brilliant geographer, Fernand Moret, who died far too soon, wrote to me on January the 10th, 1929, in a letter which I have carefully preserved. And this is a quotation from his friend, this geographer, Fernand Moret. He says, "The economy of the Mediterranean countries is the irregular structure of a region where the mountains reach down to the sea, making as many separate compartments as there are small plains lapped by the sea. It is the structure of a country in which an irrigation policy is an absolute necessity, because left to itself, the land would be marsh if it were not drained, or a desert if it were not watered. A country in which the basis of settled life is not the field, as it is in our districts, but the garden, and the inhabitant is compelled by the formation of the land to cultivate it patiently and laboriously in terraces. A country in which the sea is not an obstacle to exchange, but on account of the numerous ports, the innumerable islands, and its own narrowness, the only convenient route for trade." Very strong geographical consideration so far. Very, very interesting. Thus, such a society is clearly defined, local and diverse. It is the antithesis of a mass-produced civilization, and above all, it is a very ancient civilization. In Neolithic times, there were communities living there who were already far advanced by comparison with Northern Europe, where the lingering ice was an obstacle to population. On the meridional coasts of France, and in general on the Mediterranean coasts, there are more centuries of history underfoot than in the north. By the various stages of their successive architecture, the old churches indicate a layering of civilizations comparable to geological strata. The cathedral of the Béziers, the ruins of Enserun, and St. Ambrose at Milan were all witness to an immense past. As a result, the Mediterranean peoples, the Latins, have a natural sense of the past. They are in contact with remote history. Neither Rome, nor Greece, nor even the East is anything strange to them. These Latins are not a young people. They are mature, perhaps in some respects old, and most certainly they are never, as for instance the English often are, childish. Hey! Anyway, let's carry on. Their psychology, which is the psychology of an adult, is explained by this question of age. They are skeptical and they are rarely simpletons, even when they are superstitious. They are not generally naive. Their clarity of thought allows them to distinguish without difficulty between a principle and its application, and this capacity for intellectual disanglement preserves them from moral hypocrisy, if not from a realism which can become cynical. Sorry for my knee-jerk reaction there. I am, of course, not English myself, being half Welsh and half Iranian. But I felt I'm sitting here in England. I felt a bit defensive for a moment, but I think generally speaking, these are very fair observations from Sigfried so far. Their clarity of thought allows them to distinguish without difficulty between a principle and its application, and this capacity for intellectual disanglement preserves them from moral hypocrisy, if not from a realism which can become cynical. They are not followers of Rousseau. They do not believe that man is good. They place no confidence in him. And despite the magic of the meridianal eloquence, they do not attach so much importance to words as is generally believed. With them, intelligence takes precedence over action, and it is an intelligence which expresses itself and externalizes itself with extraordinary ease. Rome has left her mark in these parts. To her, the Latins owe a certain social structure based on the family, the clan, and a system of patronage, institutions which are stronger, more solid, and more enduring than the state itself. They also owe her a certain conception of justice and law, written law, with a framework as clear and distinct as the profile of their bare mountains, and based on distrust, on a realism accepted as a matter of course, without the least shadow of illusion concerning human nature. And I can see where he's going with this. Not a coincidence that these people produced Machiavelli, of course. The contrast with the confidence which is the basis of English law, a conception of equity in which as little as possible is written down, is striking. He's talking about the Roman law, of course. Here, amongst the Latins, everything is based on property meticulously defined, on the written contract embracing every possible detail. Waldeck Rousseau put it definitively in a speech to the Senate on the 27th of July, 1903. Gentlemen, we are an old nation. We have a long history. We maintain the deepest possible roots in the past, and even those roots which one might suppose have died away still retain feeling, so much so that the least wound restores them to life and makes them felt by the whole organism. We are a country of law. We are Latins. We are of that race which regards written law as supreme necessity, and which regards it not merely as an abstract synthesis, but as the measure and safeguard of its rights. Quite far away from the handshake deal here, aren't we? A particular conception of the state and in general of political authority has arisen there. Amongst the Latins, the power of the state is conceived of as something outside and above the individual, as, so to speak, something transcendent. One can seize it as one can seize a weapon, and one can use it as an instrument of domination. The individual may defend himself against the state because he does not regard it as necessarily benevolent. Long experience has made him very skeptical in this matter, so much so that he is neither astonished nor very indignant that power, once it is obtained, is abused on his behalf and that of his friends. This attitude is no doubt the explanation of the extraordinary passion the Latins bring to their political struggles. What a difference between this conception and the Anglo-Saxon idea of the state as the expression of the community, of the state as an agent and a servant of the citizen who has delegated it his powers. In this respect, the Roman Catholic Church has not educated its flock in the civic virtues in the same way as churches of the Presbyterian kind developed from Calvinism have done. And again, when we talk about realism, elite theory, and so on, notable Gaetano Mosca, an Italian. Pareto was a Latin. George Michael was half German, half Italian. So the Italian elite theorists, interesting. The feature which strikes one immediately in all these Latin conceptions is the clarity of their structure. The Latins possess an extraordinary capacity for analysis as well as for generalization. In every question, they discern at once the principle involved and all the logical consequences, perhaps even remote, which must follow from whatever choice they make. They would sooner discuss principles than realities. They like their politics abstract, though they rely for the defense of their material interests, to which they are far from indifferent, on the most cynical opportunism and on the most ingenious resourcefulness. Moreover, this gift for analysis is inseparable from a great capacity for expression. The Latin tongues of clear design and structure lend themselves admirably to this. They seem almost to have been made for the Lapardi inscriptions. That is also their weakness, because the pleasure in using them is hedged around with treacherous allures. Some of them, Spanish for example, are so sonorous and magnificent that the sheer pleasure of using them, of expressing oneself in them, can tend to replace not only action, but even thought itself. A South American who sings hymns of praise in favor of liberalism hardly feels any need to be liberal, and if he similarly praises legality, it seems to exhaust the energy he might have used to defend it. The Frenchman is less musical and lends a less ready ear to that sort of sensuality. But there are nevertheless certain splendid verses of Victor Hugo which are devoid of sense and readily permit us to imagine the temptation of using language for language's sake. In the light of what has been said, it is now possible for us to determine the principal psychological characteristics of the Latin peoples. As an individual, the Latin is consciously such, and he attaches great importance to expressing his individuality. Where the Anglo-Saxon, personally modest but aggressively proud of his country, cooperates devotedly, civic by tradition and by instinct, the Latin sees things above all from the standpoint of his own personality. He is proud and vain, and he desires to shine. He would be quite capable of sacrificing the success of the group to his own successes, and it is less an accepted duty than by an appeal to his honour that he can be persuaded to make a cooperative effort or to shoulder burdens. At the same time, there is no doubt that the Anglo-Saxon and the Latin are both egoists, each in his own fashion. But the Anglo-Saxon would be more inclined to make a mystique of the practical spirit, whereas the Latin would remain sceptical, possessing, incidentally, a greater sense of realism than the Anglo-Saxon. Action, in its modern form, which is organization, is more in accordance with the capacities of the Anglo-Saxon. But in certain circumstances where the normal rule no longer holds good, and particularly in times of crisis, the Latin will extricate himself more easily from trouble. Cold and fundamentally not very sentimental, the sagacious Latin reveals himself as more resourceful. His eloquence and his great verbosity should not be allowed to deceive us, and most certainly they do not deceive him, except where he chooses to be deceived. We must confess that these individual characteristics are not favourable to the group. In fact, the Latin hardly ever rises above the first and more limited forms of association. But up to a point he displays the passion and the fidelity of a partisan. He does not willingly go beyond the city, and he feels himself most at ease in the clan. He readily accepts the family, to use the very appropriate phrase of Henri Barbusse, as a narrow conspiracy. I am astonished again and again at the different notions the expression the family evokes for the Anglo-Saxon Protestant and the Latin Catholic. Amongst the Mediterraneans, and in the civilization to which they have given rise, the association of ideas which arises is that of a homogeneous group of interests born of family relationship, and one has a feeling of something sacred, as though one has touched on that profound and mysterious element known as blood. Arising from the same association of ideas is the purity of woman, which the man, often himself immoral, defends with an oriental jealousy. The family, the clan, the city, the committee, the syndicate, the system of patronage, these are all solid realities for this type of man. The state, conceived as a transcendent imperium, is too far removed from reality, except that one must stand in well with those who control it and learn to use it for one's own ends. In such circumstances, political ability, in the Machiavellian sense, will be common, but there will be little civic feeling in the sense of Anglo-Saxon service. It is the great weakness of Latin societies that they have never succeeded in establishing solid and lasting political regimes. They go from anarchy to tyranny, and they hardly ever find the golden mean which comes so easily to the Swiss, the English, and the Dutch, all of whom have nothing Latin about them whatsoever. And I'll just interrupt here to say that in Shakespeare, for example, in Shakespeare's history plays, he's constantly talking about the common weal, like the idea of the common good or the commonwealth and civic duty, even for a king, you know. And Sigfried is saying that for the Latin, this kind of sense of civic duty is basically missing. They see the state as a means to his own enrichment, of his own furtherment. And it's kind of interesting to think about, certainly Latin America in this context, because it kind of seems true, doesn't it? Anyway, let's carry on. The Latin displays the same limitations side by side with the same individual gifts in the sphere of production. He is ingenious, fertile in experience, resourceful, to use an expression which is unfortunately too popular with us at the moment. And when his work interests him, he is capable of devoting himself to it with the creative passion of an artist. His vanity can sometimes produce the same result because he is eager to distinguish himself, to let people know that he is there, even all there, to use a vulgarism. In this respect, he is clearly superior to the Anglo-Saxon and to the Nordics in general. He is a shrewd businessman, able, prudent, thrifty, and blunt. He does best in small businesses, but he is also capable of succeeding in larger ones. Whenever suppleness, diplomacy, and even intrigue are necessary, he is in his element. This is also the case whenever the individual can put forward individual arguments. And in Latin countries, managements attach as much importance to men as they do to things, so that often a friend must be made before a customer can be won. There is, I admit, a certain human element in all this, which tends to upset organization, but at the same time it does facilitate matters. However, precisely these qualities give rise to defects in large-scale industrial production, because in an age where the great thing is to organize and to administer, the conditions for success are fundamentally at variance with the ambient in which the individual best succeeds. At one time, the Mediterranean was the economic center of the world, but since the oceans were mastered and new worlds opened up, this has changed. And in particular, since the Industrial Revolution, which is not based on the individual capacity of the producer, but on the mechanical organization in an age which is fast becoming collective, one sees individual Latins succeeding in Anglo-Saxon societies even better than the Anglo-Saxons themselves. But for all that, it is not Latin societies which are economically renewing the world. There is something in the Latin makeup which is at variance with the mass achievements of our age, a certain collective anonymity in the giant undertakings of our day, which is at variance with the Latin genius. Does that mean that it is out of date? Perhaps it does, where quantity is the thing desired, but there is still room for it when it is a question of quality. Whatever the achievements of Anglo-Saxon and Nordic culture, Europe would not be the same without the contribution of Latin culture. It is this Latin element which maintains that classicism in our old continent, which, more than any other characteristic, determines its individuality. And it is precisely that which accounts for the maturity which distinguishes our continent from the youth of the United States and the pseudo-youth of Russia. The Latin is over readily regarded as erratic, but he has as a fund of wisdom and moderation in his private life, which the man of more northern climes can never match. The Latin is also regarded as less moral, but his lack of illusions extends in his heart of hearts to his own person as well. Vain as he is, and I am inclined to believe that a certain intellectual sincerity is more often to be found in him than in the hypocrites of the North, who lack the courage to look into their own hearts. In this, the Latin genius reflect one of the abiding aspects of the human spirit. And I'm kind of, as I'm reading this, I'm thinking about certain American commentators I listen to and thinking, I can kind of like, I'm not going to name any names, but there's certain people I'm thinking of. I think I recognize some of these things that he's talking about in them, this kind of uh, the lack of illusions, the realism that he's talking about. There's two people in particular I have in mind, American commentators, that certainly fit this description, and they tend to be a little bit more cynical than some of the quote unquote Nordics around them that they have conversations with. Anyway, let's continue. There is thus, beyond all question, a Latin civilization with its own specific Latin atmosphere. It is perhaps difficult to analyze its elements, but it can be reorganized by something not easily put into words, by a certain presence, by something, I don't know quite what, in the surrounding air, by some special quality in the light. Once one has crossed the frontier coming from abroad, it is impossible to mistake it. Go down from Central Europe towards the Mediterranean, go down from North America to that America which is so justly called Latin, and the impression is the same. You meet a certain way of life, of government, of morals, a certain artistic spirit, and in a form which it is difficult to define, a certain spiritual liberty. Consider the zone, those limits we have sketched above. Like a tide, Latinism has spread outwards, though sometimes it has flowed back again from certain territories it had conquered. Its farthest limits were approximately those of the Roman Empire in ancient times, and outside Europe, Spanish and Portuguese America. However, today it is far from occupying all the territory of the Roman Empire. The northern parts of the Roman Empire, which incidentally were never fully peopled by Latins, were subsequently overrun by Germanic, Slav, and Mongol elements insensible to Mediterranean influences. The result is a Europe whose centers of gravity, whose modern sources of efficiency no longer principally derive from Latin influence. For instance, the Romania of yesterday, Latin by language and culture, is no longer Latin either by race or civilization except by courtesy. And France, ethnically Celtic and Germanic more than Mediterranean, is truly Latin only in her meridional area, although the combination of the Lycée and classic education has made Frenchmen Latins in attitude and spirit. Spanish and Portuguese America have had Latin characteristics so strongly impressed on them that not even the prestige of the United States itself has so far succeeded in weakening them. The danger there is internal rather, where the climate is equatorial and of the Andes, it is native Indian and colored traits which tend to recur and threaten to corrupt the more recent tradition which has Latinized that part of the world. Thus, the frontiers are beginning to become clear. The Latin frontiers of Europe are those of the Roman Empire, and when we are discussing the problems of our old continent and the solutions they call for, we can hardly pay too much attention to the map of Rome's former possessions, because reactions are very different in those parts where the Pax Romana, Roman law, and Roman property rights once held sway. We must also study the chart of Christianity's progress, because the Latin genius was impressed on the initial barbarian layer of Europe, not only by the Roman Empire, but also by the Roman Catholic Church. It is not a matter of indifference for our purposes whether this or that country has been Christian for 1800 years, whilst others have been Christian for only 5 or 6 centuries. It is in this sense that the Slav, and to a limited extent the German areas, are only partly Christian. Only partly European, he says. A different world, a world in which we can turn too easily in the other direction, begins with the glacial northern plain, with the Teutoburg forest, and where Varus lost his legions. With the appropriate differences, the American continent reveals analogous distinctions, Anglo-Saxon and Latin or Indian, and the geographic unity of the New World is hardly enough to cloak a diversity of cultures which still exists and which centuries may never succeed in eliminating. There was a time when the mastery of the world was disputed between the Mediterranean peoples and the peoples of the North. Today, the rivalry is less between the North and the South than between the West and the East, whereby the West takes on its own specific personality, in which the Latin contribution is visible in all its importance. It was not Latin Europe which made the Industrial Revolution, and we have sought to show why. But in consequence, people are inclined to underestimate the true importance of the essential role which still devolves on the Latin world. The Latin point of view, in the discussion of our problems and even in our very conception of life itself, represents an indispensable factor of our civilization, and it is perhaps with its assistance that we can obtain the highest and most disinterested level of culture, a culture of quality and refinement of spirit, and more literary than scientific. Later we shall discuss the irresistible dynamism of the Anglo-Saxons. As far as the Latins are concerned, they possess a marvelous capacity for consciously disengaging thought from action, and thus permitting thought to come face to face with reality, dispensing with the mediation of any surrounding atmosphere. This is the supreme guarantee of full intellectual liberty. Might not a de-Latinized world lose this precious capacity? And that's where he ends. A really very interesting discussion indeed. And honestly, as I was reading it, there were a few moments where I was like, where's he going with this? But by the end, I certainly recognize a lot of what he's talked about, both in my own travels, people I've met, as I mentioned, certain content creators I can think of who clearly come from a kind of Latin background. And I recognize all of these things that he's talking about. Very interesting. Can't wait to get to the French, English, and German chapters in the coming weeks. I'm sure it's going to generate a bit of controversy as well. Even in a couple of comments he made about the English so far, even I had a reaction, and I'm not even English. So anyway, cheers everyone. Catch me again tomorrow morning. Do buy a course at the academic agency, and I'll see you next time. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the next installment of my reading through this very hard to find book, The Character of Peoples by Andre Sigfried. We're now on the third chapter where we're going to be talking about French culture, French ingenuity, what makes the French a special people. I have to say, if there's not at least one mention of the old baguette and the ring of onions and the stripy jumper, I'll be disappointed. But somehow I doubt it, because despite his quite Germanic sounding name, this character Sigfried was in fact a French author. So he'll be speaking on home turf today. So I'm expecting this to be quite a flattering portrait of the French, but let us see. Just before we get going, it is spring. It is time for my spring sale. Been gorgeous weather here in the UK, some of the nicest weather I've ever seen. And to celebrate it, I've got a sale on at the academic agency, 25% off all courses, promo code Mandy.
Country in which I have spent so much of my adult life and admire so much, 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 admire.
Promo code Mandy, 25% off all courses. Come on down, academic agency. Every single course, 25% off. Promo code Mandy.
Country in which I have spent so much of my adult life and admire so much.
All right. Promo code, one of my favorite ones ever, that. Okay, so let us make a start then on chapter 3. this book is not available anywhere online, from what I know, and it is very hard to get hold of. I don't have time to go through like photoshopping every page, so I'm just going to have to look at this screenshot of the contents as I read. All right, he says, let us begin by placing France geographically in order to find in her position such factors as will assist to explain the French character. France has three facets, and in consequence of this threefold aspect, she is at one and the same time Western, continental, and Mediterranean. The result is an unusual, perhaps unique equilibrium. In her Atlantic aspect, France looks outward. She has a window which is opened wide on the world. In consequence, she is susceptible to extra-continental attractions and to adventures far afield. This maritime, colonialist, and expansionist France belongs to the liberal group of Anglo-American civilizations, and it is from this aspect that she appears authentically Western. The persistent west wind, which sows round her shores, brings other things besides the humid and salubrious mildness of the ocean. On the other hand, as continental France, she is held to Europe by living associations impossible to break, and in this respect she is very different from England with her insularity. All the eastern belt of the country, which fell to Lothar in distribution of Charlemagne, is already Central Europe by numerous characteristics, both geographic and moral, which can hardly escape the eye of an observer. From this aspect, the French are no longer Atlantic, but continental, landsmen, essentially Europeans. All history, both ancient and modern, impels us to the conclusion that without Europe there can be no France. But conversely, without France there can be no Europe. France is an essential part of any continental system. And finally, in her Mediterranean aspect, France is in direct contact with Africa, Asia, the East, and the Far East. That is to say, in space with an exotic and wonderful world, and in time with the most magnificent past of humanity. The fundamental unity of the Mediterranean is an established fact. It is the same everywhere, from Marseille to Beirut, from Smyrna to Barcelona. Thus, the French are related to societies which are no longer their contemporaries, and to forms of culture which Nordic Europe regard as foreign, though the French are attached to them by secret sympathies. Whilst the French peasant is far removed from the mechanized farmer of the New World, one can find certain resemblances between him and the Chinese peasant. The beds and strips of the French Riviera embody the patient labor of innumerable generations. Such artificial terraces evoke the idea of endless generations of men indifferent to the passage of time. The unique character of the French psychology arises precisely from this diversity, which the passage of centuries has finally forged into a new unity. Incidentally, it is an antithetical whole facing both east and west, looking towards both the past and the future, towards tradition and towards progress. There is no country which is at the same time more daring in its ideas and more fixed in its habits. Where France is concerned, and according to the point of view, there is always something to criticize, but at the same time something to admire. It is no easier to place the French ethnically. There is no French race. And that is true to such an extent that to use the term at all signifies nothing. There are Germans in the north, Celts, or if you like, the Alpine race, in the central plain, and in the west, and the Mediterraneans in the south. We are, as Xenobos has said, a race of mongrels, but at least we know that too strict a selection does not favour intelligence, and that not all mixtures produce bad results. In fact, the French people seem to have been enriched by these varied contributions. To the Latins, they owe their intellectual lucidity and their gift of expression. To the Celts, they owe their artistic spirit and their individualism, pushed sometimes to the verge of anarchy. And to the Germans, they owe what they possess of organizing and constructive genius. But all these different characteristics have combined into a synthesis which other peoples, the Germans, for example, have never succeeded in producing. The national unity which the French have achieved is not based on race. The ethnic origins may be distinct, but unlike England and Germany, none of the races concerned dominated the others. All French people, whether they originate from the German, the Alpine, or the Mediterranean stem, consider themselves and each other equally French, and admit no inequality of any sort as a result of any particular blood which courses in their veins. Could one say as much for the Anglo-Saxon in his attitude towards the Celt, or the Nordic American towards the New York Dago, not to mention the contempt with which the Nazi of yesterday regarded the Slav? French national unity comes much more from an age-old adaptation to the soil, to the climate, and from a historical tradition which has produced and consolidated a specific way of life, a specific culture. It is social rather than political, and the strength of the nation lies in the family, and above all in the individual rather than in the state. The civic virtues are mediocre in France, but the social cement has the quality of solid rock. Thus, since the individual is the basis of the state, no one will fail to observe that the crisis of French individualism, through which we are at present passing, is particularly grave. By contrast with certain other countries, our present makeup is of long standing. In many respects, it was completed ages ago. Germany, on the other hand, was not really formed until 1870, the United States since the War of Secession, and Russia with the advent of Bolshevism, if we are to assume that there has in fact already been a permanent crystallization there. But we should realize that the French personality was complete in the 18th century, and that Frenchmen are not all too sure that such developments as have since taken place have tended to improve it. By comparison, the thing which is most striking about us is that our civilization is adult. The crisis through which we are now passing, and of which incidentally we are well aware, arises from the fact that since we arrived at spiritual maturity as a people 200 years ago, two world events of immense significance have come about. On the one hand, the Industrial Revolution has transformed not only the methods of production, but also the conditions of material life. And on the other, the development of the non-European world has upset our standards of measurement, destroyed the proportions between countries, and displaced the center of gravity of the world. The spirit of the new regime, which is spreading all over the world, is based on quantity and not on quality, and the collective action replaces individual initiative. These are both circumstances which go against the grain of our tradition, which is peasant, artisan, and incorrigibly individualist. We must adapt ourselves to the new dispensation. We know that, but we also know that in the process of this adaptation, our best qualities will not always serve us, whilst our faults will stand out as though enhanced. Pretty interesting so far. On examination, the French genius immediately reveals two contradictory tendencies, one which makes common cause with Sancho and the other with Don Quixote. There is, first of all, a very practically, even earthy tendency which expresses itself primarily in the temperament and the traditional attitude of the peasant. The origin of this, I believe, is chiefly Celtic, because erratic, poetic, and imaginative as the Celt is, he is also deeply attached to the family, to the soil, and to everything which roots him in his own environment. It is here that we differ essentially from the Anglo-Saxons and the Nordics, and it is in private life that these traits develop most forcefully. For in public life, one might almost think the Frenchman a different being altogether. From this standpoint, as the head of a family, as a member of the family, or as an individual, the French displays a narrow conception of material interests and an almost passionate feeling for individual property in the Roman sense of the term. Uti et abuti most certainly expresses his feelings in the matter. In his private affairs, the Frenchman is a good sense possessing the spirit of moderation to a remarkable degree. He might almost be reproached for not aiming high enough and for contenting himself with too little. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, says the proverb, and he agrees with it. In short, in everyday life, he is a realist with his feet firmly planted on the ground, and he does not attach too much importance to mere words. Generally speaking, the Frenchman manages his affairs well. At least he does when no wars or other catastrophes overwhelm him. His personal property is kept in good order. His linen is neatly repaired, and in a French household, the safety pin is not used for that purpose. He does not like owing money, and his budget is usually well balanced. If currency depreciation makes it impossible for him to keep his affairs in proper order, it is with real regret that he looks back longingly to the days when it was still possible, even at the cost of sacrifice, to make two ends meet, and this is in accordance with the wise financial principles he has inherited from his fathers. This wisdom, this spirit of thrift, which so impresses the stranger, may well lead him into narrowness and provincialism, even to some extent into materialism. But in an old country like this, where money is not easy to earn, it is surely quite natural that once it has been earned, it should be guarded with greater keenness. The American is more generous, but if he loses his fortune, he has a good chance of getting it back again before he dies, or at least he believes he has. The Frenchman has no such illusion. That, however, is only one aspect of our character, and it is contradicted by a no less evident tendency towards universalism, idealism, and disinterestedness. Once his interests are assured, the Frenchman will quickly limit his ambitions and emancipate his spirit by, so to speak, disconnecting action and thought. He is then capable of intellectual objectivity by a process of dissociation, of which I believe only the Chinese offer a second example in the world. We then rise above nationalistic and ethnic narrowness to a ready humanist conception of man, and it is here that our expansive capacity, our ability to liberate the spirit of man and to open the windows of his mind, strikes me as truly incomparable. We have already seen that this trait is of Latin origin, and no doubt it has come to us through that classicism which is the basis of all our education, and to which our deepest national instinct brings us back again and again. Let us try to understand the Frenchman as an individual. It is the surest way of getting at the very heart of the subject. All the good and all the evil, all the grandeur and all the weakness of France come from her conception of the individual, a splendid conception indeed, but one which may well be pathological also. Well, you can say that again, Andre. Let's carry on. First of all, it is a claim for independence, and essentially a claim for intellectual independence. The Frenchman claims to think and judge for himself. He does not look with favour on any sort of authoritarianism, and in consequence, he is profoundly non-conformist and anti-totalitarian. If we find him fanatically, even blindly, following an order and deliberately sacrificing all spirit of criticism, then you may be sure that it is a result of an equally fanatical devotion to a principle, to a system, to a policy, and certainly not, as was the case in Germany, as the result of any ingrained spirit of obedience. In the United States, they get the best out of a man in the name of efficiency. You can get the last ounce out of a Frenchman only in the name of a principle. In this respect, French thought, whether in its critical aspect or in its fanatical ideological aspect, may properly appear not merely as an instrument of liberation, but as a dangerous and even revolutionary ferment. Where the Frenchman passes, he brings a boisterous current of air with him, which raises the dust and sometimes shakes the structure of states. Pigai, so representative of the profundest instincts of the country, writes, "We refuse to accept the dogmas formulated by the didactic state, just as we refuse to accept the dogmas of the church. It is better to form 100 free spirits than thousands of amorphous and enslaved spirits." End quote. Nevertheless, we are very well aware, and there can be no intellectual independence without economic independence. That is why our demand for intellectual independence is reinforced by the demand for independence in our private lives. Above all, we do not want to be dependent on others, and in particular, not on another, on our neighbour or our superior. Rather than submit to his encroachments, we would prefer, like real simpletons, to commit ourselves to the state, whose dominion is at least relatively anonymous. We also realize that independence demands at least a minimum of security. For a very long time, the Frenchman looked exclusively to himself to provide it, and that explains his deep sense of property, his thrift, and his anxiety to have some security for his old age. Generally speaking, his ambition in this respect is modest. He wants a small house, a small garden, and a small pension. Mon verre est petit, mais je bois dans mon verre. I know the proverb, which is more typical of a certain type of French mentality than this. He says, I know of no proverb which is more typical of a certain type of French mentality than this. I am just imagining all of the French speakers, all of the French watching the video, absolutely tearing their hair out at my butchering of their language there. But I've never been very good at foreign languages, I'm afraid. Sorry about that. Under the Third Republic, the Radical Party, an excellent reflection of our political atmosphere, invariably declined its program, comparatively, so to speak, always claiming to defend the little man against the big, the little businessman, the little property owner, and even sometimes the little swindler. There is a modest cafe in the 8th arrondissement of Paris, which still calls itself Au Petit Ministry. This complex is a curious mixture of idealism and shabbiness. The Frenchman is an egotist. Foreigners often have remarked upon this fact. He knows that money is hard to earn, that once it has been earned, it has to be kept, and that in consequence it needs to be watched. That is the peasant tradition. As far as the peasant tradition is concerned, and it is never far removed in France, we are, let us admit it, fond of our money, often egotistic, and suspicious of anyone who might want to take it away from us, and in particular of the state. And we are jealous into the bargain, even sometimes envious. But out of these very defects, a singularity, a singularly mature people, an adult people, and this is the essential point, has developed. We can look life in the face without infantility, without hypocrisy, and above all, without illusions. France is a country of moralists. What La Fontaine has expressed in his fables is really nothing but our fund of peasant wisdom. His realism, his moderation, his good sense, sometimes not unmixed with cynicism, express precisely what the French people think about men and things. We are human, and above all, we are civilized, not so much from the standpoint of material possessions as from the standpoint of spiritual balance. We feel an instinctive repulsion for anything chaotic, for anything which exceeds the bounds of moderation, and we cannot join the Germans in their favorite expression of admiration, colossal. Not too much of anything is one of the favorite precepts used in our family education, and if it is at all possible, we always seek to appeal to reason. An Englishman once expressed astonishment to me because he had overheard a French mother appeal to her son, aged 3, to be reasonable. In the same circumstances, he said, an English mother would have appealed to her son to be a good boy, which is something very different. We are naturally Cartesians, educated by La Fontaine, and developing in the tradition of the Greeks, the descending line is the good one, or the descending line is a good one. If I were ever asked in what respect that picture is still valid, I should reply that it is accurate to the extent to which it applies to the individual Frenchman in his private life, to the Frenchman of tradition, still instinctively existing despite wars, revolutions, and currency depreciation. But let us not deceive ourselves. It is a type of human being who was formed in an economic and social environment which is fast disappearing. And remember, he wrote this book in 1952. So even when this was written, he was saying this kind of type of Frenchman was on the way out. And we are now wondering how the type can possibly survive in conditions of existence which have become so totally different. There is a conception of labor which is specifically French. It is a traditional conception which has developed out of our most ancient national environment. It is essentially a matter of pride in work well done, of intelligent cooperation between the mind and the tool in an instinctive desire to produce with the impress of personality. The French workman likes to put his individual signature to what he has done. There is no more deeply satisfying gesture than that which the old artisan, his work done, steps back to contemplate it, looking at it with great pride, like God the Father on the 6th day, and finding it was very good. The last word on the subject has been written by Peguy. He seems to like this writer Peguy. He's quoted a lot here, and the book he's quoting, if you're interested, by the way, is La France. So let me read this. It's Peguy, Peguy. He says, "We have known workers who like to work. We have known workers who, when they awoke in the morning, thought of nothing but their work. They got up, and at what an hour, and they began to sing at the thought that they were going off to work. And at midday they sang again, when they went off for their meal. To work was their joy, and the deep root of their being, their reason for existence. There was an unbelievable honor in labor, the most beautiful of all honors, and the most Christian, perhaps the only one which remains. We have known that piety of labor, pushed vigorously, maintained to its extremest limit. During all my childhood, I saw chairs recaned in exactly the same spirit, with the same goodwill, by the same hands that once shaped the cathedrals of these people. These men were not servants, they were workers. They had honor, absolute honor, as is the nature of honor. A chair rung had to be well made. That went without saying. It was a first principle. It did not have to be well made on account of an employer, or on account of his customers, or on account of connoisseurs. It had to be well made on its own account, for itself, by itself, and in itself. Peguy was not exaggerating. In his youth in Orleans, the Tharauds remind us, and this is another quote now from Tharaud, 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 Jerome et Jean Tharaud. Okay, so this is a pair of brothers, I guess, Jerome and Jean Tharaud. I've not heard of them. Anyway, this is a quote from them. In his youth in Orleans, he had known an old stock whose original culture, formed by local traditions and age-old experience, owed nothing or practically nothing to outside influences. A people very close to the soil, a people of worker peasants who were still rustic yesterday, who brought the oldest virtues of the landsman to their crafts, an unbelievable pride to their work, the piety of a job well done. In short, it was very old world, a bygone world, much more closely related to the France of the ancien regime than to the France of our day. Its origin, and this is back to Sigfried now, he says, its origin, it's quite obviously fundamentally artisan, in fact, artistic. The Frenchman can devote himself passionately to creative work, to invention, and then, often enough, he shows no interest in its subsequent application. He sows and others reap. That explains why France is often found at the beginning of things, the motor car and the aeroplane, for example, but not always when the profits are shared. Jean Cocteau has put it with trenchant brevity. France, indifferent, has her apron full of seed and lets it fall negligently. Other peoples come behind her, pick up those seeds and take them away to their own countries, where they plant them in some chemical soil and produce enormous flowers without scent. The question naturally arises whether such original ideas can adapt themselves to the new methods of production. My reply is that they can do so to a much greater extent than one might first think at first glance. Where industrial rationalization is concerned, the creative and intellectually constructive spirit of France finds itself faced with exactly the sort of problem it loves to tackle. What is Taylorism fundamentally? And there's a footnote here saying Taylorism is a system of work speed up in vogue in France after 1900, named after its inventor, the American engineer F.W. Taylor. So that's the footnote on Taylorism. What is Taylorism fundamentally, if not an almost aggressive affirmation of man's reason as opposed to traditional routine? In this sense, Taylor can be considered, though perhaps without knowing it, as a disciple of Descartes, and the Frenchman, a true Cartesian, can legitimately be regarded as the initiator of rationalization. Was it not the French Revolution which introduced the metric system, against which even today the English and to some extent the Americans still put up a great deal of opposition? Our analytical spirit, our ability to generalize, our language, a precision tool, permit us to reason better than anyone else in the cause of reason. The greatest mistake in our propaganda is to lay too much stress on our literary achievements. There is no reason at all why we should grow humble where technique and what the Americans picturesquely call there should be no reason at all why we should grow humble where technique and what the Americans picturesquely call the know-how are in question. Unfortunately, when it comes to the application as it is practiced today, our qualities are lost. Whether he is a workman, an artist, or an intellectual, the Frenchman, as we have already said, is primarily moved in his work by a feeling of honor. But that is chiefly required. What is chiefly required from a workman today is endurance and conscientiousness, and if it is a question of assembly line work, the ability to suffer the boredom of monotonous, automatic, and anonymous labor. In this sort of work, in which individuality counts for nothing, the Frenchman does not shine. There is no cause for surprise in that. He shows very little enthusiasm, and sometimes not much conscience, in work for others. I don't give a damn is only too often his attitude. He works really well only when he is working for himself, when he is taken up with something with which he can feel himself really associated, then there is no limit to his efficiency. But what moves him is neither self-interest nor conscience. Let us make no mistake about that, but a matter of honor. In such circumstances, it is easy to see how dangerous, as far as we are concerned, are the tendencies of a civilization which is becoming more and more a matter of applied technique, in which labor and even more ingenuity have become collective, and in which, above all, individual labor no longer has its proper place. The problem in the present day world is to find a new morale of labor altogether, a morale which is particularly new and strange to us. Our problem is to show the greatest possible consideration to the individual, whilst at the same time recognizing that he must merge himself into the collective. France has not yet found the solution to the problem. A point now arises which seems to me every bit as essential to the formation of the French genius as the French conception of labor, and that is our idea of religion. Fundamentally, the atmosphere of religious life in France is that of a Catholic country. Even if many people are no longer believers, the country is indelibly marked by its original and age-old Catholicism. Whether Frenchmen are agnostics or even positively anti-religious, they continue to live, to act, and to think in an ambient of Roman Catholic thought. The average Frenchman grows up comfortably in a Catholic environment, and he never feels at home in Protestant surroundings, which seem to him steeped in some strange and foreign atmosphere, and to which he seems definitely ill adapted. This is the fundamental difference between France and Protestant countries, and it gives rise to a constant lack of understanding, not entirely free of secret hostility, which damages our relations with the Anglo-Saxon peoples. French Catholicism includes a certain very strong pre-Christian survivals, which express themselves in the popular respect, still very lively, for certain days and certain places which are regarded as sacred in the sense in which antiquity understood the term sacrum. But it also includes belonging to a spiritual society represented by the church in the singular, because there can only be one church, whose benefits are conferred on the congregation through the sacraments by a priest properly ordained and according to a ritual which impinges on life like a kind of mystic ceremonial. The system is based on discipline. The individual submits spiritually, but only in order to recover his liberty on a higher plane. The weak man submits because he needs the protection of that armor. The zealot, the mystic, and the man of action submit because submission gives him a new liberty of conduct. The Church of France is a hierarchy which provides society with a moral frame. Thus, it is a factor which makes for order and its role in the life of the country, not only religiously, but also socially and politically. And this role is enormous. The fact of being a Catholic or an anti-Catholic in France is an attitude not only religious, but also political. And because the church stands face to face with the state as another power, the result is a form of anti-clericalism, which is unknown in Protestant societies. Catholicism has taught us neither the moral responsibilities of the individual nor the practice of political liberty. It has enclosed us in an armor of ecclesiastical discipline, which is not without its grandeur, but which resembles a sort of civil administration for the control of man's mind and morals. To a great extent, the country has submitted to this, but there has been considerable resistance, sometimes in the form of outright skepticism, sometimes by retaining liberty of criticism together with religious practices. The opposition of many Frenchmen has taken vigorous forms. They have left the church, cutting themselves off altogether from its community and proclaiming themselves its enemies. But the majority have remained within its community by a modus vivendi, which permits them to retain their liberty of conscience. As there are hardly any Protestants in France, one can say that all Frenchmen, whether they have remained in the church or not, still bear its stamp. For instance, Voltaire, was an authentic product of France and French conditions, and no Protestant country could have produced him. The result of all this is a degree of intellectual liberty in France, which, beyond all question, exists nowhere else in the world. The intellect, radically dissociated not only from dogma, but also from moral imperatives, attains a degree of independence which is unknown to the Puritan English, the systematic Germans, and the efficient Americans. The invigorating and refreshing intellectual attitude which results is a frequent source of wonder to the intelligent foreigner who comes into contact with it. In politics, the result is less favorable. When Catholic France encloses itself in an authoritarian structure, kingship, formerly more balanced, turns towards an absolutist regime. Modern France, the France of the Great Revolution, is the upshot of a double revolt against the authority of the king and against the authority of the church. Unfortunately, this has falsified our ideas both of authority and of liberty. We have not learned to conceive of an authority which is liberal or of a liberty which is constructive. Contemporary France still suffers from this particular form of original sin. Our attitude, whether in political, social, or private life, is directly affected by all these factors and by the various sources which our national individuality has developed. It is easy to see that what we owe to our Latin or Celtic origin. The qualities we have inherited are certainly good in themselves, but they can easily turn into faults either by excess or because they are badly used. There is, of course, a certain counterbalancing Germanic element, but on the whole, it is inadequate, and particularly in the political form. In France, there is relatively too much Vercingetorix, too much of Numa Romastan. And just as a footnote on these two characters here, Vercingetorix was the leader of the Gauls, captured and put to death by Caesar in 46 BC, and Numa Romastan was a hero of a novel about politics by Alphonse Daudet, written in 1881. What have we actually inherited from the Latins? Asks Sigfried. A social structure which is surprisingly firm, based on the family, which is more solid, stronger, and more lasting than the state itself, but one in which the clan, the system of patronage, and the syndicate can easily mean more to the popular understanding than the interests of the nation as a whole. It is also from the Latins that we have obtained our conception of law, a written and clearly defined law, very different indeed from the common law of Great Britain. To us, in France, the social bond takes on the form of a contract between partners who do not trust each other too far, who are both anxious to make assurance double sure, and are both convinced that you can't have too many legal documents. We are a nation of lawyers, and we certainly do not agree with Rousseau, a Swiss, by the way, that man is naturally good. I like how he disowns Rousseau based Sigfried. Okay, let's carry on. That is the origin, probably the most famous French thinker. He's just like, nah, he's Swiss. That is the origin of our conception of the state and of public authority in general. As real Latins, we regard the state as an entity exterior to and superior to the individual, and possibly a danger to him. In our eyes, the state is something of an enemy against which we must defend ourselves, and from whose clause we must, in the higher interest of the family, remove as much as possible of what it insidiously tries to deprive us of. Confucius has said that it is quite ethical for a man to rob the state in order to support his old father, and we are not far from sharing his view. Unspoken disapproval is the lot of anyone in France who pays taxes or customs duties without first having tried to dodge the payment. It is not so much that we consider him a simpleton as that we regard him as not having done all he ought to have done. At the same time, we regard the state as an instrument of power, which we must control if we can, if our enemies use it to dominate us, and that, given our character, appears to us intolerable. But if our friends control it and use it, and we profit with them, well, then we are undisturbed. This is basically the friend-enemy distinction being pointed out by Sigfried. Here is the origin of that partisan passion which makes our public life so different from that of the British or the Swiss, for whom the state is simply an expression of the community. The contrast between the Catholic and Protestant arises here, for our structure is still Catholic, both in politics and in religion. It is also to the Latins that we owe our reasoning faculty and our powers of expression. The analytical capacity of the French is extraordinary. The least among us, the man in the street, has a singular capacity for generalization as well as a gift, the gift of discerning the principle involved in a question and the consequences which may develop from it. Thus, in given circumstances, the elector will know instinctively whether the shift is to the left or to the right. As a logician fond of extrapolation, he will see in advance either a reaction or revolution at the end of the road. It is along such lines of demarcation that French political parties move, and in general principles take precedence over practice, to the great astonishment of the stranger, accustomed, as a man of good sense, whose first care is to live, to sacrifice principles. Perhaps this paradoxical attitude comes from our excessive intellectual charity, which makes us define our problems with almost too much lucidity, a circumstance which, far from facilitating a solution, tends to make our problems explosive. Considered thus, our facility for expression appears as a trap. When we compare ourselves with the Germans, entangled in their own tongue and incapable of getting outside themselves, we are astonished to observe the limpidity with which French thought can be communicated. In this respect, we are certainly to be classed more with the Mediterraneans than with the Nordics, though we are really balanced somewhere between the two of them, because of if the sobriety of our language preserves us from the over-eloquent lyricism of the Spaniard, our classicism involves the intellectual obligation of constructive thought, at which, for example, the English resolutely jibe. From this standpoint, the Leitchi has impressed in an indelible mark on all Frenchmen. We talk a lot about what we owe to the Latins, but not so much about what we owe to the Celts, and yet that heritage is important too. For myself, I am rather inclined to regard it as an essential element of our social and emotional patrimony. In France, people think at once of Celtic mysticism, of the poetry of Breton traditions, and of the romantic charm of the folklore of the Gaul. But it is also from the Celts that we have inherited our sense of self-interest, our tendency to thrift, the seriousness with which we manage our family budget, and our attachment to the soil. The stranger is inclined to regard the Frenchman as a brilliant and frivolous person, incapable of taking seriously anything about it. The stranger is inclined to regard the Frenchman as a brilliant and frivolous person, incapable of talking seriously about anything. How far removed from the truth that judgment is, says Sigfried. When we come into contact with colonies of Frenchmen overseas, in Latin America, for example, we find that those of our compatriots who have been successful in life and who occupy important positions owe their success precisely to those solid and serious qualities, sometimes regarded as a little mean, which they have inherited from their peasant forefathers. In similar circumstances, the Englishman is more pretentious, more the gentleman, but often not so firmly settled. The man from Auvergne and from the Pyrenees or the Alps, Bassis Alps, less gentlemanly, is still in this or that respect provincial, and his earthier origin is still noticeable, but he certainly knows how to look after his own interests. This aspect of our character is insufficiently known, and it is one which is totally at variance with our reputation for instability. What stock is more solid than that which inhabits our central pain and avidly looks after the Sioux? However, it is also the Celts, I fear, that we must look for the origin of the anarchical aspect of our individualism. Brilliant intellectually and artistically, this individualism does not lend itself very well to social achievements. It is here, too, that we must look for the source of that jealousy, that individualist obstinacy which regards any intervention on the part of the community as an insult. It is also the source of that destructive element in our intellect, which is more at home in opposition than in cooperation. The Latin, who has not forgotten his Roman origin, is capable of conceiving and admiring, if not executing, great political projects. But the Celt is above all an opposer, and to the extent that we refuse, as a matter of temperament rather than of doctrine, the necessary intervention of the community, it is, I fear, the Celt that we must blame. The consequences which arise from this double origin are magnificent in the intellectual sphere, but they can be fatal in politics. The Frenchman, either as a result of his principles or as a result of his egoism, is in danger of falling into a double excess. Sometimes our egoism appears in a truly sordid light, but we make up for it when we sacrifice ourselves to the folly of principles. Robert de Juvenel, a keen observer of the French political scene, declares that for our deputies, the draft resolutions are more important than the laws. And in fact, it is that in their debates, pride of place is taken not by material interests, but by principles, and their passionate devotion to them develops into a fanatical ideology in whose name they are guilty of utterly senseless exaggerations. The fact is that for many generations, France lived in privileged circumstances. She was a country in which the consequences of principles did not necessarily and logically materialize. The Frenchman could pride himself on being a revolutionary whilst leading a peaceable bourgeois existence. He could advocate a demagogic doctrine without any danger of its having the slightest repercussion on his private life. In his République des Camarades, Robert de Juvenel, this is not Bertrand de Juvenel, but Robert de Juvenel, I wonder if there is any relation, could write on the eve of the First World War: France is a happy land where the soil is generous, the artisan ingenious, and wealth evenly distributed. Politics are the pleasure of individuals, but not the condition of their lives. Circumstances have greatly changed since then, but it is doubtful even now whether the Frenchman realizes that his principles can affect the private interests of everyone, his own included, if they are put into practice. The dissociation of the principle and its application, which we discussed previously, is no longer fashionable today as it once was. The Frenchman who votes as an intransigent left-wing doctrinaire is often the very man who, when his own interests are at stake, is capable of the grossest egotism, and the fact that this egotism is perhaps a family nature does not change its essential character. The communist property owner, and how many there are, is ready to defend his property bitterly. Is that just French leftists or every leftist? We all have met somebody like that, haven't we? We would find it scandalous if any attempt were made to impose the kolkhoz regime on him. And all these people who vote with conviction, even with passion, for nationalization are people who, as we have seen, distrust the state, and who, when things they take really seriously are at stake, prefer to rely on themselves. When it comes to the point, they shift for themselves rather as the Chinese do. Incidentally, Paul Morand finds a curious resemblance between them and the Chinese, and this is Morand. He says there is a striking resemblance between us and the Chinese, a passion for thrift, the knack of making things last and repairing them indefinitely, the genius for cooking, mistrust, traditional politeness, an inveterate hatred of foreigners, but passivity, conservatism interrupted by social tempests, a lack of public spirit, a great vitality amongst old people who have passed the age of sicknesses. Is the conclusion that all ancient civilizations resemble each other? It's kind of interesting he keeps on bringing up the Chinese because another author who did that quite a lot, I remember when I read him, was de Gobineau, Arthur de Gobineau, who's a French. And he was actually arguing that there's kind of Asiatic character to some aspects of French, the French population that were actually responsible for the revolution, for the French Revolution, he argues. He had a kind of ethnic or racial, or he calls it blood, but it's a bit more complicated. Read Prophets of Doom by me, the book by me, if you want to know more about Gobineau. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting that in a completely different book here, he keeps on bringing up the Chinese as a point of comparison because, coming into this, I wouldn't have expected any discussion of the Chinese whatsoever. Thus, when the Frenchman comes into contact with public authority, he is tempted to look upon it not as an undertaking in which he is a loyal partner, but as a milk cow from which it is up to him to obtain a maximum advantage. It is not so much the general interest which is involved as privilege, patronage, and recommendation. Everyone in France knows the role of the deputy and how much of his time is taken up in playing the public agent for the private affairs of his electors. The social rentier still believes that the resources of the treasury are inexhaustible and that a nationalized industry can go on running at a loss indefinitely without suffering much inconvenience. A difficult process of education is necessary before he can be made to realize that he is, in fact, not, as he believes, a creditor, but a shareholder in a great undertaking which is none other than France herself. Despite marvelous gifts, despite an astonishing expenditure of talent and incidentally of devotion, what strikes us above all in France is the inefficiency of public life by comparison with the efficiency of private life. The familiar humorous definition is not lacking in point. One Frenchman, an intelligent man; two Frenchmen, a great deal of talk; three Frenchmen, utter disorder. I like that. I'll repeat that. One Frenchman, an intelligent man; two Frenchmen, a great deal of talk; three Frenchmen, utter disorder. Should we perhaps envy our neighbours on the other side of the channel? One Englishman, an idiot; two Englishmen, a great deal of sport; three Englishmen, the British Empire. Amazing. Well, once upon a time anyway. Let us seek comfort, however, in observing the contribution of France to that Western civilization of which she is unquestionably one of the main pillars. If I were asked to say what I was most proud of in that contribution, I should not hesitate for one moment. I should place right in the foreground the splendid confidence of the French in the intelligence of man. In the other words, their confidence in mankind itself. The Frenchman really believes with all his heart that there is a human truth which belongs to all men, that this truth can be grasped by man's intelligence, and that it can be expressed in words, at least with the aid of the French tongue. And for him, and this is essential, thought does not exist, cannot come into existence, unless it is expressed. Up to that point, it is only abstract. That is to say, that in his eyes, it does not really exist, the form of being a necessary condition for its proper existence. Here is beyond all question the profound difference between French and German thought. The latter feels at home only in flux, only in the abstract, and feels it circumscribed and debased if it defines itself. It feels itself profound when it is obscure, and our clarity strikes it as superficial. In our thought, we aim at precisely the opposite. We prefer that which is clear, and we believe that which we come nearer the truth when we come nearer to the light. With the Greeks, we prefer cosmos to chaos. We do not claim as our own that which belongs to the kingdom of the night. Our ability to illuminate problems and to choose that which is worthy of being held fast amongst all of the assorted offerings of nature. In this, I believe, lies the real superiority of the French genius. Jean Cocteau, a keen and subtle observer of modern psychologies, has not failed to record it. Germany does not suffer from indigestion. Modern Germany is perishing of all too much approving and acceptance of the educational vulgarization of artistic culture. The German public has a strong stomach. It stuffs all sorts of foods into it, where it is obediently absorbed but not digested. In France, food is often rejected, but in France there are some stomachs which discriminate and digest better than anywhere else. Thought, which becomes conscious of itself, must also be able to communicate itself. The value of our instrument of expression is very high, and it is perhaps here that we have made our greatest contribution to human civilization. Any thought whatever which passes through the filter of French intellect receives order and clarity in consequence, and more than that, it becomes transmissible like money in circulation. It can be used by anybody. It takes on an international significance, and then a miracle takes place very similar to the act of generation. From the moment that we have given it birth and conferred on it the conditions of its existence, the thought no longer belongs to us. It acquires a life of its own, like a new being. Or to be more exact, we have the impression that, liberated, it belongs henceforth to all humanity. If it is true for us, then it is true for all men. The saying, truth on one side of Pyrenees, error on the other, does not come from us. We have sometimes been reproached with what has been called the imperialism of our culture, but no reproach is more unjust. We desire nothing better than to be internationalists of the intellect. The universality is the natural climate of our genius. This is the origin, I believe, of our love, truly sincere and impassioned, for our language, a good tool, tried and efficient. Whilst in his letters to the editor, the Englishman invariably gravitates to biblical commentaries or zoological anecdotes, Frenchmen devote themselves preferably to discussions of grammar. The French Academy, with its famous dictionary, is regarded as being charged with the maintenance of a national patrimony. It is no question of precious over refinement. The integrity of our culture is involved, for it would be endangered also if its means of expression were endangered. We feel profoundly that our language should be maintained and looked after with the same care with which a good workman looks after his tools. This conception of human thought and its expression has naturally led France to make herself the champion of the rights of man, because in every human being she instinctively respects the thinking man. From this point of view, all men are equal in dignity for France, whatever their nationality, whatever their race, whatever their colour. Pascal's words, "Our whole dignity resides in thought," certainly expresses one of our profoundest convictions. In those countries which seem to regard well-being or power as their supreme object, we invariably feel, after a short period of admiration for their material achievements, a sort of discomfort which is of the spirit. In our eyes, there is no real civilization where men are not human, and in consequence, wherever the Frenchman passes, he is an awakener, even a revolutionary. who, by proclaiming the essentially revolutionary doctrine of the dignity of man, encourages the spirit of intellectual revolt and urges the slaves, the prisoners, and the convicts of totalitarian disciplines dare to be. When the human being is threatened, when the rights of the individual and the liberty of thought are in peril, men always turn to France, and there is always a Frenchman, whether his name is Voltaire or not, to champion the right of the oppressed. Oh, I wish you hadn't bothered, guys, but anyway, let's continue. It is not from charity or philanthropy. It is something very different. And with this, we have come to the very heart of the West, which without France would not be altogether the same. I know that one could say all sorts of things about our contribution, but it seems to me to be summed up in the dictum of Terence, humani nihil ami alienum puto. Is it possible to come to any useful conclusion in the face of these contradictory elements? An American, a careful observer who knows our country well, once told me that he had given it up. Sometimes I see nothing but the faults of the French, he declared. Sometimes their jog trot, their provincialism, their jealousies, their inability to work together, and then they seem totally insupportable. But the following day, I see nothing but their good qualities, the astonishing ease with which they are able to express their ideas, their confidence in mankind, their enlightened good sense, their generous feelings of solidarity with all men. And then I feel sure that no other people, with the exception of the ancient Greeks, ever attained the level of culture and civilization they have reached. That's the American talking. Renan declared that in many cases the best way of approaching truth was often to be found in the contradictions of a dialogue. And in his Tartarin, Alphonse Daudet did not attempt a synthesis of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Nevertheless, among the peoples of Europe, there is none which has gone further. I will not say with a fusion, but with what one can nevertheless call the synthesis of historical contributions from all points of a compass. 1800 years of history, in an uninterrupted stream, have made us into the most highly developed of the Western peoples, and, as we have suggested, the most adult. In considering the psychology of the French, one is led to believe that their faults are the inevitable obverse of their qualities, and that such exceptional qualities are on the whole nothing but the utilization and adaptation of certain faults. We tell ourselves too that nature has gifted us with a certain balancing mechanism, which always set us to rights in good time and prevented us from landing ourselves completely in the ditch. France, so Catholic and so sincerely Catholic, has also a lay aspect. Her people, indisciplined and difficult to govern, are not really an anarchic people, and if they like a measure of indiscipline, in the last resort they dread disorder. These grasshoppers are really more like ants, and their instinct for amassing possessions is greater than can be met with elsewhere in the world. And all that is collective, the characteristic of a civilization is weighted and judged not by its peaks, but by its average heights. It is not the creation of great men, but the above average level of the human elements which compose it, and above all, the possibilities of the least among them. In this respect, the fusion in France is more or less complete, whether one is Germanic, Celtic, or Mediterranean, whether one comes from the masses of the people or from the bourgeoisie. The opportunities for achievement and development are exactly the same. Paris has a sophisticated intellectual ambient which gives the impression of a spiritual atmosphere unique in the world. But for strangers who know us well, the innate good sense, the free intelligence, and the splendid human character of the ordinary Frenchman or French peasant are still more arresting. An age-old tradition has developed in France, a country which has, it seems, been privileged up to now, a way of life at the same time, a wisdom well adapted to circumstances. The Frenchman has learned that life can give very much, but that he must not demand everything of it. Perhaps that is true, the only civilization. So there it is. And as I predicted, Sigfried, give quite generous to the French in many ways. Certainly viewed from an outside perspective, but I think he touched on many things that seem true of the French people I have met in my life. Certainly, I mean, there's the intellectualism, of course, which everybody recognized. More than once when I was reading that, I thought of that scene in Apocalypse Now, of the French, in that chateau in Vietnam, getting really passionate about politics and so on. That's the kind of one of the stereotypes of the French. But this kind of earthy provincial character he talks about is definitely true as well. And some of the more practical elements and the pride in a job well done and things like this. He definitely captured some other aspect of the French that most people wouldn't think about. Didn't mention the stripy jumpers, the berets, or the onions around the neck, unfortunately. But very interesting. Next week we're moving on to English tenacity, and if the comments for this episode and the last one were interesting, I'm expecting them to explode next week when we get to the English. To come, we've got the English, the Germans, the Russians, the Americans. So lots of fun ones to come. But this was a very interesting look at the French from Sigfried. Promo code Mandy, 25% off all courses while the spring sale lasts in April here. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Well, hello, everyone. I'm continuing my series here on André Sigfried's book, The Character of Peoples, and we're up to chapter 4, which is called English Tenacity. This should be very interesting. I'll just remind you before we go in that I currently have my spring sale on. It's promo code Mandy. You can get the Trivium with 25% off if you use promo code Mandy, or Foundations of Shakespeare, or any of the other great courses. But let's not waste any further time, and I shall begin to read this. Bear in mind, Sigfried, despite his Germanic-sounding name, is a Frenchman, or was a Frenchman. This book was written in 1952. He says, to understand the English, we must also begin by placing their country geographically. England is an island, said Michelet, during introducing a course of lectures at the Collège de France. And now you know as much about its history as I do. The observation retains its fundamental significance today. Although England is no longer altogether an island, and the thing which strikes us even more than its insularity is its smallness. The United Kingdom, that is England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, is only 95,000 square miles. Great Britain alone is 90,000 square miles, or only 42% of the surface area of France, and only 0.2% of the land surface of the globe. But not so fast. Together with the Empire, or rather the Commonwealth, as they prefer to call it nowadays, the area of territory under British influence amounts to more than 1/4 of the total surface of the world. It is not from its metropolitan territory proper that England draws her grandeur. That has other bases and other sources. The fact that 45 million people living on this island have exercised a decisive effect on the world and contributed as much, if not more, than anyone else to the development of our Western civilization is the first fact which immediately strikes us and makes us realize the tremendous performance involved in building up a great power on such a narrow territorial basis. But while recognizing the grandeur of the achievement, we at the same time realize its fragility. we divine immediately that the building up of such an empire and its maintenance over several centuries must have required a combination of really exceptional qualities. No subject is more difficult than the psychology of the English people, and no people have ever attracted our attention and our interest to a greater degree. Our interest and our best writers have shown, our greatest and our best writers have shown the keenest interest in the English. Voltaire, Taine, Boutmy, and Abel Himant, and in our own days, André Marois. At the same time, there is nothing in our temperament or in our history which makes it easy for us to understand these neighbours of ours, such close neighbours and yet so far removed from us. When he says us, of course, he's talking about the French. When I cross the Channel and arrive in London, I always have the same feeling as being on a new planet. But when I have once got used to the English atmosphere again, it is my own country that I no longer understand. I have never succeeded in understanding simultaneously the British and the French points of view. Successively, I think I have done so, but never at one and the same time. I don't know any two peoples who are less understandable to each other than the English and the French. Psychologically speaking, the Channel, which is so narrow that from Dover one can see the coast of France, is as deep and as wide as an ocean. To facilitate our understanding of the factors and circumstances which have gone to form the English people, let us follow the example of Taine and distinguish between heredity, environment, and time. Great Britain is an island, of course, but it is an island which is very close to the European mainland. It is this close proximity which has determined the ethnic makeup of the English people, because it brought about a succession of racial admixtures. On an original Iberian pre-Celtic basis, a series of invasions imposed successive layers of Celts, Romans, Saxons, and Normans. However, we must not forget that the last of these invasions now lies almost 1,000 years back. Okay, so I was wondering what he was going to do here. When he says English, I think he's referring to all of the people who live in the British Isles, not just the English. I say that as someone born and brought up, and indeed half Welsh myself. So I think he's going to include the Welsh and the Scots in his assessment here. I was wondering about that because I noted it was English. Anyway, the first was the Celtic invasion, which continued more or less from the 4th century BC until the time of Caesar. The invaders were Bretons and Gaels, and they introduced people, a language, and a civilization. Then came the Roman conquest, which lasted from 55 BC to the year AD 410. This time, however, it was only a limited military occupation, reinforced by a civil administration. To the north, the Gaels in Scotland were never reduced, and no serious attempt was made to reduce them. The south experienced the rule of Rome, and we can safely say that its effects are still appreciable even today. Oh yeah, what have the Romans ever done for us? You remember that sketch? Okay, let's carry on. The south experienced after that came the Germanic invasions between the 5th and the 11th centuries, and the Celts were pushed back to the west. Saxons and Scandinavians settled on the east coast and drove forward into the interior. These invaders were to become the dominant factor in the ethnic makeup of the English people. Both qualitatively and quantitatively, it was their stamp which impressed itself most strongly on the country, with the result that the Englishman of today is still essentially an Anglo-Saxon. The final invasion was the Norman conquest in 1066, and to some extent this was similar to the Roman conquest, a military occupation followed by the political dominion of a landed aristocracy imposed upon an already existing population. The Normans brought a language with them, French, a political system and a civilization which was, if not Roman, at least Romanized, because these erstwhile Scandinavians, once barbarians, had been molded and modified by a stay of 2 centuries in France. Let us now see what England owes to these successive invasions. 2 of them, those of the Celts and the Anglo-Saxons, were numerically on a big scale, and they introduced new human stock. The 2 others, the Roman and the Norman invasions, were merely military conquests, which primarily introduced new forms of government. It should be noted that these various waves did not overlap or combine. They followed each other in succession, the one imposing itself on the previous one or pushing it out. They never fused. One could compare the situation to geological layers, each of which remains still separately visible, with the result, for example, that even today the Celt is clearly distinguishable from the Anglo-Saxon. The idea the English hold of themselves depends directly on this historical formation, which is still perceptible in the contemporary social structure, because at the beginning there were always victors and vanquished, aristocrats and subordinates. These distinctions have naturally lost their original sharpness, but they are still present when we are dealing with the psychology of the English people. We must always first ask ourselves whether we have to do with the Celts, the Saxons, or the Normans. The Celt is regarded to some extent as eccentric and even a trifle erratic, but he is more brilliant as an individual. Think of men like George Bernard Shaw and Lloyd George, for example. But it is the Saxon, the human backbone of England, who is really the most authentic and the most national of the English. He is John Bull, with a Germanic side to his character, which cannot fail to attract our notice. As far as the Norman is concerned, a one-time Scandinavian with a Roman-French polish, he is undoubtedly the thoroughbred, the more aristocratic and gentlemanly, and it is still something in England to bear a name like Harcourt, Talbot, or Courtney. There was a time when the country was ruled by the Anglo-Saxons and the Normans. More recently, the democratic tide has to some extent altered that in favor of the Celt. Today, it is no longer a question of me being merely brilliant, and therefore it is questionable whether this change has been altogether to the advantage of the country. If we now attempt to continue our inquiry, we arrive at the conclusion that England's destiny has been largely determined by her isolation, itself the result of her geographical insularity. This isolation does not consist, as we have already seen, in the fact that the island has never been invaded successfully, but in the fact that for 9 centuries the North Sea and the English Channel have offered effective protection against any further invasion. In fact, since 1066 and the Battle of Hastings, there has been no further ethnic contact between the English peoples and the continent. Certainly, there were the French Huguenot refugees after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in the 17th century, and in the 19th century, there was certain insidious penetration of the city by German and Jewish elements, but on the whole, such immigrations were of individuals only, so much so that England today has some difficulty in regarding herself as really European. You can say that again. A second aspect of this process is the ethnic youth of the people. We Frenchmen, whether Latins or Mediterraneans, have more than 2,000 years of history behind us. The Englishman cannot even remotely equal this record, and in consequence, he is nearer nature than we are, which also means he is nearer to primitive barbarism. Or is this some French bias I see sneaking in here from Sigfried? But anyway, let's carry on. This gives him a certain spontaneity and freshness, which we cannot match. But it also gives him a certain infantility, which we find very difficult to stomach. When I was an interpreter with the British Army during the First World War, I marvelled again and again at the infantile nature of the officers with whom I associated, and in particular with the generals. Whilst I occupied my leisure hours, like most of my French comrades, I filled my hours by reading philosophical or historical works. My British general occupied his with a detective story, whilst I spent my spare time in reading or in conversation. He would spend his by endlessly playing with his dog when he was not throwing or kicking or knocking balls around with his subordinates. This passion for playing with balls is something particularly British. It is, in fact, a national trait every bit as profound as the love of the German for marching around under the orders of a superior. Turning now to a consideration of the geographic environment, we come at once to the conclusion that in no other country is the influence of the climate so decisive and so obvious as it is in England. It is a climate of the oceanic type, temperate and without violent extremes, not really cold, though it can be very chilly, and above all, it is damp. I mean, I say that it did rain literally for a year straight before we've had this very nice spring as I'm recording this. With a west wind which prevails for 3/4 of the year, it rains a great deal, but with bright intervals which the clear winds of the Atlantic often render glorious. In such a climate, which, whilst it is not severe, is nevertheless testing, a constant effort is necessary in order to survive. In England, it takes a real effort to get out of bed, and that is probably why the Englishman usually rises late, why he is inclined to start the day with a solid breakfast, porridge. The horse starts the day with oats too, eggs and bacon, and so on. You know, it's funny, I struggled to get my little one out of bed this morning, and then I gave her a bowl of porridge. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? My father was almost a total abstainer, but when we visited Glasgow together in the middle of July, he demanded a bottle of Burgundy. This can explain English alcoholic habits. I have often stayed in Oxford, and I was astonished at how long it took the sun to rise. What a contrast with the Mediterranean countries. The result is that the English people are not well adapted to their climate, and this explains their special behavior and reactions to their natural environment. The mediocrities succumb to a certain torpor, and then they go to sleep, whilst the men of energy resist these influences, and their capacities for energy are increased in the very act of resistance. Sport, which is so widespread in England, and which is, incidentally, really purely sport, can be explained in the same fashion. It is not merely a taste for sport which causes the Englishman to indulge in it. It is a source of necessity. It is the price of survival for the English. It is here that Protestantism finds an opportunity to develop one of its essential virtues: energy, conscious of itself. Such expressions as life is made to be lived, not to be suffered, and man is made to excel himself, express the tenacity of the English to the full, and with all the moral force of the Reformation. The climate alone is not enough to explain England to us. We must also take her position on the map into account. She has always lived a life apart. In the Middle Ages, England was a small, outlying island regarded as the farthermost region of Europe, after which, towards the north and the west, there was nothing. England remained outside the general flow of European life. But from the 15th century onwards, When, as a result of the discovery of the New World, the Atlantic became a link, a bond of union between the continents, England developed into a sort of general broker to the world. From that point onwards, a contradiction arose between England's traditional insularity and the international commercialism which now became her real destiny. This contradiction is the very expression of English individuality, because although by temperament England has remained the most insular country in the world, her interests, her outside contacts, and her universal links have caused her to live by exchange, that is to say, by international relations. It is a contradiction which is concealed within each Englishman. Very interesting indeed. And I think we all recognize some aspect of this, don't we? When one speaks of the English character, the first question which arises concerns the nature of the English intelligence. Frenchmen seem to hold two contradictory opinions on the point. Some Frenchmen, for example, the Book of Demolins, go into ecstasies about the superiority of the Anglo-Saxons. Throughout my youth, I heard repeated enthusiastic and almost irritating, because it sounded like a reproach, praise of the practical and expeditious British way of doing things, which was contrasted with our old-fashioned and sterile taste for literature. We were compelled, at least at the time, to recognize the success of our fortunate and efficient neighbors, but the methods which were so highly praised assorted so ill with our classic education that a reaction necessarily came about. The fashion was then to claim that the English were not intelligent at all, that there was a particularly stupid saying, I remember, and again, you're going to have to forgive my French because I am the world's worst, as long-time viewers of this channel will know. The saying is, c'est que cela me fait si je suis bête, j'ai le chic anglais. I've probably butchered that and I have no idea what it means. If I bother to discuss such impertinence at all, it is only because the English themselves seem to take a curious pleasure in calling themselves stupid. Case in point, I guess. The famous Colonel Bramble made such an assertion, but his interpreter showed that he understood perfectly well by replying to his chief, Quel Cotteret. If our friends over the channel are really stupid, as they are so often pleased to assert, then their stupidity is of a very special kind, because there is certainly no modesty in their admission of it. Sir Charles Dilke, one of our most intelligent and brilliant Englishmen I have ever known, was once asked by an interviewer, "And what, sir, is your general idea?" He got no further, because Dilke interrupted him and declared sententiously and a trifle ironically, "Sir, I am an Englishman, and as such I have no general ideas." Okay, it makes sense. Surely a man must have a great deal of intelligence indeed to boast that he has no general ideas. The truth is that the British intelligence is of a special kind. The English scorn our type of intelligence, which is based on logic. They like to pretend that they are illogical, that they do not take kindly to our Cartesian intelligence, which analyzes, discriminates, and reconstructs, and is aggressively reasonable. Fundamentally, they do not believe that problems are susceptible of a satisfying geometric solution. The Frenchman, with his small rentier psychology, always wants to find a solution for every problem. When he is satisfied that he has done so, he rests on his laurels. Our British friends are wiser. They know that nature does not lend itself to such pretensions. According to them, the only solutions it is possible to arrive at remain temporary, are always precarious ones, requiring constant adjustment. In the old days of sail, Sails were set and the position of the course of a ship were charted according to the winds and the tide, which were constantly changing. In other words, it was a process of continual adaptation. In life in general, and in particular in political life in particular, the Englishman acts like an old-time sailor. He maneuvers in an unstable environment, and he accepts that instability is a fact which he cannot change, and which it would be a folly to resent. Incidentally, he is not alone in having learnt this lesson. The Chinese learnt it long ago, and the Italians have learnt it too. One of my friends once objected to something Luzzati had said. "But, Your Excellency, that is no solution." To which Luzzati replied, in that Italian accent he so carefully cultivated, and which lent a special savour to all he said, "Mon cher ami, a jamais de soluzione." Shall I confess that in the presence of that continual adaptation I am overcome by a feeling of exhaustion? I am afraid that we Frenchmen have not abandoned the hope of arriving at definitive solutions, embankments of stone to hold out against eternity, contracts duly drawn up and witnessed to be brandished vainly before the released torrents of history. And we still maintain our faith in man's intelligence. When we say of a man he is intelligent, we think we have said everything. Alas, almost all Frenchmen are intelligent. We don't get on any better for that. The Englishman, quite shamelessly, distrusts brilliant intellects. He admires them, of course, but his admiration has that quality of misgiving which one feels for one's pocketbook in the neighbourhood of a clever conjurer. For the Englishman, the intellectual is a sort of mental acrobat, and intellectuality has something pathological in his eyes. In the face of brilliant qualities, he always falls back dourly on his favourite formula. He says, "Those solid qualities which are 1,000 times preferable, and which at least inspire his confidence." He even goes so far as to prefer his leaders to be a trifle boring, and then he calls them safe. And a self-opinionated man of few words will keep eloquent or over-gifted men from office. My mind immediately went to John Major, who was the Prime Minister when I was growing up, or even Keir Starmer. I was a bit like that. In this connection, read Lytton Strakley's Eminent Victorians again, and in particular the portrait, since become classic, of Lord Hartington, Duke of Devonshire, whom Queen Victoria proposed to appoint as Prime Minister instead of Gladstone. And remember that but for 2 world wars, men like Lloyd George and Winston Churchill would in all probability have never been Prime Ministers. Some years back, I was invited to give a lecture at Eton, and when I asked my hosts whether they could give me any advice as to how I should address the boys, the reply was, "Don't be brilliant." Comment is superfluous. Such are our conclusions, and they are difficult to swallow for Frenchmen, disciples of Descartes, who still believe in the virtue of reason. The Englishman, on the other hand, gladly proclaims the inadequacy of reason, and he does it with a sort of satisfied irony, which, I must confess, annoys me a little. I should feel inclined to call it sadistic if there was anything whatsoever unwholesome or pernicious in his makeup. But perhaps, after all, it is not intelligence which he rejects, not reason, but our particular form of intelligence and reason. No one has put this point of view better than Sir Austin Chamberlain, a man who embodied the best qualities of his country. Speaking in the House of Commons on the 24th of March, 1925, he declared, "I profoundly distrust logic when applied to politics, and all English history justifies me. Why is it that, as contrasted with other nations, ours has been a peaceful and not a violent development? Why is it that, great as have been the changes that have taken place in this country, we have had none of those several sudden revolutions and reactions for the last 300 years that have so frequently affected more logically minded nations than ourselves? Is it because instinct and experience alike teach us that human nature is not logical, and it is unwise to treat political institutions as instruments of logic, and that it is in wisely refraining from pressing conclusions to their logical end that the path of peaceful development and true reform is really found? This deliberate absence of method is itself a method. We'll muddle through somehow, says the Englishman with complacency. And he doesn't just mean in the least what the Frenchman means when he says, Je me débrouillerai. He does not mean that he will extricate himself from a difficult situation by his own ingenuity, which is what the Frenchman means. No, he means that he will flounder around, trusting that he will emerge somehow or other. He doesn't know how. Constant success in the end over a period of several centuries has brought him to believe that he succeeds by his defect, every bit as by his qualities, and this accounts for the complacency with which he refuses to better his ways. The system worked well so long as the country was rich and could afford a good many faults. But now that the margin has become so very much narrower, wouldn't it perhaps be better to give reason a chance? What lessons could be drawn from this attitude in our relations with our English friends if only we realised that they all think like Sir Austin Chamberlain? When we try to reason with them and to convince them with arguments which seem irrefutable to us, we get the impression that we are talking into empty space, and yet at the same time that we are up against a brick wall. The reason is that they take up their position in discussion on a different ground, or rather on another plane. No argument can shift them. A highly placed Englishman, who has often negotiated on behalf of his government with Frenchmen at international conferences, explained his system of defense against them. Invariably, the moment arrives, and very often it arrives quickly, when the French representative says to me, "But at least, sir, you'll admit that 2 and 2 make 4? To which I immediately reply, no. And then the really practical talk begins. Thus, when we negotiate with the English, we should never bargain. They only regard us as hagglers, and themselves lose all standards of judgment with regard to their opposite numbers. The right attitude to adopt is to state our position and stand by it. It will not even be necessary to explain why. Such firmness will arouse their respect, and we shall get more that way than by the most cogent arguments. And when all's said and done, I cannot help admiring that rock-like attitude which refuses to budge. The Englishman says he is stupid. How convenient it would be, and I say it would, with the basest envy, to throw off all the trammels of logic and to manoeuvre light-heartedly, even irresponsibly, in the maze of contradictions. Lord Curzon, a former Viceroy of India, once used the proud formula, "Government goes by personality," and in fact it is thanks to force of character that English tenacity so often has the last word. With this we find ourselves back to the essential thing, that is, moral strength. Here the Englishman reveals himself unquestionably influenced by his Protestant background, that is to say, from the moral point of view. I would not say much from the intellectual point of view. He is an individual. For him, religion and conduct are personal affairs, not necessarily requiring any benefit of clergy in the Roman Catholic sense of the term. He considers himself personally responsible for his actions and for his own behavior. He feels no need for absolution because it is within himself, with his own conscience, and he must settle his own affairs. This silent sense of duty is one of the most outstanding features of the English character. An Englishman who does his work well asks neither for praise nor encouragement from his superiors. He might even feel inclined to consider such intervention in a sphere which concerns no one but himself as an indiscretion, even if it were a question of praise. It was my duty to do it, and I have done it. That is all. It is a matter of my honour, and with any compliments which you may address to me will add nothing to my satisfaction at having merely done something to it. Having merely done something, it was my duty to do. There is no vanity here. It is a quite specific national form of honour. We must add that this conscience in work is made easy for the Englishman by the fact that he obeys readily and willingly, and that he likes to feel himself part and parcel of a discipline in which his own action is already laid down for him. This is not servility, and there is not the slightest feeling of subjection, but a pride in doing a recognized duty which involves no sacrifice of dignity whatsoever. Discipline in liberty, that is beyond question one of the finest English achievements. The inspiration behind it is in this case Protestant. Nevertheless, England has not turned her back altogether on Catholicism. Although she has broken with Rome, she claims in the wider sense to have remained Catholic. By temperament and tradition, the Anglican, though not the nonconformist, loves ritual, and in consequence he feels a very real attraction for Catholic ceremonies. That is, the secret of Catholicizing tendencies of the High Church. Does this mean that, having come to the end of its logic, it will return to the papal fold? No, because the Pope is regarded in England as a foreign sovereign, and worse than that, as an Italian sovereign. Truly insular, the Englishman likes to think himself Catholic in the universal sense of the term, but he is not prepared to accept the jurisdiction, even in spiritual matters, of an authority which is not national. With this, we have come back again to that insularity which so profoundly reflects the claim of every Englishman for independence both at home and abroad. The Englishman is a true liberal. He does not impose his ways on others, but he wants to be left in peace to himself. His private life must be respected, and no one has any right to interfere. This liberalism, moreover, is curiously tinged with indifference, even with egoism. But that, after all, is perhaps the best guarantee of its maintenance. He respects your liberty, but that is also perhaps because he is so very little interested in you. Let everyone lead his own life. There is something not altogether civilized about it, and one can say of these people that, charitable as they are, capable as they are of apostleship, they are less civilized than we are. The community of mankind, the solidarity of other men, means much less to them. Some people believe that they are contemptuous of others. I am not so sure of that, but nevertheless I feel a trace of discomfort when I draw the line between this respect for the liberty of others, which is their own liberty, and the absence of all interest, verging on disdain, in what other people think or do in life. The legendary Englishman who says wogs begin at Calais may the legendary Englishman who says wogs begin at Calais may think he is being merely funny, but I am sorry. It did make me laugh, to be fair, but I am not so sure there isn't something more in that joke. The Englishman is not personally proud, but he is nationally proud, and he certainly thinks himself of another strain than the natives who constitute the rest of mankind. And if anyone presumes to say that the English are God's own people, he will not readily contradict. From this desire to remain distinct arises an inexpressible distrust of everything which is not English, and it is a distrust which applies to Latins in particular amongst all foreigners. The Englishman admires the Frenchman for his intelligence and for his brilliant sense of the artistic and for his capacity for thought, but morally he rarely, if ever, has any confidence in him. We find, this is your cheese-eating surrender monkeys talk, right? We even find, particularly amongst the most insular of Englishmen, amongst those, and after all, they are the great majority, who have never left the shores of England, an unwillingness when it is a question of collaborating with us. And if they finally do decide to collaborate, their agreement has a certain air of complicity. I mean, he's basically saying that Brexit was absolutely inevitable here. I'm not sure I entirely disagree with him either. A story, apocryphal perhaps, once told me it is not entirely without a point. At a criminal trial, a young Londoner was called to give evidence of the character of the accused. Has anything ever come to your knowledge to suggest that the accused is anything but a respectable person? She was asked. No, she replied. And then, after a moment's hesitation, she added, though I do believe he was brought up in Paris. For yes, though I do believe he was brought up in Paris. For one witness at least, that was obviously not a recommendation. The Englishman, so individual in matters of moral responsibility, is nevertheless not an individual in all aspects of individuality. And in any case, he is not a real individual in a Latin sense, which involves the independence of critical spirit and the insistence that each man should form his own opinion by means of his reasoning faculties. There is no doubt, of course, that the Englishman is just as capable as the Frenchman of freely and reasonably forming his own opinions on things. But in practice, he willingly accepts the opinions of his leaders, that his leaders place before him. Once the leader of the party has spoken in England, the mass of its members experience no difficulty whatsoever in accepting his views, and that is probably the secret of that admirable discipline which is the strength of the British parliamentary regime. It is also one of the sources of that civic sense and that devotion to which public affairs, by virtue of which everyone, while still maintaining his own reserve, feels it his duty to take his place in the community and play his part in social life. This fact explains why the Englishman, so efficient when he is part of a smooth-running organization, is so at a loss when he is expected to extricate himself from a difficult situation on his own. C'est dérouiller, to use an expression which is rather too popular in France, to shift for himself. In times of crisis, the Latin, the Mediterranean, finds himself possessed of a highly valuable superiority. Each man reaches his goal in his own way and with the methods best suited to himself. Two conceptions of social life, two ways of looking at the problems of labor, responsibility, and efficiency face each other. You can get the most out of an Englishman by appealing to his sense of duty. Where a Latin is concerned, you must appeal to his self-respect. It has been said that the Nordic is the superior being. I do not believe it to be the case in all cases. He says, I do not believe that it is so in all cases. The English contribution to our Western civilization is outstanding. It is at least as great as our own, but it is so different that at first sight one is astonished that we should have been classed as being belonging to the same big European family. Of all the civilized people, the English are, both by their responsiveness and their methods, the closest to nature. In his insistent desire to define, analyze, and classify nature, the Frenchman often runs the danger of distorting her features, of attributing a logical raison d'etre to her, which he does not in fact possess. The American, whilst claiming to speed up her rhythm artificially, fails to recognize certain deep-seated laws of natural development, and it is perhaps as a result of this oversight that his civilization will ultimately perish. John Bull has the feeling for nature and an instinctive knowledge of her laws. He developed, works, acts, and thinks in sympathy with her as though he were part of her, and he is not ignorant of the fact that the law of life embraces imperfections. His attitude is one of adaptation and a certain humility. And this results in an approach to problems which is specifically English. Nature non nisi parento imparator, wrote Bacon. One can master nature only by obeying her laws. Bacon was an Englishman. His fellow countrymen, as much and naturally his disciples as we are disciples of Descartes, are in fact never arrogant towards nature or things. I will not say that they are deferential either. Perhaps it would be better to simply say that they are natural. This attitude comes all the more easily to them because they must be classed amongst the ingenious. Sorry, they must be classed among the ingenious rather than amongst the perfidious. If there is such a thing as perfidious Albion, it is, as we shall see later, only in certain very definite circumstances and to some extent when they are defending their lives, which does not mean that there is no such thing. And here I find myself again at the question of age. Just a little while ago, I find myself again at the question of insularity. From certain aspects, the Englishman stays 15 years old all his life. He is young, as young animals are young, and in his everyday affairs he displays in consequence quite a charming naivety, a truly intimidable simplicity. And by contrast, our cold glance, which sees clearly and is, above all, well content to see clearly, begins to seem cynical. It is in his love of animals that this perpetual adolescent most perfectly expresses and even surpasses himself. I really believe he prefers them to his fellow human beings. A few years ago, I read in the columns of the Times, if you please, the following letter addressed to the editor. Sir, I noted 2 butterflies in my garden yesterday. This is 2 weeks earlier than usual at this time of year. The great organ of the city, as it is called, considered these few lines about the early butterflies worthy of space. I mentioned this letter in my lecture I delivered on the English, and one of the listeners drew my attention to another letter sent to the editor of the Times by a well-known personality in Oxford. Sir, as this is Safety First week here is an incident which I think may be of interest to your readers. When I was driving back to Oxford this afternoon, I saw a dog crossing the road in front of my car. I slowed down and sounded my horn. The dog stopped, wagged its tail, and went back. As I passed him, he stood on the pavement and watched me, expressing his thanks by a friendly wagging of his tail. And the White Book published by the Foreign Office after the rapture with Hitler contains an analogous passage which is particularly significant because it appears in an official document. The British ambassador in Berlin advises his minister that he repatriated under satisfactory conditions the personnel of his embassy, consisting of 13 men, 5 women, and 2 dogs. Was that supposed to be humorous? Were the precise details of the evacuation of such a nature as to interest the Foreign Secretary? I don't know, but at least it is quite certain that a people who can talk in this fashion about the humbler brethren of the animal world cannot be an evil people. This decency, this simplicity, this initial confidence represent the basis for those solutions which make up English life. They explain very well, indeed, that there is original and unique what there is original and unique in English science and literature. I do not believe there are any better observers of nature than the English. They know how to observe before jumping to conclusions, and without finding themselves necessarily obliged to draw conclusions at all. They are wise, and better still, they love what they observe more than they love themselves, and in such a fashion that self-effacement is not difficult for them. One gets the impression that they worship not only the animals they watch with such passionate attention, but also the trees and the stones, all that mineral kingdom we are accustomed to class as inanimate, though in the eyes of these poets it is most assuredly not inanimate. Their literature, particularly when it deals with psychology, bears an analogous stamp. They observe men with patience, in great detail and in good faith, as though they were studying natural history, and not in the manner of the French, with the arrière-pensée of turning a novel into a classic tragedy. In this way, they have assembled an untold wealth of evidence which represents the archives of civilization. An author may occasionally permit himself to intervene with humour, or perhaps even as a polemicist, but he almost always resists the temptation to improve what nature created before him. It is above all in business and in politics that the contribution of England is inseparable from the very development of our civilization. The English did not invent the credit system, but they have practiced it better than any other people. In their conception, it is a reflection of the confidence an honest man deserves, and his word is worth all the signatures imaginable. This mutual confidence, which exists between people living together on the same island, is certainly the social trait the stranger finds most striking. In England, unlike other countries, it is distrust which is exceptional, and the whole balance of relationships between individuals and groups is based on the assurance that there will be no deception. The conception of the gentleman is based on the same principle. It is the translation to the social and fashionable world of honnête homme, but there is a nuance. There is less accent on good nature than on good manners, and that, at the same time, there is a moral obligation on the upper class. In this country of conformism, a gentleman is one who knows how to behave himself in all circumstances, who dresses properly and at the proper time, and who seeks to remain this side of perfection, which might cause him to be taken for a professional. Care, never extreme care, says Brummel. But a gentleman is also one who preserves his moral dignity. A gentleman is also one who preserves his moral dignity intact, and one therefore on whom the world can rely. I do not think that England has produced a nobler or more essentially national conception than that. Let me confess that the gentleman has sometimes made me very impatient because of his only two obvious limitations, and in particular because of the excessive readiness with which he accepts them. However, when one has made the acquaintance of so many ill-bred and morally irresponsible fellows throughout the world, and we have all known how frequent the type is, one returns again and again to the gentleman as to an incomparable haven of moral reliability. And in politics, and for the same reason, England has solved problems that have puzzled all other countries. She has taught us and proved her lesson by practical example that liberty and authority are not contradictory terms, that one can obey the laws of the land without sacrificing one's dignity, that liberty does not necessarily mean license or authority tyranny. As has often been pointed out, we are dealing here with a Calvinist conception of society, and it has very little relation to what we call power in the sense of the Roman imperium. The government is not a transcendent authority which opposes its will on the community, but merely an expression of the communal interest, a sort of delegation of community power. The community seeks to administer its affairs as simply as would an individual or a group of individuals. Thus, the administration of public affairs does not involve that kind of august or sinister mystery which derives in our country not from the mandate of the governed, but from the raison d'etre. This raison d'etre exists in England too, but in foreign policy only, where it is a question of preserving the national interests. As remote but authentic disciples of Calvin, the English sincerely believe the moral law should extend even into the domain of politics. However, a man must live, and unfortunately the laws of life do not always run parallel with such an ideal. Luther found a realist solution for that problem, but the English, less courageous, are content with what Casamain has called the doctrine of implicit delegation. A British statesman will seek to observe the moral laws in his political actions, but if he finds it humanly impossible, and if the interests of the nation demand it, then an implicit delegation authorizes him to transgress them. Wordlessly, the cloak of Noah is placed around his shoulders. Yet, yes, it is hypocritical, of course, but do you really prefer the cynicism of Bismarck? The world of the 19th century was made habitable thanks to England. Rejuvenated by the practice of free trade, it was thanks to England that stable and complementary relations were established between the various continents. To go out into the world before 1914 was to enter at once into a sort of international commercial republic which existed under the British aegis and in which British methods prevailed. Strangers benefited just as much as British subjects from the principle of fair play, and all whites enjoyed the benefits of Pax Britannica on the simple condition that they recognized and obeyed the rules. In this way, England taught the world a lesson in liberty, but alas, it was one which the world did not grasp. In this respect, the 20th century lags behind the 19th, and the English, tired of being wise on their own, have themselves returned to the same doctrines of protectionism and state control whose abandonment led to their greatness. However, they have remained faithful to the idea of liberty of the individual in society. Well, that may have been true in 1952, I don't know about now. And they are temporarily hostile to persecution and arbitrariness. Even war has not succeeded in turning them away from an age-old tradition, so firmly are they persuaded that liberty is the source of riches and power. Unfortunately, all the deep-seated tendencies of the present century seem to face in a different direction, and yet we feel clearly ourselves, in our heart of hearts, that withdraw ourselves from the English ideal in this respect is to withdraw ourselves from civilization. Today, the English system has been largely abandoned and forced on the defensive, and in defending itself, England has come to adopt measures and even doctrines which contradict their whole liberal tradition. How is England to adapt itself to the completely new conditions of the industrial production and exchange, and to the new role of the state in an egalitarian age? And can she, in fact, adapt herself? No. In the 19th century, the Englishman succeeded thanks to outstanding qualities which he alone possessed in that period. But at the same time, we must not overlook the fact that he has also succeeded because he has enjoyed a quasi-monopoly of coal and industry in the age of the steam engine, and because his position was reinforced by the possession of accumulated riches which were enormous for that day. He believed himself to be operating under conditions of free competition, but actually the atmosphere was one of international privilege. His beloved system of muddling through therefore worked. Today, margins have become very much narrower, and such primitive devices are no longer appropriate to the situation. What he's saying is muddling through does not work in the managerial age, is what he's saying. Today, there is open competition, and whoever wants to keep his end up can only hope to do so by superior technique and by harder work. To understand the astonishing success of the English regime in former days, it should be noted that whilst its institutions were authentically democratic, it remained until quite recently aristocratic in practice. The elector was sovereign in his choice, but he usually chose to delegate his power to representatives of the nobility, wealth, and tradition, with the result that English democracy functioned more or less like an aristocracy. The First World War did not greatly change that state of affairs, but the Second World War brought about a real revolution. The people have become equalitarian in outlook, convinced that having contributed to victory, they now had the right to contribute to post-war recovery and to share in all its benefits. The country is no longer governed today by men who were educated in the great public schools and taught to uphold the aristocratic tradition, but by men of the people, leaders of trade unions, former minor officials, and so on. The change is total, and the only question now is whether these new rulers will be assimilated into the ancient elite, educated and absorbed by it, as the rising industrialists of the 19th century were integrated with the landed nobility of the past. The question is topical, but we are not yet in a position to answer it. And we do know that England has always shown itself able, to use a biblical expression, to put new wine into old bottles. All right, extremely interesting analysis from Sigfried. I look forward to the comments on this one. At times, I thought he was a bit harsh from his friend's perspective, but on the whole, I do very much recognize the picture that he's painting, certainly of the country I grew up in, although the extent to which it is still true in 2025, well, that's a question to be asked. All right, hope you join me again next week when we move on to German discipline. That ought to be fun. And yeah, I'm enjoying this series. Promo code Mandy gets you 25% off all courses, and I will see you again next time. Well, hello everyone. This one should be interesting because we're going to be talking about the Germans. If it's your first time here, I'm reading through this book, this old book by a Frenchman called André Sigfried, The Character of Peoples. It was published in 1952, and we're up to chapter 5. Just before we get going, I'll remind you, you can buy courses at the academic agency. The bestseller there is the Trivium. Latest course is Foundations of Shakespeare. I've written 5 books on Shakespeare in my time. Buy it now. So, without further ado, the chapter is called German Discipline. Let's see what Sigfried has to say. This should be interesting, fun, to say the least. He says, whether we like it or not, Germany is one of the essential parts of the European system, and she has had more influence in its modern development than any other country. She is essentially continental, and she has contact with Eastern Europe, which we, by we he means French of course, do not possess. All the more so because, as we shall shortly point out, she is very greatly penetrated by Slav elements. She is authentically European, but can we say that she is integrally Western? Ooh, interesting angle so far, Sigfried. Many Germans aren't going to like this, but let's see where it goes. It is always a difficult matter to study Germany because behind an apparently rigid structure, she is a country of indecision and perpetual change. She is a passive country, prepared to accept any new savior, and despite her passion for orderliness, she is fundamentally a revolutionary country. These characteristics have been exaggerated by her recent history, a series of upheavals culminating in a disaster comparable to an earthquake, which has rendered the previous scene unrecognizable. How much of the old Germany is left in the present regime, a regime difficult to define because it is neither a political nor a territorial structure, neither an urban or industrial economy, or a coherent ensemble of foreign relations. What still remains is the German people themselves. They have been hurled into a terrible crucible, but they are still very numerous and still with us. A striking thing about German territory is its lack of geographical individuality. In fact, properly speaking, there is no Germany from this standpoint. There is no geographical framework, no natural frontiers. It is difficult to know where the country begins and where it ends. On the other hand, there is a German people which, in such circumstances, neither knows nor is prepared to recognize frontiers. German unity does not reside in the bond which attaches the German people to a certain territory, as is the case in France, but in the consciousness of being, or the desire to be, a race with its own tongue, its own culture, and a sense of its own unity. Its perpetual tendency to spill over into the territory of others renders it a permanent danger to its neighbors. And, I mean, say what you want. If you're French, you can understand why he's saying this, given what they had just lived through. Anyway, let's carry on. And from this, a problem arises for Europe, which has not been resolved even now, because at the heart of Europe, there is a Germany which sometimes invades and is sometimes invaded, a country which is both malleable and aggressive, a country without which, and this is quite obvious, no lasting continental political structure is possible. Germany is divided into 3 natural regions determined by geology and climate, and by that more subtle factor, orientation. There is the Rhenish Germany, a mountainous and geographically complicated central and south Germany, and finally the Germany of the great glacial plains of the north and the east. The atmosphere of the first is to some extent Austrasian, and of the second Swiss or Austrian, whilst the third announces the remote presence of Russia. Now, the fundamental division in Germany is less between the north and the south, as is generally believed, than between the west and the east. The great line of demarcation between the opposing orientations is not the traditional Main, but the Elbe. Two slopes now become visible, and in the Reich itself, two axes. The Rhenish axis, together with South Germany, which is essentially Central European with strong Western tendencies, and the Berlin axis of the Great German Plains, which belongs rather to Eastern Europe than to Central Europe, properly so called, which is instantly and insidiously penetrated by Eastern influences, not from the Levantine or the Mediterranean East, but from the Slav or the Russian land mass to the east. It is from this standpoint, I think, that we can best understand the German psychology. For Frenchmen, the Rhine Valley is still familiar, and they do not feel strangers there. At Cologne, in the Palatinate and the Black Forest, nature remains familiar to them. The trees and woods are much the same as in France. The general atmosphere is similar. It is even the same climate, though definitely more continental. Through this atmosphere, Rhenish Germany, with her close relation to the Alsace, Alsace, Switzerland, and Austria, is also related to a number of our own provinces in the east, for instance, Lorraine and Franche-Comté, and I should even be tempted to include Burgundy and perhaps Savoy. From Auxerre, a subtle shade in the air suggests that the traveller has left the Atlantic countries behind him and is now approaching a new part of the continent. And in fact, there is a Central Europe next to the sister to Eastern Europe. Its axis passes through the Rhineland and Switzerland, and its personality extends to the east to Vienna, and in the west to France, and certain remote traces are observable even in Lombardy. Political frontiers do not prevent the existence of a unit of civilization which extends beyond them, and coming from the Alsace, I can remember being conscious of its reality even as a child. The term Central Europe, associated with the idea of a time belt, evokes a whole geographical and social atmosphere, a way of life, thought, and emotional habits. To understand its intimate meaning is to understand Western Germany. By its tradition of civilization, it is one of the most essentially European regions of the whole continent. In this respect, Rhenish Germany, together with South Germany, is an integral part of Western civilization, which it expresses and represents in the same way as France, England, and Italy. Here, too, the Roman influence appears as a decisive factor. It held sway not only on the left bank of the Rhine and the right bank of the Danube, the limits of the empire, but also in the zone of military occupation and defense from the right bank of the Rhine to the Danube. Wherever Rome ruled, she has left indelible traces of her presence. The family, property, the government, the individual are not the same there as they live in other places amongst people who have never lived under Pax Romana. It can be seen clearly in the Rhine Valley, Württemberg and Baden, by contrast with the Prussian provinces in the east. It was approximately over this area that the French Revolution brought a wind from the west. Even today, one finds a conception of democracy in these parts, which is akin to our own, and an idea of the individual and of property, which is Western in more than one respect. A German from the west, and still more a German from the southwest, understands France and the French spirit better than the Saxon or the Prussian. If I seek to find what characterizes this Austrasia, it seems to me that it is to be found in a better organization of comfort, in what the Germans call civilization as distinct from culture. And I think that's a reference to the demarcation that Spengler makes, civilization and culture with a K. Let us say material civilization. In respect to social amenities, town life and material progress, of course, I am talking about the period prior to the recent catastrophe. These districts were more advanced than either France or England. It was there that one felt that sentiment of well-being, that warmth of intimate life before a cozy fire, which the Germans describe with a word which is untranslatable into other languages, probably because the thing described hardly exists elsewhere. And my gosh, friend, if you thought my French was bad, right, I'm going to give it a go. The word he's talking about is Gemütlichkeit. 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 Maybe I'll be better at the German. Let's see. There is more spiritual urbanity in France, a greater refinement in social life, but one must go east before the war and to Switzerland even today and find the highest level of material comfort achieved in Europe. The atmosphere in East Germany, whose frontier can be placed approximately on the Elbe or even the Teutoburg forest, is quite different. When the Paris-Berlin Express on the Cologne-Ruhr route passes through the gates of Westphalia, which the Reich has marked with two giant statues of Bismarck and Wilhelm II, the traveller enters suddenly and without perceptible transition into that immense plain of glacial formation which stretches without interruption to Russia and beyond to Siberia. Is that gate still there? Is there two actual massive statues of Bismarck and Wilhelm? I'd love to see them if they're still there. Anyway, I'm sure somebody will tell me in the comments. The country which begins there was never dominated by the Romans. And at that point, we leave the Western Europe, which is so familiar to us, to enter into a new zone. I am almost tempted to say to enter into a new continent. Of course, it is still Central Europe, but one suddenly has the impression of having just crossed a frontier into the Asia of steppes and forests, immense and monotonous, flat and melancholy. The land is poor, and the sand is the colour of ashes. There are very many coppices of firs, which might remind one occasionally of our landies, but for the fact that the sky remains unchangingly cold and miserable. After the luxuriant growth of the Rhineland, one enters into silence and emptiness, into an area in which the influence of civilization has not succeeded in humanizing nature. There is still something wild in the countryside which pleases the romanticism of the Germans, brings man nearer to the elemental forces of nature, and reminds one, curious resemblance, of certain similar North American plains. As in some other continents, man's victory over nature seems superficial here, a victory which must be continually renewed, and there is an impression of constant struggle. In Western Europe, it does not even occur to man that his victory over nature might not be final. It is perhaps that perfect confidence which primarily characterizes our Europe. The countryside of France, for example, has been transformed by the age-old labors of man until today it looks more like a garden. In northeast of Germany, it is very different. Geographically, the area is nothing but a march of the west. But nevertheless, I mean, I have to be honest, as he's describing this, my mind is going to so many like 60s horror movies I saw set in this kind of area, it's just my mind is going to these things. But nevertheless, the West is authentically there, or at least it was before Yalta and before the Iron Curtain was clamped down. From time to time, the traveler meets it in the form of magnificent towns, aggressively modern, towns which seem to have been stamped out of the earth and to stand there fully equipped in the surrounding emptiness. There is powerful and methodical building on a mass scale and with mass methods which reminds one irresistibly of the rapid growth of American towns. But here it proceeds with all the rigor of Prussian authoritative control, deliberate and implacable. It is above all in Berlin, whose titanic ruins now rise impressively amidst the silence of a countryside of dunes, lakes, and forests, that one can grasp better than elsewhere the significance of an achievement which is not spontaneous, but it is an affirmation of the West in a countryside which is geographically no longer Western. Here is undoubtedly one of the essential causes of the difference between Prussian Germany and France. We French do not realize to what extent we have become civilized human beings. By that I mean to what extent we have lost touch with nature herself in the process of our adaptation. The Germans have preserved that contact with nature, and it has exercised an enormous influence on their minds. A few miles out of Berlin, there are forests which are much more closely related to the forests of Russia than to ours. The limitless ocean of the eastern plains is close at hand there. One can feel its nearness, its very presence in the air, just as our western departments, one can feel the presence of the Atlantic even when we cannot see it. And that liberation of the spirit of man, which our imagination seeks towards the west, because there is a great space of the ocean, the Germans are tempted to seek towards the east in the immensity of the Russian space, in which National Socialist expansionism thought to find a free path. Let us make no mistake, the profound attraction exercised on Germany lies in the east and not in the west. What the frontier meant for so long to the Americans in their drive forward to the Pacific is evoked, or was evoked, for the Germans by its equivalent in that ocean of still amorphous territories which begin at their gates and which they plan to discipline and exploit. In considering Germany, we should never leave the map of Rome's domination out of the account. And there is a second map which is no less significant when considering in particular the country east of the Elbe, and that is a map of Christianity's progress. It shows us that the Christian conquest reached the Rhine in the 5th century and the Elbe in the 9th century. The area between the Elbe and Russia was Christianized between the 9th and the 12th centuries, though East Prussia and the Baltic countries did not become Christian until the 12th and the 14th centuries. That's pretty late, I have to say. From this one, we can see how relatively recent the Christianization of Germany was east of the Elbe, and in particular east of the Oder. It was here that the German spirit possessed a font of youth, which France, Romanized and Christianized for almost 2,000 years, did not possess. The historic past of France might be compared to a deep ocean, and that of East Prussia to a shallow lake. Wickham Steed once told me, in talking to two Californians, he had asked them what was the oldest historical memory which was alive for them, and after some consultation, the two Californians had replied that it was the McKinley Tariff of 1890. During a lecture I delivered in Berlin in 1930, I quoted that story, and the astonishing reply, almost frightening for Europeans, as typical of the American historical outlook. But after the lecture, one of my listeners came up to me and told me I was mistaken if I supposed that the reaction of my German audience to that story would be similar to my own. Berlin's own historic past was relatively short, he explained, and in more than one respect the Berliners felt rather as the Californians did in my story. From this viewpoint, the character of the German state appears in a new light, and that applies also to what Germany has done or tried to do in Central and Eastern Europe. The historic role of Germany in these fundamentally barbarian regions, which are drawn to the east rather than to the west, has been to establish a Western order. The Austro-Hungarian Empire carried out a similar program in the Balkans, with, in the circumstances, some degree of success. Germany actually pushed forward the limits of the West, but in the end she failed, and she failed because she interpreted her action as a sort of colonization and exploitation based on her own supposedly imminent superiority. The conquest was made for Europe, but the conquerors themselves fell victim to some extent to the attraction of the conquered East. While Central Europe was buttressed both in the East and in the West by regions which shared its destiny, it played the role of an axis on which continental equilibrium was based. But the tide has again swept in from Asia, covering the zone conquered by the West, so that today Central Europe is a frontier area. It is quite clear that in this changed situation, Central Europe cannot play its former role in our disturbed Europe. But the astonishing thing is that a situation like this, which seems so new, is in reality very old. The eastern limits, I'm noticing the ghost of Mackinder yet again creeping over the analysis here. It's funny how often this situation keeps on coming up, isn't it? The eastern limits of the Anglo-American occupation today are approximately the same as the limits of the former empire of Charlemagne. No people has ever talked more about race than the Germans, but in fact, this people of racialists does not represent an ethnic unity at all, and one can readily distinguish at least three different races in its makeup: the Teutons, the Alpine, and the Slavs. I have to say that the mid-century Germans were well aware of this. I read some of their youth material once that they gave out in the mid-30s, and it was all about the Teutons, the Alpines, the Slavs, blah blah blah. They organized them hierarchically, I seem to recall. But anyway, the Germanic element represents the fundamental basis of the population, and, if one may say so, its essence. It descends from the Germanic elements of the Roman invasion: Franks, Burgundians, and the Alemanni, who formed the first curtain to the east. Then to the north and in the centre came the Saxons, the Goths, and the Vandals. Behind them were the Slavs, and then in Russia the Huns and other Mongolian tribes. If we go back to the eve of the last war, before the terrible racial mix-up which resulted from it, we still find the same order going from west to east: Teutons, Alpines, Slavs, and Tatars. The truly Germanic populations are chiefly found grouped in compact masses to the northwest between the Elbe, Thuringia, and the North Sea. Here is the real home of the race that is called Nordic, and which includes Scandinavia, the Anglo-Saxon parts of England, and outside Europe of the United States. Germanic racial characteristics do not appear to have changed much since the days of the Romans. To judge by the description given by Tacitus, they are dolichocephalic, tall and well built, with fair or reddish hair, blue eyes, and a light complexion. Gobineau launched the doctrine of their superiority, a doctrine which, incidentally, corresponds to the idea held by the Germans and, in general, by the conscious Anglo-Saxons of their own value and of the role they are called upon to play in the world. According to Gobineau's thesis, the Nordic is not necessarily more intelligent than the Slav or the Latin, but he is superior to them in character and reliability in that which is called a sense of leadership, and that is to say, the ability to command and dominate. And again, I have to say, from that literature that was given out to the youth in the 1930s, all of this stuff is in there, right? They talk about how the Nordic is good for leadership positions and to give command and things like that. whereas the Slav is fit only for lower roles and things like this. Okay, it's in their literature. The Germans consider themselves quite sincerely and even a little ingenuously to be a superior race, and they compare themselves proudly with the degenerate Latins on the one hand and the inferior Slavs on the other, and their hegemony over the latter seems to them a matter of course, almost a statutory phenomenon. There is a second kind of German who is not in fact Germanic at all, but Alpine, sometimes called Celt, and to the south of the Thuringian forest he inhabits Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden. These Germans are brachycephalic, dark-haired and dark-complexioned, and of medium height, and their stature grows less as one goes farther to the southwest. They are related to the Austrians and the Swiss and the inhabitants of our Auvergne. In traveling through Germany, one is struck by the great number of people who are manifestly not of Nordic origin. However, these people also share in the general Germanic pride, although from the ethnic point of view, they have no right to do so. And again, I will just say all of this is in the mid-century German literature. They talk about the Alpines being darker and still being Germanic, and in fact, they even include the semi-Slav, as they call it, as being a proper German as well. So I mean, none of this stuff that Sigfried is saying is made up, is what I'm saying. As a kind of diss on Germans, comes out of their own literature. And a very important point, the German is also much more Slav than is generally believed. Between AD 400 and 700, the Slavs invaded the whole of Eastern Germany up to the Elbe. Thus, the population of Central and East Prussia, Silesia, and Saxony are mixed with Slavs, Borussians, and in East Prussia, Leks, Poland, Wends to the east of Berlin, and Suburbians, that's in Saxony. It was only in the Middle Ages that this non-Germanic area was conquered by the Germans. The armed agents of this grand reconquest were the so-called Teutonic Knights, who established the marches. It was in this way that the Borussians, Christianized pagans, became Prussians. Earlier on, we discussed the spirit and the character of this policy. Even the appearance of the countryside was transformed as though by a powerful stamp. Crossing the frontier, which marked the limits of the Prussian administration, no more than a few yards penetration, was necessary for the traveller to feel that he had entered into another century and another civilization. But that was before the last war. Today, a countertide is sweeping away those old established traces. It was there the West ended, but the presence of the Slavs was still latent. The conquerors themselves were affected in Silesia, in Prussia, and even as far as Saxony. It reveals itself even today in the frequency of the names ending in its or au. The psychology of the Germans is itself affected. What a fugitive suppleness can sometimes be met with under the outward rigidity of the Berliner, and how much the accent of the Prussian-speaking French resembles the Polish or the Russian accent, and how much vacillation there is under the deceptive rigidity. One has the impression that this Eastern Germany is a Germanic superstructure built on piles driven into a Slav marshland. Nor does the Eastern influence end there, because there are the Jews to be considered as well, even after the mass persecutions of the Hitler regime. Two waves can be readily distinguished. The first was that of the largely westernized Jews of the 19th century, that is, the Jews of Frankfurt on Main, in particular, leading financiers, part and parcel of the European economic system, and the Jews of Berlin also, admitted into the official circles of the empire, whose numbers greatly increased in the capital after 1871. By 1895, the witty Berliners were calling the famous Belvertrazy, with its fine residences, which runs from Potsdamer Platz to Tiergarten, the Bell-Levy-Strasse. I see. The role played by Jewish financiers in the financial operations of the Bismarckian regime is well known. After the First World War, a new Jewish wave spread over Germany, concentrating mainly on Berlin. This time the stock was more exotic and less touched by Western influences. It was something like the Jewish invasion of New York. An interesting point to note was that these newcomers, who became very influential under the Weimar regime, did not limit themselves, like their predecessors, to finance. They were found chiefly where business, artistic, and intellectual affairs overlapped. The newspapers, the theatre, the cinema, art dealing, medicine, and the law tended to become more and more their preserves. Thanks to this insidious intervention, which extended from the artistic avant-garde to financial advertising and communist propaganda, a subtle Soviet influence was, so to speak, projected into the German capital, which displayed certain non-Western traits, serendipitously Russian in a curious fashion. Post-war, First World War Berlin was often compared to New York, and superficially, there was something to be said for the comparison. Perhaps it represented just as much a stage towards Bolshevik Russia. That would have been truer still of a filter town like Breslau, now razed to the ground, where the immigrant Jew first accustomed himself to German life. The German capital, outwardly aggressively Western, concealed within itself, largely on account of the Jews, insidious Eastern influences. I think he's saying that this new influx probably came from Russia, that they were Russian Jews. These circumstances led to the terrible persecution of the Jews under Hitler. German territory, Jewish influences have been ploughed up to an incredible depth, but even today it is impossible to ignore the Jewish ferment in the German makeup. Bismarck himself noted it, and not merely to deplore it. And this is a quote from Bismarck. In mixing with certain German races, the Jews have contributed a mousseau, which is not to be despised, said Bismarck. The French, who have no spontaneous feelings for things Jewish because they lack intimate contact with the Jews, often make the mistake of regarding certain traits which are really fundamentally Israelitic as being of Germanic origin. A German Jew is not altogether like other Germans, even when he has adapted himself to the point of being hyper-German. He continues to think, feel, and express himself according to his own racial genius. The style, the rhythm of his speech, the thread of his reasoning are all different, and he possesses a certain denationalized clarity, which, it seems to me, makes him all the more intelligible to us. This is true, for instance, of Heinrich Heine, and in our own day, Emil Ludwig. However, the Israelitic element developed in such a fashion in Germany that it ended by becoming a part of the Germanic complex, and to such an extent that it is excusable for others to fall into such errors. Thus, the center for gravity of German psychology, whether under the Hohenzollerns or under Weimar, was disputed between the West and the East. The fact that there are now two Germanys with an indescribable admixture of races does not, in my opinion, fundamentally change the situation. Two main conclusions result from these observations of an ethnic character. The first, now what's really interesting here is that in his analysis of the other places, Sigfried leant on geography first and only latterly on ethnic considerations. Here, he basically said, like, it really comes down to the ethnic first before it becomes down to geography. Kind of interesting why this is the case here, but anyway, something to do with the shape of the land and the endless frontier to the east. Anyway, let's continue. He says, two main conclusions result from these observations of an ethnic character. The first is the importance of race in the nation's concept of itself. For us, our nation is a civilization based on a certain territory and on no other. But Germany regards itself as a race rather than a territory. The Germanic destiny is that of the Germans and not of Germany. And this is something that actually Roger Scruton discussed in his very last book. He wrote a book called Where We Are, just after Brexit and just before he died. It's called Where We Are. And he talked about, are we based on geography? Are we based on creed? Or are we based on blood, right? And Scruton's argument was like, Britain has to be built on place, first and foremost, where we are, okay? And Sigfried is basically giving a very similar argument for the French character, is built first and foremost on geography. Kind of interesting, he's saying that the German conception is built on blood, or at least it was when he was writing in 1957. Let's continue. For us, our nation is a civilization built on a certain territory and no other. But Germany regards itself as a race rather than as a territory. The Germanic destiny is that of the Germans and not of Germany. The idea that the French destiny could be that of the Latins, the Celts, or the Franks just does not occur to us. There is something imperialistic in that desire of a race to dominate and organize other races it considers inferior to it. The feeling that all human races are equal, which is so natural to the French, is foreign to the Germanic spirit, and that is perhaps the gravest obstacle to the establishment of a permanently peaceful system in Europe, and particularly in Eastern Europe. If the German had regarded the Slav as on the same plane as himself in the continental hierarchy, then the European problem would have looked very different. The second conclusion is that Germany, which is neither completely Western nor completely Nordic, is in a position to establish contact with Russia in a way which is completely closed to us. Traditionally contiguous with the Russian world, despite the presence of Poland in between, Germany is physically close to the Muscovite atmosphere. It does not astonish her, though, that she has always stood somewhat in awe of her barbarian neighbour. This explains German influence in Petersburg in the time of the Tsars and in Moscow subsequently. Thanks to this long contact, the German knows how to deal with these Easterners in Europe or Westerners in Asia. In addition, he is readily accepted there because it is convenient, not only as a technician, but as a broker, as an agent, and almost as an official. The Tsarist government had innumerable generals, ambassadors, and ministers who were really nothing but Germans. Bismarck, recalling the time he spent at the German embassy in Petersburg, has shown us clearly in his memoirs why this sort of Russian was more efficient than the other. I know that there is no love lost between the Russians and the Germans, and how could it very well be otherwise? But there was always been a sort of obscure complicity between the two countries, arising from the turbid depths of a sort of remote relationship. All of this gives Nord Stream 2 a whole new kind of flavor, doesn't it? Anyway, let's carry on. With such a great abundance of ethnic elements, how did it come about that Germany suffered such a total collapse? It was because there was no fusion, no happy combination of these heterogeneous elements, because each one went his own way, irrespective of the others, thus becoming a factor of disorder and final ruin. The Latin contact joined with German solidarity, resulting in an extraordinary analytical capacity. The Prussian element operated as a marvelous organizational factor, and the Slav element contributed a mystique, but also a lack of all restraint, which finally brought the whole system down into ruins. Each of these aspects, excellent in itself, arose at a place where one least expected it. There was no healthy combination of these elements, but an explosive juxtaposition. We all know Pirandello's piece, 6 Characters in Search of an Author. The characters are all virtually there, but they lack the form on which their real experience depends, and only intervention from outside can give it to them. Such is the case of the German spirit, rich in possibilities, demanding only to express itself, and yet always seeking a form and seeking it outside itself because of an inability to furnish it from within. Whilst France expresses herself perfectly in her civilization, Germany has suffered a succession of saviours, not one of whom proved viable in the end, and has remained perpetually in a state of becoming. Pathological incapacity, we say, but I feel that in their heart of hearts, the Germans secretly prefer this indeterminateness because even at the bottom of the abyss, it leaves open the paths of the future. Two philosophical conceptions and two opposed temperaments separate the French and the Germans, in that the one represent from the static point of view and the other the dynamic view of things. For the Frenchman, the static is that which has been realized and that which has been achieved, but the German regards what has been achieved rather as something which has been finished. It may be perfect, but it is unchangeable, and in his eyes, therefore, it is dead and without interest. The dynamic, on the other hand, represents the very essence of life to him, and life is movement. It is a current, perhaps uncontrolled, and whose direction is unknown, but it carries him along vigorously in an exaltation to some extent mystic. That perpetual state of becoming, we object, always remains virtuality. Reality involves achievement. The misunderstanding, which is based on the double and contradictory sense of the same words, is insoluble because it devolves from two opposing conceptions of being. Nothing, I mean, Sigfried has got pretty deep here, but I think he is hitting on something. My mind is going to Heidegger and others here as he's talking. Nothing is more opposed to our way of thinking than the German idea of the individual. We recognize that the German has a profound and important inner life, but it is so confused and so deeply hidden that he cannot succeed in expressing it. It is a kind of concentrated piety, free of all connection with action, which is left to the politicians, a quasi-mystic element, largely pantheistic, of communion with nature and with elementary forces of the air and the soil. Analysis and words are powerless to express outwardly such a state of soul. If the German does succeed in communicating it, then it is with means other than words. In music, for example, in song, the collective and vague excitation of an enthusiasm which one might term Dionysian, sometimes simply by shouts and imprecations. It is in this way that one can explain the astonishing power of Hitler's eloquence. Often unintelligible though it was, its effect was magical. German prose, considered as a means of expression, is a mediocre instrument, heavy, muddled, beating around the bush. But German poetry, which moreover is untranslatable, is splendid, in direct touch with the very being. If the Frenchman had to search through his own experience to find an analogous state of soul, it would probably be in his early infancy that he could find it, before his intellect had awakened and go about its work of disillusioning lucidity. This soul life of the German is not often visible. In what we can see outwardly of the German, the thing which strikes us most is the absence of personality, and to some extent the emptiness of his ego. Take them at the beginning of their being, writes Jacques Rivère, before their formidable will has had time to operate, and there are nothing, they desire nothing, expect nothing, and claim nothing. The result is that they remain tentative, open to all possibilities, disposable, and essentially malleable. A government can do what it likes with this being who offers no resistance. And for the state, and for those who hold the levers of state, there is a terrible temptation in this. All the more so, although the German may not know what he wants it the moment someone else wants it for him. The will, writes Riviere, takes the place of everything else with him. One comes up against it again and again. Even the evil that he does is full of it, and perhaps it is the one thing which inspires it. Once let loose, such a will knows no limit, for it is reinforced by the most highly efficient methods. The qualities of which the German is most proud are strangely enough those of a good pupil. Unlike the frivolous Frenchman, he boasts of his fleiss, or industry, of doing things thoroughly, or grundlich. Sometimes we have the impression that his love of work, of elementary work, of work for its own sake, has something pathological about it, that he devotes himself to it less for the joy of producing than in order to fulfill a congenital emptiness. When method seizes on a Germanic spirit, it swallows it up entirely. The German is then so devoted to his object, so perfectly objective in his procedure, that once started off, he depends on nothing but his system. He becomes, to some extent, himself the thing he is pursuing, liberated from all prejudices and from all moral scruples, and logical to the point of ferocity. In certain of his achievements, he appears as a revolutionary, and in fact to regard him as conservative is to misunderstand his real character completely. Whether he upholds cubism, justifies abortion, organizes controlled births, reorganizes the state, or occupies himself in classifying sexual aberrations in alphabetical order, he is the perfect representative of the avant-garde, prepared to integrate every upheaval and every folly in a framework of discipline. However, I should put his objectivity in first place. An Alsatian, a keen and thoughtful observer, who knew Central Europe thoroughly, wrote the following commentary on Germanic Schuldlichkeit in a correspondence with me. The key to it all lies in a single word of magical potency: Wirtschaft. Maurice says first politics, but where Germany is concerned, it is first Wirtschaft. In domestic politics, the perfect solution was that of von Schleicher in 1934. Direct collaboration between the general staff and the trade unions to understand the semi-individual, semi-gregarious character of the German. You must have seen German workers conferring together in their trade union groups, and German employers conferring together in their cartel groups. In contradictory regimes like those of Wilhelm II, conquest with a big drum, and of the Nazis, are distortions of Germany. And even if Germany has accepted them and seemed from time to time to have a real liking for them, we must nevertheless not let ourselves be deceived. The final aim through the state power is still Wirtschaft. How can we translate that word? By economy, which would be a rational thing? No, it is not a matter of possession in the Latin manner, nor of interest or accumulation in the French sense, with all the labor expended in France to this end, or an enjoyment in the Venetian sense. Let us take rather that other word, an ultra-German word, Sachlichkeit, Sach-thing, thingism, or, how dreadful it sounds, substantialism. It is almost anti-human sacrifice of the person as an individual or in a group to things. That is their categoric imperative, which often takes them far in cruelty and baseness if things demand it. End quotation. This is Sigfried again. If you thought he was biased against the English, if you're German, again, this is a Frenchman writing in 1952. Anyway, let's continue. Although there are parts of this that one can recognize, as well, but pinch of salt. The thing most lacking in this, and I tell you, the thing he talks about, the arrangement between the unions and the bosses and so on, that's one of the reasons why, after he wrote this, German manufacturing, it was because the unions agreed to take lower pay. They came to a deal in a way that would be completely unimaginable here between our trade unions and the bosses had a very antagonistic relationship. That is not the case in Germany. So what Sigfried is talking about is not complete bunkum here either. It's not just French bias, although I would be hesitant to take everything he says as being true. Anyway, let's continue. The thing most lacking in this conception is the spirit of measure and moderation, which is the condition of all judgment. It is a dangerous thing to let loose without that being without passion, because it is the loosening itself which is passionate. It has often been said that the German lacks tact, and incidentally, it is the same thing. His Grundlichkeit throws him off the rails, and he falls with equal facility into the colossal and the infinitely petty, losing his balance and his common sense, not to mention his moral sense. This is the very stereotypical German, let's call it the flair for the total, or the total system that he's talking about. It's funny, I was talking to the missus the other day about Germans. I said I was going to be doing this, and she said, like, I've never known how to take Germans. I can never tell if they're like being really dry in their humor, or if they just mean straight up what they say. And I do recognize that. Personally, I found I get on with Germans. They find them pretty funny, uh, I recognize that dry kind of humor that they've got, but they are kind of difficult to read sometimes as well, because you never quite know if they're like being fully serious, no like messing around, no sarcasm, or if they're doing the dry humor. So yeah. Anyway, let's carry on. His Grundlichkeit throws him off the rails, and he falls with equal facility into the colossal and the infinitely petty, losing his balance and his common sense, not to mention his moral sense. In his Neue de Charlottenburg, Paul Morland has illuminated this aspect of the German spirit. The Germans have an obsession for information and the urge to analyze, and information is so falsified by an excess of detail, the conclusions so disconcerting despite the efficiency of the method, and the nervousness so great, and the closer they approach the light, accompanied by so much blindness, that they can arrive in a parlous condition before the prime verities. This inability to choose, this fundamental lack of inner control, constitutes Germany's gravest defect. Referring to Napoleon, Maurice Berry spoke of a method in the service of a passion. One could say as much of Germany, which, remaining outside of Roman Europe, did not share with us the heritage of classic discipline. A great Swiss, who had associated with Germans all his life, once said to me lightly, "The German is tüchtig," that means capable, "Gerissen," cunning, "aber dumb," but stupid. The German is capable, cunning, but stupid. And that is doubtless why the most efficient of states and the most powerful of armies nevertheless led the country to ruin. We have already met with some remarkable qualities: conscientiousness, solidity, industry, and labor. And yet when we consider the moral conceptions of the Germans, we're inclined to draw back in horror as though from an abyss. The thing which characterizes them is a fundamentally pessimistic view of the world. No man has impressed his personality on Germany more than Martin Luther. According to him, the laws of the world are bad in their source, and nature is delivered up to injustice and evil. In the worldly sphere in which the state moves, there is no other law but that of force, and the words of the Bible do not apply there at all. Man should live amongst the saints in a spiritual society, upholding the mystic independence of the spirit. But on earth, the prince has received from God the right to use the sword and the obligation to uphold the state in accordance with rules of which morality need know nothing, but which are nevertheless in accordance with the will of God. Thus, in temporal matters, the Christian is the servant of the state, and makes no claim to improve the morals of an outward society whose essence is originally evil. This conception, religiously mystical and politically cynical, makes the Christian into a spiritual independent individuality, but debases him in the state to a humble and passive subject of the prince. Politics for the German do not imply acting in a fashion which meets with the approval of the moralist. Politics have their own special object, which is the life of the collective people. For the German, force is neither moral nor immoral, it just is. To German thought, the idea of introducing morality into the sphere of politics would just be nonsensical. No German ever believes that force will one day cease to be the decisive factor in the settlement of human affairs, and I have found this confirmed in private conversations with Germans during the life of the Weimar Republic. The German accepts the fact without protest and simply as a fact. After all, isn't that the rule of the game? His submission to the authentic manifestations of material power remind one of the Easterner. It is his form of the Russian Nichevo, and moreover, it lasts only as long as the reality of the opposing force is imposed on him. Thus, from this angle, the humanitarian idealism of justice or of peace appears to him as mere hypocrisy or naivety. This is the standpoint of Germany, not only in her foreign relations, but also in her domestic politics. Apart from certain areas in the southwest which have been influenced by the French Revolution, there is hardly anywhere beyond the Rhine where men uphold the conception of man as an individual citizen, the rights such as those laid down in our classic declarations, and carrying the essence of sovereignty within himself. What there is of democracy, and it is by no means a negligible force, expresses itself more in the urban or corporative group after the style of the Middle Ages, but then it does so with a spontaneity and a sense of collective liberty probably more highly developed than that in France. As for the state itself, that is another matter. It is enough for it to be and to manifest itself by demonstrating its power. Its proper way to justify itself is by imposing itself on the amorphous mass, which accepts it rather than submits to it, or perhaps the nuisance is subtle, is grateful to submit to it because it admires and reveres it, not less for the blows it suffers than for the benefits it receives at its hands. To use a philosophic term, which is always in place when discussing the country of Kant, the state is transcendent. It is not a community, as in the Anglo-Saxon democracies, but a distinct structure which functions in the hands of experts who are respected for their competence. What they do is no business of the people, who are incidentally quite persuaded that this is so. Thus, either as an isolated individual or as a citizen, the German leads a straitened life. It is quite a different matter once he joins himself to a group of his fellows. His deficient personality feels the need for a shell. As an amorphous individual, he needs a frame to fix his indeterminateness, and in fact, he cannot realize himself except by association with others. In an association, the Frenchman always has the feeling that he puts in more than he takes out, and therefore he is a bad associate. But the German receives more and knows he receives more from the group than he contributes to it, and he accepts its conditions eagerly and even with gratitude. The discipline indispensable to joint action does not appear irksome to him, and he regards it as an obvious necessity which he accepts with a kind of relief. In short, he feels at ease only in a group. It is in the group that he acts, and he amuses himself, and he indulges in enthusiasms. In this respect, I know no spectacle more typical than a German Sunday in summer, whether under Weimar or under the Nazis. One seeks any individual distraction. From early morning, all ages, children, adolescents, and parents march out on a hike as though to a conquest, trampling along in line with flags flying in battalions, platoons, and sections. Their cheerful step, their singing, and their organized progress are an affirmation of the power of the mass. And the thing is, this may sound ridiculous, but I have known people who've lived in places like Switzerland and Austria and in Germany, and they all say, British people now, they all say, thing is, they love a march, these people, they absolutely love a march. This sort of thing is just doesn't I mean, yeah, you'd have the parade or something once in a while, but like to go marching, it's just like this is something that doesn't happen here. Anyway, I'll continue. Their cheerful step, their singing, and their organized progress are an affirmation of the power of the mass. All they need is an objective and they go off. It is a disturbing sight, like a horde in movement. When they arrive in the country, they find other troops there, marching in line across the fields and carrying spades and pickaxes over their shoulders as though they were rifles. It would seem that there is no greater delight in Germany than to march in a line. I'm also like imagining like the seven dwarves for some reason, but anyway, let's carry on. However, do not let us reduce these human tides to the level of a gymnastic exercise or a sergeant major's joy. Frenchmen who have taken part in these marches through the romantic surroundings of the German forests confess that they too have felt a sensation, inarticulate but powerful, of liberation. They have been affected by the pantheistic enthusiasm they generate. Yeah, I guess they're activating what Jonathan Haidt has called the hive switch. People experience this sort of thing at raves and things like that as well, or I don't know, at a football match in the crowd. You get lost in the number. Um, I've always found it quite terrifying personally, but anyway, let's continue. Originally, elementary nature still surrounds, both physically and morally, these beings less developed than ourselves, and it is in this sense that they are, as they are fond of calling themselves, barbarians. I mean, we'll see about that when the Germans watch this video, Sigfried. We'll see if they're happy at being called barbarians. Maybe they will be. I don't know. Such a form of self-expression, inadequate, incomplete, constantly changing, and never definitive, is inconceivable for the French spirit. Under the rigidity of its outward shell, Germany gives on the whole of an impression of insecurity. With us, disorder is an outward thing only, a sort of fringe, a superficial froth, which we beat up with a kind of perverse pleasure. In Germany, the chaos is internal, and discipline can only come from the outside. We feel uncomfortable, and not without reason, at the proximity of this people, which can never finally make up its mind. Good judges regard this congenital indeterminateness as an essential characteristic. According to them, Pierre Vignot, who entitled his book Incertitude Allamendes, also held this view. The most typical period in German history was the 30-Year War. Our idealists of 1848 were much taken by a more attractive but hardly more organic Germany, philosophic, musical, good-natured, but woolly and inefficient in achievement. But it was this very same Germany which was about to adopt the imperial regime. Prussia offered her rigid administrative and military framework, and Germany squeezed herself into it with delight, taking on its form with docility as water takes the form of the vessel into which it is poured. Many of us were contemporaries of that regime, under which the country resembled a class with masters, a factory with foremen, and a barracks with non-commissioned officers. Efficiency was its watchword, and obedience followed an order like a reflex action, like a well-geared machine. And it was with a similar delight that Germany hurled herself into the arms of Hitler. After the Weimar regime, which Germany did not love, she found herself again, or she preferred, in Hitler's totalitarian state, method in the service of passion. The turbid mixture of mystical paroxysm with technical efficiency. But at the end of all these experiments came the catastrophe, and she had to start all over again. The German soul is expressed in score of words, profound and full of meaning, but for us they are generally untranslatable. To begin them thoroughly would, I think, be to understand Germany. Almost all of them correspond to something collective, because German thought arises from medieval realism than from nominalism. The ordinary Frenchman regards only the individual as really existing, and for him the group is only a conception. flatus vocis. Flatus vocis. The opposite is true on the other side of the Rhine. There is a direct sense of the existence of a communion almost physical with things, which leads to the idea that feeling is superior to reason. Let us try to evoke the essence of this vocabulary, the profound source of things, echt, rein, the sense of force associated with the idea of youth, joy, and brutality, Sturm und Drang, Fracht, Frund, the mystical sense of development, Werden, Entwicklung, the emptiness, vagueness, and uncertainty of the German spirit, Schwindel, Tief, Chaos, Problematisch, sadism, a delight in disaster, Schadenfreude, Gottermangering, Gotterdammering, sentimentality, Heimweh, Heimlich, Gemut, Gumlich, Gumlich, industrious and serious qualities, Tüchtig, Fließig, Ernst, Gründlich, objectivity, a sense of things as such, Wirtschaft, Sachlich, Sachlichkeit, spirit of things and mystic communion, Geist, seal, Stimmung, collective conscious, Gemeinschaft, Volk, which we Frenchmen cannot translate by people. Germany's resources are astonishingly rich. My gosh, that was a lot of foreign words I just spoke. But if my German is even slightly better than my French, it's because I dropped French when I was 13 or 14, whereas I did German for GCSE for my sins. I still managed in a German oral exam to say things like "Ich licken mein Kalippo." I actually did that. I still pass somehow. Anyway, let's continue. Germany's resources are astonishingly rich. A highly efficient technique exists side by side with a deep soulfulness, the whole creating a general impression of life. Comments are going to be fun of people saying, don't worry, AA. Your German is just as bad as your French. Okay, let's carry on. The contribution of the German people to European civilization is outstanding. They have accumulated an enormous mass of information, observations, and classifications. They have produced music, poetry, and philosophy. They were the real pioneers of industrial rationalization, and yet they did all this as a sort of compilation, a sort of thesaurus. They never succeeded in giving their creations a form. It is here that the barbarian, who is, it should be noted, proud of being a barbarian, the far removed son of Asia, lacks the classic contact which comes from Greece, and can therefore not be regarded as completely Western. He has not succeeded. I can see a lot of righteous types taking real exception to some of this analysis, but he wrote what he wrote. I mean, I've never really heard the argument that the German is not properly Western before, so it's an interesting one. He has not succeeded, like the adult people of civilization, in creating a synthesis of his contradictions. The German is sentimental, but also brutal and cruel, even vicious, sadistic and Neronian. He enjoys a catastrophe. He weeps at a conflagration he has started himself. He fondles with emotion the child whose parents he has just killed. His very obedience applies itself to the same ardor to evil as it does to good. To bring order into this chaos would have needed all the wit of a Voltaire. There was Goethe, of course, who desired and conceived the required synthesis, but other spirits were preferred to his, men who lacked measure, but who were judged to be more in the national spirit, Wagner and Nietzsche, perhaps with a strain of Slav blood. And finally, Germany is destructive of resources, destructive of human life, destructive of empires. In attempting this analysis, I have turned towards the past. How could I do otherwise? But even in this country of saviours, there is once again a new birth, even amidst the ruins. Germany, we have already remarked, is hardly astonished at disasters, and perhaps she suffers less from them than we think, thanks to the singular capacity to start again at zero, to begin a new life, and to make a clean sweep of the old. Will she develop well or ill? We ask the question, but we are unable to answer it. Trampled down, scarred with deep wounds, suffering the most fantastic mixture of populations, divided into the western and the eastern part, present-day Germany, at least Western Germany, seems more Catholic than before. Together with Prussia, Lutheran Protestantism was defeated in the war. Aesthetic by temperament, the North German Prussian and Protestant took a delight in renunciation in favour of an aim. He was prepared on occasion to sacrifice butter to guns. By contrast, Catholicism, less national perhaps, but also less strict, less fanatical, and more human. The country retains its respect for objectivity, the Wirtschaft we discussed previously, and that remains essential and permanent. Grundlichkeit was above all a Protestant quality. Perhaps in the ruins, Germany will lose something of her traditional rigidity, but her vitality still remains. And apart from Russia, she is still the most populous country in Europe. I conclude this study on a note of perturbation. What do we see outwardly across the Rhine? Order, efficiency, and achievement. But inwardly, it is a swamp, a chaos. Germany believes that the truth is obscure, and that in pursuing it, one plunges into the night. But we Frenchmen believe that truth is light accompanied by clarity. Certain countries have original simplicity, which makes one think of a transparent wave without mystery. But with Germany, we are on the edge of a dark sea, and we fear that it is bottomless. That is precisely its glory. But when we lean over its surface, we feel as though we were suspended over an abyss. My gosh, the tone of that one was different, wasn't it, from the English one and the Latin one and the French one? But remember, he's writing in 52. He lived through the Vichy regime. He saw his country twice in his life invaded. So one understands why that one may have been laced with a certain vitriol that he didn't have for the English. But certainly, despite that, even if you take away that, still a lot of really interesting little insights. And also this notion that the Germans aren't really Western in the same way as the French, etc., is something I've not come across before. If this was like a typical French view, I was not aware of it until I read Sigfried. So extremely interesting stuff here. I can't wait until the comments from this one. Any of my German friends, this is not me writing, and I'll go that with all the other chapters too. Anyway, pick up a course at the academic agency, and I will see you next time. Judging by what he said about the Russians in the German chapter, the next one ought to be really fun as well. All right, see you next time, guys. Well, hello, everyone. Today we're going to be looking at the Russians, country that's been in the news quite a lot over the past couple of years. And this is continuing my series, reading from Andrei Sigfried's The Character of Peoples. We are up to chapter 6, and it's called Russian Mysticism. This ought to be interesting, of course, because we've heard so much about the Russians, and they're still somewhat impenetrable to us. Everybody's, talked about Alexander Dugin and thought about, what Putin is thinking and so on. But still, we're kind of out of doors when it comes to the Russians. So I'm very interested to see what Sigfried talks about here, and also to what extent his notes match up with the famous essay by Oswald Spengler, where he talks about the two faces of the Russians, one of them pointing for facing west towards Europe, and one of them facing east towards Asia. This has been a perennial question in kind of how we think of the Russians, or how the Russians think of themselves even. And it remains a question today. I mean, from what I know of Dugin, he has talked about Eurasianism. And, if you think about Putin's own trajectory, he initially tried to align himself with the West, and then he felt rebuffed, or, in his own mind, in his own narrative, he felt rejected or rebuffed or betrayed, and then has started to turn towards China, the Middle East, and indeed the East in general. So this is I'm interested to see if any of these themes come up in Sigfried, who in all the other chapters has started with questions of geography, primarily. I mean, I think Sigfried was a kind of a geographer, or I think he had that in his background. So that's one of the reasons why it's been so prominent. Anyway, before we get started, I'll just remind people, pick up the Trivium. I should be doing some stuff related to logic and rhetoric later this week, but if you're interested, that's the best-selling course there. Foundations of Shakespeare is the most recent course that has sold pretty well as well. Obviously, I'm a world expert in Shakespeare. I wrote 5 books on Shakespeare, and possibly a 6th one based on this as well, forthcoming. So pick that up as well if you want to know anything there is to know about Shakespeare, free of any woke nonsense, obviously. All right, so let's get a move on then with Sigfried. He starts. The remote breath of the East penetrates serendipitously as far as Germany, and in Russia herself, Asia is already present, though they say Europe extends as far as the Urals. More than anywhere else in the world, psychology here depends on geography. Well, there we are. He's already started with his geography talk. 3 characteristics mark the land of Russia: its immensity, its uniformity, and its lack of natural defenses against invasion, and at the same time, its impenetrability. The distances are enormous. European Russia has an area of over 2 million square miles. European Russia and Asiatic Russia together have an area of over 8 million square miles. From Libau on the Baltic to Vladivostok on the Pacific, the distance is 5,000 miles. The Soviet Union is by far the biggest country in the world. Remember, of course, Sigfried writing in 1952, so the USSR was still there. Now, even though they've lost territory since then, Russia is still absolutely enormous and the biggest country in the world by some distance, even today. Anyway, let's continue. The distances the Russian have to reckon with are so vastly greater than ours that no comparison is possible. France, with her 2,025,000 square miles, would go 10 times into European Russia alone. That's another thing. If you're new to this series, Sigfried, despite his name, he sounds like a German, right? But he is French. André Sigfried is French. So when he says we and us, he's typically referring to the French. Okay. The distance from Paris to Vienna is something over 600 miles. But what is that compared to the astronomical figures which place Russia in the same class with the vast North European continents rather than with our molehills? Our normal estimate of distances is lost in that immensity. Geographically, we are well out of Europe already, and the uniformity of the landscape increases the difficulty of measurement. Europe is essentially diverse, divided up and articulated, but for thousands of miles, the Russian countryside is the same. After one white plain, another white plain, says the poet. It is an almost limitless territory, empty, monotonous, and unbroken. In short, a continent of elemental proportions. In this amorphous immensity, without frontier and without barriers, nature has provided no sort of defense against invasion, so that throughout history, and no doubt in the prehistoric period as well, invasion after invasion has rolled across it like a tidal wave, and each wave has left layers of human beings behind, as a real flood leaves alluvial deposits. The result has been a kind of ethnic patchwork. Successive human contributions have pushed against each other, superimposed themselves on the preceding layers, mingled with them, so that the dominant ethnic impression is one of complexity. Nevertheless, the essential unity of the country is incontestable. Geography, the climate, and the general environment have imposed a certain way of life, a certain manner of reacting to circumstances, a certain sort of feeling which are common to all Russians. They represent a great group of the human race, characterized above all by a common social atmosphere. Foreigners visiting Russia are soon made strongly aware of the individuality of this atmosphere. Some of them resist it. Others, and there have been many of them, let themselves succumb willingly to its undoubted attractions. We may therefore conclude that despite geographical and ethnic differences, there is beyond all question a Russian country, a Russian people, and a Russian attitude, which includes a way of life, a rhythm of living, and an essential atmosphere, something one might call the Russian ambient. The question is often asked whether it is Europe or Asia. It is really something in between, something which is not completely European and not altogether Asiatic. And such terms as Eurasia and the sixth continent, often illuminating and by no means wholly inaccurate, have been coined to meet the difficulty. You see, so he's already talking about what I was wondering if he'd talk about. Indeed, nowadays, statisticians are growing more and more accustomed to putting the Soviet Union in a class apart in the way they deal with a separate continent. Where is the dividing line? Where does it cease to be Western and begin to be no longer entirely European, but Asiatic, yet not altogether Asiatic either? For myself, I place the line at the frontier of Central Europe, somewhere in the great glacial plain, which extends from North Germany to Poland. No one has described the transition better than Luc Dutain, and he does it in the following significant lines. This is Dutain now. Lodz, against a bright sky which dazzles your eyes, stands out a forest of smoking chimneys, the famous spinning mills. But the people gathered on the quay are new to you. Men in top boots, Jews in stained kaftans, wearing flat top caps with peaks like a black fingernail. Women whose heads and shoulders are covered with bright shawls. It is not long before their costumes and their faces make you feel you are in unfamiliar surroundings. You find a certain strangeness amongst all these people, which at first you have difficulty in defining. Above all, they seem to be there just because they are. Their attitude is not Germanic obedience. It is something quite different, something resigned and passive, yet faces, detached looks, a sort of Eastern contemplativeness. And then on the horizon, behind you, the 1,000 chimney stacks of Lodz fade into the distance. Give them a last glance, because on your whole journey throughout Poland, all day and 300 miles long, you will not see another dozen all told, apart from the modest industrial suburbs of Warsaw. and take a good look at that road made of pointed stones, which looks so primitive to you. For 300 miles, you will not find another one to match it. Nothing but tracks with here and there a cart with solid wheels, looking as though it had come from old Merovingian chronicle, determinedly negotiating the mud and crossing the marshland. Suddenly you realize why all the people here wear top boots. And did you notice the occasional decrepit motor car rolling along the road? Today you will see fewer and fewer motor cars and fewer factories. What is it you are meeting here in the form of this Slav immensity? It is the earth itself, not yet conquered and in elemental proportions. If you have not yet made the acquaintance of the Sahara or the prairie states of the West, you are experiencing the same sort of thing for the first time today. That's the end of the quote. This is Sigfried again. These observations are penetrating. They are worthy of careful consideration, particularly because they underline the fact that we are dealing here with a frontier, not of a country, but a continent. The industrialization of Russia by the Soviets has not fundamentally changed the situation. It may even be that under the regime, which has been established by the Iron Curtain, the atmosphere of the East has advanced still further towards us. It was 100 years ago that the Marquis de Custine, a keen and penetrating observer of Russia in the 19th century, wrote, "There is a great wall of China set up between Russia and France. Despite the Russian pretensions inspired by Peter the Great, Serbia begins on the Vistula. Could we not say the same today of the Oder and perhaps even of the Elbe? Once we leave the former frontiers of the Roman Empire, of the Empire of Charlemagne, behind us, do we not get the impression that Europe, authentic Europe, ends very rapidly? The influence of the Russian climate is decisive here. We know its main characteristics. It is essentially continental, that is to say, it goes to extremes, very hot in summer and very cold in winter. Oceanic influences hardly extend as far as the shores of the Baltic, and then only in a diminished form. Continental aspect is all the more marked when one travels, not so much from the north to the south, not so much from the south to the north as from the west to the east. But wherever you go, it is cold, very cold indeed, for a long time. Here are 8 to 10 months of frost in the north, the east and the southeast, and 3 to 5 months even in the south. How do we classify such a climate? It is not properly related to the climate of Western Europe, which is Atlantic, or to that of the Mediterranean Europe, except perhaps sometimes in the Crimea. Its real relationship lies more with the climate of the land masses of Asia, China, Tibet, Anatolia. It is a country with a harsh climate from which men suffer, and nature does not show herself in any benevolent light. That is a factor which should not be overlooked in any discussion of Russia. I'll just pause here to say one of the things that Sigfried has done continuously throughout this book is emphasize not only the geography, but the climate and the weather patterns and how they impact on the mentality of the people. It's a really fascinating way of thinking about people and places and cultures. Anyway, I'll continue. The ethnic formation of the Russian people has come about primarily by 2 series of invasions which have superimposed human layers on an already existing native stock. The native races include, in the forests of the north, nomadic Finns, hunters and fishers who belong by their skeletal structure, their complexion and their dialectics to the Mongolian races of Asia. To the south, in the steppes, there are also nomad populations leading a pastoral life. They too are Mongolian and are of Asiatic character. The main subsequent contribution is that of the Slavs, which dates from before the Christian era. These white Aryans who came, it is supposed, from Iran, established themselves in the steppes, settled down and began to till the land. They consist of three main groups: the Russians, the Poles, and the Lithuanians. And the Russian group is further subdivided into three: the Great Russians in the center, in the Moscow region, the Little Russians in the Black Earth territory of Ukraine, and the White Russians in the west, on the borders of Poland. These divisions are all readily recognizable today. All subsequent invasions after the dawn of the Christian era were of Asiatic origin. The human stock brought in this fashion was not Slav. It consisted of hordes of Mongolians, who were first pagans and then Mussulmen. There were the Huns of Attila, the tribesmen of Genghis Khan in the 12th century, and then finally the Golden Horde in the 15th century. And they all subjected great areas of the land and settled there. The work of the Tsars pushed back that wave, persistently pressing forward from the east to the west. The Tsars reconquered Russia politically, first from the Mongols, then from the Slavs who were not Russians, and finally they conquered Asia itself. The Slavs represent the core of the Russian people, but there is a big Tatar element, and there are also numerous allogenous elements. The Jews, for example, the German and Lutheran Balts on the shores of the Baltic, who have since been eliminated, the German colonies, which recently existed in the southwest as distinct entities, the Turks, various Caucasian tribes, and still others. However, when we come to weigh up the proportions of these diverse elements in the total population, it becomes quite clear that the Slav element is by far the most important. The Tatars, although they are still a notable element to the east of the Volga, remain of secondary importance. And then we must also take into account certain outlying populations which have come under Russian influence, which are themselves capable at the same time of influencing the national psychology of Russia. Thus we find that Russia is surrounded by a series of marches, which make it impossible to trace the frontiers of properly Russian civilization with any degree of certainty. We must first keep the fact clearly in mind that in the center of this vast amorphous body there is a people properly Russian, and that people is itself immense. It is Asiatic by origin, geography, and neighboring relations, but nevertheless it is related to quite considerable extent to the West, thanks to a long association with European history. From Byzantium, this people has received a strong taste for subtle discussion, a finesse pushed sometimes to the length of deceit, a certain something which suggests overdevelopment rather than youth, which is in strong contrast with the primitive and even barbarian characteristics which are also to be found in the same people. Under Uzbek, writes the Marquis de Custine, the Russians paid tribute to the Mohammedans, but at the same time they continued to receive from the Greek Empire, as they did in the beginning, its arts, its manners, its science, its religion, its politics, with their tradition of cunning and deceit, and its aversion for Latin influences. It was from Europe, but from Eastern Europe and in the form of evangelical orthodoxy, that Russia received her Christian tradition, whilst Catholicism, the successor of Rome, was given the West, or has given the West, a new sense of law and order, Eastern evangelicism, less shaped and nearer to the original simplicity of Christianity, has given the Russian traits of goodness and charity, which do not always go with justice and moral rectitude, but which nevertheless evoke to a much greater extent than they do in Germany what Shakespeare called the milk of human kindness. It is also from Europe that Russia, from the days of Peter the Great to those of Lenin and Stalin, has borrowed all her modern technique. She has absorbed it passionately and in a spirit which is more mystical than mechanical. But despite all these acquired contributions, and despite the high level of civilization they demand, barbarism is just under the surface all the time, as though the assimilation has not been complete, or had been periodically arrested by a return to primitive origins. Russia, wrote the Marquis de Custine, is today in the 19th century hardly 400 years removed from the days of barbarian invasions, whilst the West went through the same crisis 14 centuries ago. A civilization which is 1,000 years older, puts an incomparable distance between the manners and morals of nations. But one way or the other, the Russian people are conscious of their identity as a people and of their national unity itself, which is based not on race, because they are not racialists, but on a certain conception of life which is common to them, and on a common physical and moral atmosphere. As has often been said, there is something mystic in the idea they hold of themselves and of their destiny. The Russian people cannot disappear, Gorky makes one of his vagabonds say. It is written in the Bible. Do you know the Russian people? They are immense. How many villages there are on Russian soil? They live everywhere, this great and real people. And you say they will disappear? A people cannot die. A man can die, but God has need of a people. We translate these lines into modern terms. They will help us understand the immense confidence the Soviet people have in their future. When we speak of Russian psychology, it is difficult to define any permanent characteristics. On the one hand, we can distinguish an initial fund inherited from a long-distant Asiatic past. But on the other, we must not overlook the brutal attempt at westernization carried out by Peter the Great, or the profound upheaval of the whole country brought about in the name of Western technique by the Soviet Revolution. In such circumstances, it is not easy to distinguish characteristics which are properly Russian, and there is some danger that we may regard them as Sovietic. On the other hand, characteristics which we regard as properly Russian may well be Sovietic in reality. It is equally difficult to know whether certain or recent transformations brought about by the revolution of 1917 are only temporary, or whether they are destined to last. It is quite clear that the Bolshevist revolution has rejuvenated the Russian people, but to what extent the Russian people have been rejuvenated, certainly, but one could also contend at the same time that they had been Easternized. The old Asiatic element is rising to the surface today to a much greater extent than before. Let us see first of all that what there really is Eastern and Asiatic in the Russian. His psychology is profoundly influenced by the proximity of and by contact with Asia. And yet words like proximity and contact are inadequate. It is the presence of Asia making itself felt everywhere that we must take into account. What sort of Asia is it with which we must deal? It is not the Asia Minor of the Mediterranean Levant. It is not the Asia Minor of the Mediterranean Levant, which we know so well, and which extends its influence to our shores, even in our own Riviera. But the Asia of the great landmass further east, Mongolian Asia, and that is quite a different matter. It has often been said that the Russian is a Westerner influenced by Asia, but it would be truer to say that he is an Asiatic influenced by the West, perhaps even to some extent thrown off his balance by the West. In this respect, the words of Bismarck, who was his German ambassador to Petersburg, got to know the country very well. And the words that Bismarck said are illuminating. So this is what Bismarck said. The Russian has nothing to do with the West. He will succeed only in catching all its sicknesses. One of the most Asiatic characteristics of the Russians is in his great patience, his endurance, his capacity to suffer. He is not only capable of resisting suffering, he is also not upset at finding life so hard, even cruel. This attitude is itself the result of long suffering and tribulation imposed on him by the climate in which he lives, by invasions, and by the tradition of cruelty which has marked all history in that part of the world. All his sufferings have, in the end, come to present themselves to his mind as natural, because he has suffered them always. He has come to accept them realistically, and even without protest, as one accepts the manifestations of force, thus also the diktats of the state. Perhaps he thinks about them, but he submits and bows his neck as though the forces, as though before the forces of nature herself. That is the sense of his famous nichevo, the genitive of the pronoun nichto, which means nihil, nothing. Nichtchevo, he says repeatedly. It's of no consequence, it doesn't matter. And in his heart of hearts, he consoles himself with the thought that despite all, he will survive. That is certainly an Oriental philosophy inculcated by centuries of suffering. The inarticulate nature of Russian political life, both today and in the past, is explained in this way. It always seems that apart from the pronouncements of whoever is leader at the time, nothing happens at all. Nothing ever happens. I wonder where I heard that before. Interesting. In his Histoire de l'Europe contemporaine, Senabo makes the following comment in his chapter on Russia. This is Senabo or Senabos. He says, it would be difficult to give the political history of the Russian Empire a space proportionate to the importance of Russia. Thanks to its autocratic constitution, the empire has been kept apart from the happenings from which form the basis of contemporary political life. Like the absolute monarchies of the 18th century, Russia has hardly any other history but that of its sovereigns and their courts, and this we know primarily by the versions given by opponents of the government and published abroad, which it is impossible to check except by what appears in official publications. And these teach us nothing of real life in the country. That is why the domestic history of Russia, except during the attempts at reform carried out under Alexander II, receive less space than the repressive measures adopted by the government against its enemies, Poles, dissidents, or revolutionaries. These lines were written more than a quarter of a century ago, of a regime which then lay more than 100 years back, but they could equally well be applied to the Russia of our own day. And funny enough, I'm reading this in this was written in 1952. I'm reading it in 2025, and I'm sure many people would say the same thing about Putin's regime today, right? Not a czar, not a communist, but Putin's Russia is still autocratic in that way. This capacity of the Russian masses to suffer does not necessarily indicate pessimism or fatalism. On the contrary, we must recognize the optimism, the dynamism, and the confidence which characterized Russia under the Soviets, and above all, the absence of any feeling of inferiority. A vigorous minority has played the role of yeast in the great mass. However, in the big towns, at least, the mass of Russians certainly gives the observer an impression of passivity, something like that to be met with in India, but not at all like that in China. It is the East already, but not the Far East and not the West either. Not sure how modern Russians would like to be compared to the Indians, but there we go. This combination of Eastern and Western influences has brought about a certain undeniable lack of balance. There has always been something fantastic and excessive about the Russian, owing to the lack of fusion between contradictory elements. What we said earlier on of Germany is even more definitively the case in Russia. The synthesis has not been achieved, and it is in this sense that the Russian is not civilized and mature to the same extent as we are. In the same Russian, we find existing side by side humility and pride, idealism and cynicism, virtue and vice, and he goes from one to the other abruptly and without transition, with extraordinary facility. In reading the Russian novel, and in particular Dostoevsky, we constantly come up against this contradiction. And today at international conferences, we find the same characteristics, contradictory and extreme, among the Soviet representatives. They find it easy to combine charm and brutality, amiability and rudeness, suppleness and violence, and we never know how to take them or in which mood they are going to be next. Sometimes they are diplomats with engaging manners, and at other times they behave like Merovingians strayed into the 20th century. It suggests that the Russian has missed stage in his psychological development between the Middle Ages and modern society, between barbarism and divinity, or to borrow the style of Pascal, between the beast and the angel. The Marquis de Castine also noticed the trait. Physically, the climate of this country, morally, its government, devour in the bud of everything which is weak. Russia is a country of wild passions or weak characters, of revolts or automatons. There is no middle thing here between the tyrant and the slave, between the fool and the animal. The golden mean is unknown. Extraordinary. The Russian individuality is made up of these disparate elements, and we cannot even say they are contemporary elements. Even under the Tsars, Russia built up a mechanized industry with the latest technique, but its labor power, recruited in the surrounding countryside, was still medieval. Today, the official outlook is completely materialist, but at the same time, Stalin is practically a god, just as Augustus was for the Romans. Bolshevism is expansionist, desiring to play the role of the universal apostle of a social doctrine, but at the same time, it surrounds the country with an impenetrable Great Wall of China. In the old days, we knew grand signors from Moscow whose polished manners were incomparable and yet slept in their boots. The diplomatic corps in general and the Westerners in general have always been considered as envious and malevolent spies by this government with its Byzantine spirit and by Russia as a whole, wrote Marquis de Castine. Whoever crosses the Russian frontier, whether under Nicholas II or Stalin, immediately feels himself surrounded by an atmosphere of suspicion, as though he really were an envious and malevolent spy. Like a stranger in Moscow. Do you remember that song? That was Michael Jackson's song. I'm thinking of Tucker Carlson. I'm weirdly thinking of Tucker Carlson when he went there. Anyway, let's carry on. On the eve of the First World War, I'd love to know if Endeavour or any of other friends of ours who've actually been to Russia, what they make of these descriptions and whether modern Russia is the same or whether it's changed. I'd love to know. Anyway, on the eve of the First World War, one of our ambassadors wanted to make a tour of inspection of Russian industries, but the Petersburg government regarded the proposal with the utmost disfavour. I don't think our representatives in Moscow would even dream of such an enterprise. The fact is that the Soviets, technical disciples of the West, distrust the West and at bottom detest it. One could go even further. The Russian, whether Tsarist or revolutionary, has always regarded the basis of Western civilization as being morally bad from his point of view, and where he adopts it, he is filled with a sort of remorse. Even when he accepts Western civilization, he does not adopt its principles, and he never feels himself thoroughly at home and settled in it. The idea of private property, which is the basis of all individuality, exists amongst the Russians as it exists everywhere, but it has never existed with them as a firm conviction. Even before the Russian Revolution, it caused the Russian scruples, remorse, as though there was something morally wrong in owning things. A Russian who grows rich, does business, and accumulates wealth is always regarded somewhat distrustfully as a none too honest person, though this has, incidentally, never prevented Russians from hunting after riches just like any other human beings. The late Nicholas Berdyaev says much the same thing in his Nouveau Moyen Age. This is Berdyaev. He says, at all times, the Russian people were animated by a spirit of detachment from earthly things unknown to the peoples of the West, and it is this which characterizes them. They have never felt themselves attached or bound to the things of this world, to property, the family, the state, to its rights, to its possessions, to its outward mode of life. If the Russian people are bound to the earth, it is by sin. The Russians are probably less honest, in short, less correct than the Western peoples, but the latter are bound by their very virtues to this earthly life and to the good things of this world. For a Western European, property is sacred, and he is not prepared to let himself be robbed of his own without a bitter struggle. He has adopted an ideology which justifies his attachment to the good things of this world. A Russian, even when he is a slave to the vices of cupidity and avarice, does not consider private property sacred, and he has no ideological justification for his possession of worldly goods. And in his heart of hearts, he thinks that he would do better to don the penitential garb and go on a pilgrimage. The Russian landed proprietor was never fully convinced that he owned his land by right. Similarly, the Russian merchant was quite convinced that his fortune, often obtained by doubtful means, was not pure, and that sooner or later he would have to do penance. Fundamentally, almost all Russians regard bourgeois society as sinful. This outlook lacks neither inspiration nor grandeur, but at the same time it is obvious, and it is very far removed from the constructive Puritanism of the Anglo-Saxon and from the achievements which have made Europe's greatness from the days of the Renaissance, even from the Middle Ages. Such an outlook is much more in the evangelical tradition. Whilst adopting Western technique, the Russian has not effaced his previous outlook, and I believe that today the Bolshevist honestly regards us as corrupt. He combines in himself, in the curious fashion, the traits of a sort of Middle Ages and those of a mechanical age. We are acquainted with the splendid religious sentiment of Tolstoy, and he is representative. There is nothing in it of the pantheism we meet in Germany, but a mystical idealism embracing the spirit of sacrifice, devotion, and social apostolate. With the way in which a militant communist talks about a tractor owes something to mysticism, it is no use his telling us aggressively and repeatedly that he is a materialist and nothing but a materialist. Just compare his language, his attitude, and his passion with the pragmatic and earthy efficiency of the American businessman working out his costs of production. Thus, Russian talents are striking and their inadequacies notorious. The Russian people are gifted, more gifted, for example, than the German, whose efficiency we discussed earlier on. They are conscientious, willing, and disciplined. In Russia, at every step, we meet vivacity, spontaneity, and fantasy. In short, the creative spirit. Whether it is a question of artistic or religious invention, the Russian is a creative artist, but judged by our Western standards, his achievement is mediocre. That becomes understandable when we consider the fundamental and incorrigible irregularity of daily life in Russia, where time seems to have no more bounds than the steps themselves. The Russian is a bohemian. He has no sense of time. His meals are not taken at fixed times. When you think of the almost sacred character of the midday meal for the ordinary man in France, you will get the same idea of the great distance which separates Paris from Moscow. The vagueness of time in an ordinary Russian day is positively frightening by comparison with the bourgeois regularity of our own. No doubt the whole atmosphere contributes to it, and when you have once lived in Russia, if only for a few days, you very quickly get used to the rising late, to breakfasting when the sun is already past its zenith, and going to bed when it is almost on the point of rising again. It seems that organized life as we know it has never firmly established itself in a society which does not depend on the clock. Russians have not related to the movements of the sun as we are. They are not related to the movements of the sun as we are. And they show signs of persistent nomadism, which seems inherited throughout the centuries. People are at home on a journey, on a pilgrimage, and it is symbolic that Tolstoy died far away from his home in a little country backwater. Only yesterday, the Russian peasant lived a medieval existence, using the tools of the 13th century and calculating and measuring only with difficulty. However, this sort of thing had nothing to do with any congenital inferiority of Russian civilization. It was simply an age-old backwardness, which is naturally difficult to make good. Certain customs are in fact those of Asiatic collectivism. The conditions in which Russians live, particularly since the revolution, with their overpopulated towns, appall us. But we should remember that the Russians do not suffer so much from this close cohabitation as a Frenchman would. They are used to living one on top of the other, to camping out anywhere, in a railway station, in the anteroom, or in a salon. I remember a Russian family installing themselves in the sleeping compartment next to mine on the train. The samovar bubbled, a hammock was suspended from the ceiling for the baby, and all the equipment of a camp was unpacked. I had the impression that they had put up a tent. When we travel east, leaving our civilized west behind us, it is by such signs that we recognize the approach of Asia. The Russians have a talent for and a sense of human relations. Their discussions are endless. They go on infinitely, indefinitely, without necessarily arriving at any conclusions. They have been dismissed as mere idle gossip that is not always unfair. Faced with such an avalanche of words, the government redresses things by strict orders and merciless discipline. That is necessary with a people inclined to pose problems in the absolute, citing a flood of technical evidence, but very often up in the clouds and no account of time. This combination explains well enough the spirit and the methods of the present regime. In its achievements, we find a magnificent devotion to the cause, a real passion to some extent mystical, but at the same time an excessive accumulation of technical notes and figures, a diplomatic suppleness which is astonishing, and a patience which is truly oriental. But in the end, if we compare the results obtained with the effort exerted, we find that the result is feeble enough. The contradiction, which it's, I mean, I have to say, I've come to quite enjoy his French snobbiness. He just comes out and says it in a way that no writer today would, French or otherwise, I think, it's kind of refreshing to see this level of kind of Gallic arrogance, I guess. But anyway, let's continue. The contradiction, which shows itself again and again in all these traits, comes above all from a retarded evolution towards civilization. It remains one of a statue which is only just beginning to take shape from the block of stone, roughly quarried and elementary. The Russian is human, more so than the German. He is capable of a spirit of tolerance, of charity, and of pity. In everyday life, he is simple and engaging, with many qualities similar to our own. A crowd is not disagreeable or a hostile crowd. It even gives you an impression of friendliness towards the stranger. But on the other hand, and the conclusion is impossible to avoid, our soldiers and our prisoners in Russian knew it only too well. The Russian people are brutal, savage, given to drink, and they have little respect for human life. They leave us with a terrifying impression of a horde of Tartars rolling across Europe. The entry of Russian troops into Vienna and Berlin was like a repetition of the invasions of Attila. And I have to say that this, he's saying this, and you say, well, okay, these impressions are dated, they're from 1952 and so on. I would say that the European reaction to the Russians, to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to the prospect of Russian invasion has never changed. Whether you read Lord Palmerston and Mackinder, whether you read this stuff, or whether you just look at the comments of Macron and Starmer and our politicians now, largely supported by the public, I have to say as well. Those of us who've dissented have been in the very small minority on that question. The impression is the same. They are always seen as the outside horde, the Mongol horde, the barbarian invasion, just terror, almost an irrational fear, I would say, of the Russian. Well, you could say, is it irrational? I mean, they do have a history of invading in this way. So yeah, I would say that even though the language may have changed, the actual kind of primal instinct is the same from Western Europe. Let us compare the Russian with the German. The German, passive and disciplined, inserts himself into a sort of armor, which he needs as a man with a weak spine, needs an orthopedic corset. The Russian is also passive, but at the same time more spontaneous. He submits to an armor equally authoritarian. It does not even surprise him, because he believes that it is and always was the way of things. For the Russian, technique is a faith. For the German, it is second nature. Asia has pushed forward its tentacles into the Elbe. It is present in Moscow. The West has deceived itself astonishingly about Russia, and France in particular about Tsarist Russia. At the time of the Russian alliance, we harbored illusions, but the facade, though imposing, was deceptive. We were full of admiration, I remember, for an authority which was not afraid to affirm itself, for splendid uniforms like those of the Germans, worn by impressive giants, and we thought we were face to face with a replica of those efficient and powerful Prussians who had defeated us in 1871. But behind it all, there was not the order, the industry, or the seriousness of the Germans. Despite its impressive exterior, it was really more a decadent and corrupt Oriental tyranny, and it was an anarchical, despite its outward appearance. Bismarck did not deceive himself, and even before becoming Chancellor, he had seen through it all and recognized the original weakness of the whole system. The collapse of the imperial regime in 1917 ought not to have surprised us. Today, a new Russia has risen from the ruins, and in some respects it seems the old Russia. Perhaps we are wrong to believe that the change is fundamental, because the essential characteristics which we have been at some pains to extract still persist. The youth of the regime hides certain faults and enhances certain undeniable qualities. But were not those qualities already present, and have those faults really been corrected? And I reckon exactly the same points and questions can be made about Russia today, vis-a-vis Stalin's Russia. And this is one of those really interesting facets of Putin's own thinking. I mean, I mentioned Tucker Carlson. When we watched the interview with Putin and on Tucker, he's really keen, and Dugin is the same, to stress the essential continuity of Russian history between the Tsarists, the communists or the Bolsheviks, and modern day Russia. He wants to tell a continuous story going back to 700 AD. So this actually backs up what Sigfried was saying here in 1952. And I also wonder if exactly the same questions could be saying, like, has Russia really changed from the Soviet Union to now, or from Tsarist Russia to now? Good question. I don't know. I do not want to be paradoxical, but I believe that apart from those books from which we form our opinions of Russia, those of Anatole Leroy Beaulieu and of the Marquis de Custine, for example, we should be wrong to neglect certain others which are not unknown, perhaps, but are not taken seriously enough. I am not thinking of Mikhail Strogoff in the case of A Poor Guide, but of the works of Comtesse de Ségur, née Nostocene. I can't say that. I mean, that's just a jumble of letters. I'll spell it for you. Rostopchine. I can't say that. Come on. Anyway, let us remember how many properly Asiatic traits there are in these stories for children. Traits which please the children particularly by a fund of primitiveness or realism. And let us use the word cynicism hidden behind a screen of parental moralism. Some of the punishments inflicted on Sophie are of Tartar sadism, and with Le General Durakin, we are translated into the very heart of Russia. Does not the banquet described in Le Roube de Longardienne remind us of those sumptuous and giant banquets with which Soviet hosts are so fond of astonishing their Western visitors? And finally, let us not overlook the fact that the propaganda of the Stalinist regime affects to identify its origin not in the bourgeois and decadent Russia of Nicholas II, but in the mighty Russia of Peter the Great. And there ends the chapter, a little bit of a shorter chapter today on Russia, but extremely interesting. And I mean, I do recognize I have not encountered many Russians myself. I've only been to Russia once when I went to Moscow airport, and all I noticed was that all of the computers, this was kind of in the early 2000s, all the computers looked really 80s, like really old-fashioned computers, and the women were like very, how can I say, Amazonian, kind of like 6 foot tall women who looked like they could knock you out in uniforms. You know, that's all I really remember from Moscow airport, and that's the only time I've even been anywhere close to Russia. So, and I was in transit, so I didn't even get to see it. So I don't really have, my impressions of Russia really are from the news, from a meeting like characters like Putin and Dugin and Lavrov and people like this. So I don't really have as much knowledge of these people. You know, I've met French and Germans, you know, in my career and life and so on, not met many Russians. So I'd love to know how much truth there is in this. From what I can gather and from what I've seen, I recognize a lot of it. I do recognize a lot of it, just from what I've seen in the news and so on. All right. I'd love to know what you know in the comments. I've decided, I mean, I was thinking of cancelling this series after the German episode didn't get as many views as previous ones, but I've enough people persuaded me to continue to the bitter end. So we've just got the Americans left next week, and then an essay on the destiny of Western civilization to finish up in 2 weeks' time, and I will finish up. Just remind people, pick up Trivium today, and I'll catch you tomorrow for office hours. Well, hello again, everyone. We are continuing with Andre Sigfried's The Character of Peoples, and we have finally reached the final, or the penultimate chapter, I should say, the last chapter focusing on a specific group, and that group is the Americans. This should be very interesting. Here we are. The chapter is called American Dynamism. And then we have a final long chapter on the destiny of Western civilization. If you haven't been following this series, this book was written in 1952. He's had all sorts of interesting insights so far into the Latin Europeans, the French, the English, or the British, the Germans, who he wasn't very nice about, the Russians, who I also say he wasn't very nice about, to be honest, and now the Americans. It's a promising chapter heading. Sounds like he is going to be nice about the Americans, but let's see. He is a snooty Frenchman, of course. Just before we get, and when I say that, I mean it in the best possible way. I've kind of enjoyed his undeniable French arrogance. He's got that kind of Gallic shrug about him, shades of Ginola and Cantona and these sorts of French characters I remember from football when I was growing up. But anyway, if you want to pick up a course at the academic agency, it's the Trivium best-selling course there. You can also pick up the latest course, Foundations of Shakespeare. Buy it now. That sold pretty well too. Many other courses available, so pick those up. But let's not waste any further time because it's a good 20 pages to get through. He says, the American people, having become the most important section of the Anglo-Saxon world, now represents one of the dominating elements in the white race. In addition, it is coming forward more and more as one of the leaders and, above all, the guarantor of our threatened Western civilization. Again, the system, the American world order, Pax Americana, was just being put together in 1952, right? So the band was being put together. The transition from the British Empire to the American Empire was happening here. Now, as I record this in 2025, under Trump 2.0, it's rapidly being dismantled, of course, with various world leaders declaring that world order that he's talking about over as I record this. So kind of interesting. But anyway, let's carry on. Certainly all of my life so far, this description has been true of America basically being the guarantor of what we call Western civilization, for better or for worse, because, well, as people will know, I've got my own thoughts on, what Americanization has done to the quote-unquote West. But anyway, there is nothing astonishing in this development, because America's contribution to human progress in the past 300 years has been outstanding. Not only is the United States the most authentic expression of our mechanical age, but modern democracy cannot be understood without having regard to the form it has taken there. And at the same time, the material equipment of the world is being refashioned on the American model. The structure of this really new civilization is the result of complex factors. First of all, there is the geographical factor in a separate and distinct continent where nature herself has a different aspect to the one with which we are familiar. Then there is the ethnic factor. A new human unity has resulted from a fusion of elements from all the races in Europe in the American melting pot. And finally, there is the fact of quite recent origin, that the United States has become a world power almost abruptly and without a transitional stage. Its rapid development is not yet at an end, and we have the impression of something still in process of evolution and changing from decade to decade under the eyes of the observer. It is not a country of definite and fixed qualities, and we have continually to revise our definitions. As a faithful discipline of our, uh, what's that, Madame de la Passille, the apostle of the obvious, let me begin by pointing out that the United States is in the New World, and that this New World really is new. Unless we approach the problem from its continental aspect, never forgetting the fact that America is not Europe, we shall fall into constant error. The first thing which strikes the observer is the grandeur of nature, which seems to have been conceived on quite a different plane from nature in Europe. The Niagara Falls, the Mississippi, the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, all prominent geographical aspects of the New World, cannot be compared with our European geographical structure. They are more related to the vast continents of Africa and Asia, and even to Russia, whose elementary proportions have been described to us so strikingly by Luc d'Ortain. We must never overlook the impressive contrast between American massivity and European articulation. On one coast, the continent is without capes or bays, and the ocean penetrates nowhere. On the map, it looks like a solid wall. On the other side, there is a subtle articulation which carries the maritime atmosphere right into the heart of the continent, whilst at the same time the coastline sends out audacious capes right into the heart of the ocean, no longer a wall, but a serrated edge with long fingers. The result of all these factors is a special interplay of relations between man and nature in America. Man has effectively conquered nature, and the victory is astounding, but it cannot be said that man has adapted himself. To listen to him, you would think the laws of development and maturity were not made for him. America positively boasts that she has no peasants, and that is quite true, but she also has no peasant wisdom. Men ignore the limitations imposed by the climate and by the capacities of the soil. They are not prepared to take them into account. They are convinced that they can impose their will on nature and force her to give what conditions will not allow her to give. It is true that up to now nature has lent herself to such pretensions with extraordinary generosity, a generosity which is only now beginning to flag. Despite certain signs of precocious aging, we are struck by the youthful resources of a continent which has virgin soil but recently, and we are tempted to quote Le Breuer, who says, Jeunesse du Prince, source de belles fortunes. We are also astonished at the extent of the territory which is at the disposal of man. The result of this is an attitude towards land which bears no relation to ours. Hence a policy which is so different from ours that the misunderstanding on the point between Europeans and Americans becomes permanent. These territories are not disputed. No one dreams of disputing them so long as there is ample quantity for all. Seize Canada, seize Mexico, found a colony. Such ideas are perfectly clear and understandable to us, but to Americans they mean nothing. The Americans have no sense of territorial conquest. If they quote unquote take anything, and of course they do, just as everyone else does, it is not by territorial annexation, by extending their own frontiers, but by financial, industrial, and commercial ascendancy. Annexation, properly so called, does not interest them. The conditions of production offer the same striking contrast. In this country, still economically young, where nature provides all one could wish for, it is paradoxically easier to create wealth than share existing wealth. That is just the opposite of the situation in our tired old Europe, where nature does not place the same resources at our disposal, and where, in consequence, it is easier to share than to produce. The result is readily observable. Where the European has become a revolutionary, putting the accent on sharing, the American has remained conservative, thinking of production first. The comparison is one between two continents. Perhaps it would even be more accurate to say that it is between two ages, youth on one side and maturity, if not age, on the other. The traits which the American owes to the fact that he lives in the new world, a world which really is new, are impressive. The most astonishing thing to us is his congenital optimism, which has hardly been shaken by the participation of the United States in the recent tribulations of the world. Every American has an innate confidence in the future, in his future, and in the future of his continent. We in Europe once had a similar faith in our destiny, but that was 100 years ago, in the middle of the roaring 19th century, and we have lost it, or at least we had lost it. When we go to the United States, if not perhaps in times of crisis, then in times of prosperity, 1925 and 1945, yet despite or perhaps even because of the war, then we find once again that atmosphere of triumphant dynamism, the conviction that man is all powerful, that there is nothing impossible in the face of his energy and his will. It is the pride of the pioneer who opened up a continent. It is also the spiritual liberty of men who believe that the future is theirs and who do not feel themselves the prisoners of the past. But perhaps America has reached a turning point. Already the fact that she has ignored certain laws of nature, for instance with regard to soil erosion, has compelled her to correct certain of her previous habits. There is no doubt that nature can be forced for a time, and even her rhythm can be changed. But can it be done indefinitely? The end result is still unknown. To borrow a phrase of Paul Valery, it is a great venture. The question such a venture raises is whether man can dissociate himself from the laws of nature. It is easy to see that the conditions required for a real understanding of a country when one is a European are not simple. First of all, we must realize clearly that America's development is still proceeding at a rapid pace. The American himself is not a fixed entity, either physically, because the propulsion continues to be affected by a fusion with disparate elements, or geographically, because from the immigration, the American will still retains an element of nomadism, which is an interesting Carlyle phrase, nomadism, or socially, because he is unstable and unsettled in his occupations. You know, I once read a stat that the average European in his lifetime will move only 4 times, whereas the average American will move 11 times. And when Americans move, they're not just moving like locally, they could be moving to a different state, which is like moving to a different country, right? So Americans are more mobile. They are more nomadic in their ways. They never kind of fully settle down. And this is a real big contrast, I think, between the British and the American mindset. The British mindset's always in the Shire, right? Where Americans love to move around. This is something I found not just looking at stats like that, but actually having met Americans and been to America and met loads of Brits, obviously. This is a real difference between the two people, in my opinion. And it's interesting to see Sigfried pick up on nomadism as a feature of the psyche. So anyway, so there's a geographical aspect or in his social aspect, because he is unstable and unsettled in his occupations. We must also try to acquire a sense, to some extent physical, of the American continent. And we must realize that its measurements are not ours, and that its climate is foreign to us, that its colors, its smells, and its tempo are different to ours. Its contours are different to ours. We must realize that the tempo of life, swift with men of slow temperament, is specific there. And finally, that the moral climate is not the same at all as the moral climate of Europe. To cross the Atlantic is to remove oneself from one's normal ambient, not only nationally, but also continentally. In fact, in speaking of that new world, we must even change our vocabulary, because words take on a different sense there. And if we refuse to make the change, the result will be ceaseless misunderstandings. Where Russia was concerned, we were no longer in the West, but at a pinch, we were still in Europe. In America, we are still in the West, but we are no longer in Europe. And this is something which must never be forgotten. And I have to say, having traveled, I mentioned before, I've driven Route 66 from Chicago all the way to LA. And I've also traveled extensively in the East Coast of America. I've been all around America, over the course of my life. And the landscape is so different from the landscape here. If you've been to Texas, I mean, you can look in Texas now, you can look and not see the end of the land. Okay, the horizon, like where the floor and the sky meet, you can't have that just doesn't exist in this country, right? I remember seeing, going into Texas, there were these 3 chairs that had been parched in the sun, and it's like, well, maybe nobody had seen these chairs in years, and there was one, like the sun was baking in the sky, and it had that kind of like almost deserty scrubland, and one of those, those things that you see in cartoons come across I forget what they're called now, like the dust, like where we're so quiet that the dust thing goes across the road. I mean, seriously, is such a different place. And on that drive, even going from state to state was stark. Like Arizona is so like some of those areas, it's like nothing you'll see in this country and nothing you'll see in Europe as well. It is a completely different landscape, and you can't get away from it. This is also true up in the Northeast, where, like, if you go up by Boston and places like that, the color of the trees, the type of trees that they have there, it's hard to explain, but it's so different from this country and from Europe. So I don't want to ramble on too much, but this point by Sigfried is undeniable, I think, whether you're from America or from Europe. Anyways, let's carry on. The populating of the United States by an immigration largely European was beyond all doubt one of the fundamental events in world history. This massive movement of human beings involved vastly greater numbers than did the barbarian invasions of the 5th century. Few people realize that between 1815 and 1914, 40 million people left the old continent, and that more than 30 million of them went to North America. The result of this immense ethnic migration was nothing less than the birth of a new section of the white race. The elements involved came from the older races, but their transplantation turned them into a new people, and their assimilation has made them unrecognizable. It should be added that the great flow carried with it not only whites, but also Negroes and men of yellow skin, and that there was also the pre-existing race of the native Indians. This has given rise to problems of racial contact which have no parallel in Europe, though perhaps to some extent in the European colonies. The ethnic atmosphere of the United States is exotic and, in a certain degree, colonial. And this is something else I've tried to stress before, that these the immigration problems of Europe now really do feel like a transplantation of quote unquote American racial issues being imported here or imported into France or elsewhere. And it's notable that this has happened in the American moment. It happened as part of Pax Americana. Okay. And this is something else that I think is not fully understood when sometimes you get critiques from Europeans or from Brits talking about this. So many times on a show like Lotus Eaters, they've talked about race as a kind of American, like just an American issue, really, that we didn't have here even 20, 30 years ago, okay, or even 10 years ago. Anyway, I'll continue. Three main waves of immigration can be distinguished in the makeup of the American people, which results entirely from transplantation. The first wave was in the 17th and 18th centuries and represented an English Protestant colonization, which gave rise to the Puritans of New England, the Quakers of Philadelphia, and a very different type, the planters of the South, aristocrats and Anglicans, and the possessors of slaves. From these initial elements, a basic population formed. It was not affected to any noticeable degree by the presence of a few Dutchmen and Germans. The first formation has remained decisive, and it should not be forgotten that its origins were not industrial, and that its ancestors brought with them all the individual qualities of energy and asceticism which characterize pioneering stock. The second wave flowed into the country in the 19th century, between 1840 and 1880, bringing with it about 10 million souls. These newcomers had left their own countries largely in order to escape famine, revolution, and persecution, which were rampant in Europe at that time. Very often it was the vanquished who came to the New World to seek a new life, one which would allow them to live in freedom, freedom to live their own lives, freedom to work, and freedom to hold their own political convictions. Once again, there were English and Scottish elements, but the wave now included great numbers of Germans, Irish, Scandinavians, and Jews. As a result, the United States tended to become less anglicized, whilst remaining fundamentally Anglo-Saxon. The country was affected by German seriousness, with their Germanic taste for system and regimentation. Two other ferments were at work at the same time. The Irish, who captured municipalities in the big towns, were Catholics, and they introduced a certain element of devilment and charm, which is typically Celtic, and an element of fantasy, blarney, and disorder, without which the Puritan atmosphere would have become intolerable. And then there were the Jews, who brought in their relentlessness, their curiosity, their hectic pursuit of wealth and of ideas, and their erratic rhythm and source of disorder. Just as the German influence made the United States a less exclusively English country, so too these two new influences made it less exclusively Protestant. A new America began to take shape, quite different from the first, and very different, as we soon shall see, from the third America, which was to follow it. Le Haute Mer of Berger and Le Transatlantique of Abel Hermant illustrated this phase of US history. The third wave began in 1880 and went on until 1914. It was bigger and more important than the second, and it brought no less than 22 million souls into the country. And, make a special note of it, these elements were no longer Anglo-Saxon, but of Slavo-Latins. Mediterranean and Eastern European elements represented 70% of the total. The human beings who came into the country at this time were very different from their predecessors. The attraction which drew this great mass of human beings towards the United States was the high wages to be earned there. They were urged on by the desire to escape from the low standards of living which prevailed in the less developed parts of the old continent from which they came. It should be noted, too, that this was an organized immigration arranged either by the steamship companies or by special emigration societies, and to that extent there was a certain element of passivity about it. The newcomers were primarily poor people, most of them Catholics. They piled into the cheaper quarters of the big towns, too slow in their reactions to assimilate themselves. In this way, the old population did not lose its character, but was increased in numbers by decidedly heterogeneous elements. It was then that a problem arose in all its ramifications, one which America already knew, but which now became more acute. The problem of assimilating these immigrants who had been introduced into American life in large batches. 3 generations are necessary for the completion of the process. The first immigrant remains throughout his life a man of his own country of origin. He may learn to speak English, and of course, though he does not always do so, but if he does speak it, he speaks it with an accent. He may also dress like an American and try to live like an American, but one can see a long way off that he is not an American. His sons are different. They are educated at the local elementary schools and they speak only English. They are already more than half assimilated by their environment. If they are aware of their origin, they are rarely inclined to boast of it. They are more likely to look down on their parents and to repeat the denial of St. Peter. Their children, the 3rd generation, are then totally assimilated. Even the memory of their European origin fades. The name has often become anglicized, and more than one Catholic or Jew has become a Methodist or an Anglican. If the type cannot become physically Anglo-Saxon, the manner is nevertheless now authentically American, and if some residue remains deep down, which has not been exercised by the fusion, it is merely a question of nuances visible only to penetrating analysis. And are we therefore entitled to say that America has assimilated the immigrants in her melting pot? To what extent has she really made these Italians, these Russians, these Balkans, these Germans proper Americans? If it is a question of appearances, then she has certainly succeeded. There is in an American way of speaking, feeling, acting, discussing, and behaving, and it is just as much found in the descendants of the last wave of emigrants as in the descendants of the 100% founders of the country. However, the influence of exotic elements is still great, particularly in the big cities of the Atlantic seaboard, the unloading points of the mass immigration. New York does not give the visitor the impression of a homogeneous and well-balanced population. The mass of people moving along Broadway and Fifth Avenue contains not only whites, but many Negroes, yellow-skinned people, and mixtures which cannot be classified by the colors of their skin. And if one looks at the names over the shops, then those of non-Anglo-Saxon origin, Italian, Hungarian, Balkan, or Russian, greatly outnumber the others. And by contrast, the German names, which one sees everywhere, begin to appear almost native. Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, and San Francisco all offer a replica of the spectacle provided by the streets of New York. But these big cosmopolitan towns, centers of assimilation, are not the whole country. They are not even the ethnic axis of the country. That axis remains Anglo-Saxon, though if there is still an Anglo-Saxon majority, it must have become very narrow. I think it's something like 20%. Don't quote me on that, but last time I looked, I think it's about 20% these days. When he was writing, maybe it was more like 30, 35, 40%. Although I do have a book here called The Dispossessed Majority. I can't remember the writer now, which argues that it may have even been smaller back then as well. Anyway, if you look at an American crowd or at a group of Americans, you are struck by the fact that physically the various types are strangely different. There are blondes, browns and chestnuts, blue eyes and dark eyes, fair complexions and dark complexions, uh, dolly dollytrocephalics and brachycephalics, tall, well-made people and short people. There can certainly be no question of any American race. But is there at least an American people? Let us examine the question. And if anybody can answer this question, it will be Sigfried, won't it? Because he's gone through all the other peoples of Europe as well. So let's see. Can one really say that there is an American people as there is a French or an English or a German people? Or to approach the problem from another angle, is it possible to define an American psychology? So far, we have spread out the most varied and singly disparate elements for examination. Let us now ask ourselves whether these elements, stirred together in the famous melting pot, have ended up by constituting a specific individuality. Assimilation, from the standpoint of the descendant of the old Puritans, means turning the immigrant into an Anglo-Saxon. Israel Zwangville conceived the operation in a larger and more mystical spirit. And this is a quote from Zangville. America is God's crucible, the great melting pot where all the races of Europe are melting and reforming. The real American has not yet arrived. He is only in the crucible. This is Sigfried again. Has he arrived yet? And if he has, does he conform to the narrow conception of Protestant nationalism or to the larger conception of the idealistic Jew? The question arises today in quite a different fashion. And it's funny, isn't it? Because that is still being debated now, right? All over my timeline, I see basically a rearticulation of those two visions of America. I guess you'd call it Protestant nationalism and the idealistic Jewish vision. Those are frequently contrasted in today's politics because American nationalism is a live question under Donald Trump today. The question arises today in quite a different fashion. But since the end of the 19th century, there has been a complete transformation of American society involving not only the cosmopolitan and nature of the people, but also the economic and technical conditions in which they live. The Industrial Revolution, the introduction of the mechanical age born of the steam engine, has revealed all its consequences only during the past half a century. And it is in the United States in particular that these consequences have been most profound and most revolutionary. The turning point seems to have been the First World War. The curious thing is that the making of the American people was further advanced at the end of the 19th century than it is today. I have been in a position to make the comparison, and after 1918, I was definitely impressed by a feeling that something had started up again, that it was not only a question of development, but of the birth of a new civilization, a civilization which did not develop from the former one, but had its roots elsewhere. It is from this standpoint that we must examine the America of today if we hope to understand her at all. When the third wave of immigration, the Slavo-Latin wave, rolled over America, an original and quite distinct civilization had already developed there based on the principles evolved in the 17th and 18th centuries and applied in 19th century conditions of development. The German, Irish, and Jewish contributions had left their mark on the original English foundation, whilst a Catholic element had developed side by side with the original Protestant stock. We can still recall, though today only as a fading memory, some of the representative types since become legendary of that period. First of all, there was Uncle Sam himself, popularized everywhere in cartoons, with his white goatee beard, his striped trousers, and his blue waistcoat spangled with stars. And then there was the famous American uncle, who had gone off to the States with a few coppers in his pocket to make a vast fortune, which he then left to his astonished heirs in the old country. There was also the captain of industry and the business mogul, something of a buccaneer. He was, floating railway and mining companies, speculating unscrupulously and vacillating between gigantic bankruptcies and prodigious success. And then there was the Irish boss, of whom there are, incidentally, a few examples left even in our own day, and the 400 of Fifth Avenue and Newport, of whom our 200 families represent a very pale reflection. The aristocracy of New England, people like Henry Adams, were a sort of American English, cultivated, refined, and already rich, with a wealth inherited from their parents. I think Henry Adams is the brother of Brooks Adams, who I talk about in Prophets of Doom, incidentally, who are descended from John Adams, the original, one of the original presidents. Anyway, um, uh, so Henry Adams was a sort of American English, cultivated, refined, already rich, with a wealth inherited from their parents, living the comfortable, to us, luxurious life of men and women who have never had to bother their heads about money. The quote-unquote beautiful American of 1900, very different from the still beautiful American of our day, was much grander and more important. She took up far more space with the immense hats of the period. She made us think of some great actress or other in the grand style. English, Irish, and Dutch types were more frequently met with back then, and except in the South, the Negroes were less visible, and there were fewer Mediterranean and Balkan types, and fewer Dagos of all kinds. It struck one as being physically a different race from the Americans of today, and in fact it was. There was also a different conception of life, founded on individual enterprise, and the government did not dream of interfering in the lives of its citizens except to punish crime and to put down horse thieving. The result was a certain confusion, the background to frantic speculation and adventure, and the frontier was still open to the West, offering unlimited possibilities to anyone who was determined to make his way in life. Go west, young man, was the extortion fired at any young fellow who girded against social constraint. The American of that era had a taste for the outlandish, which has since died out. The Englishman of Jules Verne was always represented as an energetic character, but supremely solid, whilst his American was something of an eccentric, prepared to risk everything, a builder certainly, but a little harebrained. This civilization expressed itself before the steamroller of standardization flattened it in a series of local cultures, specific and geographically determined. They still existed in my time, and I got to know a number of them. Boston and New England were basically intellectual and Puritan. Baltimore and New Orleans were marked by a certain subtlety and refinement, still evident, though growing a trifle musty, inherited from the Old South before the days of the American Civil War. Philadelphia had its Quakers and upheld the tradition of the fathers of the Constitution. San Francisco was a Latin town, imbued with French and Mediterranean influences, and these were styles of cookery. There were styles of cookery and specialities to match all these local cultures, of which Baltimore clam soup and Virginia ham were perhaps the most original and most typically national. Cookery in Louisiana was Creole. In San Francisco, it was Italian and French, and represented by Chez Jules, pronounced Jules, of course, and Poodle Dog. The Poodle Dog. What's that? What's the Poodle Dog then? I have no idea. I've never been to San Francisco, one of the cities I've never been to. My missus has been there. back when she was working. Anyway, American literature was more national too. Writers like Mark Twain, Walt Whitman, and Edgar Allan Poe were typical Americans, but so were Emerson, William James Thoreau, and Mrs. Alcott. But they were citizens of an America that no longer exists today. And I am sure they were all of British descent. The link with the European source was still unbroken. The humanism of a Lincoln, though profoundly of his country and his continent, is very near to us. We have no difficulty whatsoever in appreciating it. The factor which made this America unrecognizable in that which was to follow was the third wave of immigration de-anglicized the country. One can now conceive of an America which, while remaining authentically American, would no longer be exclusively or even mainly Anglo-Saxon and Protestant. The geographic shift in the Anglo-Saxon center of gravity in America is too obvious to escape notice. It was once in New England, and Boston represented the hearth of a tradition which had remained English. Today, owing to mass immigration, that old Geneva of the old world, of the new world, has become an Irish Catholic town. There are, of course, still old Protestant families which dominate the social and financial life of the place. But in Boston today, the two most important personalities are the Catholic Archbishop and the Irish Catholic Mayor. I wonder what's happened to the demographics of Boston. I wonder if they've had even subsequent waves of mass immigration since. Does this mean that the Anglo-Saxon spirit, which was formerly at home in Boston, had ceased to exist? Not at all, but to some extent it had migrated from the centre to the west, to the new towns which have been founded there in the past 100 years. When we go beyond the Alleghenies, I don't know what that is. When we go beyond the Alleghenies, even beyond Chicago, it is easy to see that in these new communities, is that a mountain range then? What is Allegheny? I've never seen that word. Allegheny. What is that? Alleghenies. What is that? The western part of the Appalachian Mountains. It refers to the Allegheny Mountains. The Alleghenies. The Alleghenies. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, you learn something new every day, folks, don't you? Okay. When we go beyond the Alleghenies, even beyond Chicago, it is easy to see that in these new communities, the leading elite is made up of some men who have come, or whose parents have come from the east, from Massachusetts, or Virginia. Long-time viewers will know I have never been able to say Massachusetts. So they come from there, or Virginia, and in coming, they have brought with them those quantities which would make the grandeur of the United States in the 18th and 19th centuries. It is through these men that the old tradition is maintained under new skies. There is an unbroken line which allows us to trace the course of the same current of inspiration from the outset down to the present day. But we are compelled to recognize that the personnel has changed. Thus we now see as the directing type of man of the Middle West, very sure of himself, a trifle pedantic, and on the whole rather German in his stolidity, his organizational gift, and his love of system. The proportion of the 100% descendants of English and Puritan stock has remained high amongst the people who matter, as an analysis of the people listed in Who's Who reveals. Side by side with them, there are now many people whose origin is Jewish, Latin, or Slav, and that is something quite new. It is not only in the streets of New York that the foreign element is prominent. Names ending in ski, rich, and eni were practically unknown at one time amongst men holding prominent positions But today, they are no longer unusual, particularly not when politics have anything to do with the nomination. Literature in America also reflects the intrusion of a completely new block of humanity, magnificently gifted, no doubt, but no longer restricted to the relatively narrow English and Protestant tradition. A literary period of the highest standard has recently opened up in America, but it is not possible to pretend that its character has remained exclusively Anglo-Saxon. But important as is the transformation which has taken place as a result of this change in personnel, infinitely more important, it appears to me, is the transformation, let us say a revolution, resulting from the new conditions of production and technique in general. Since the First World War, a new material life has come about, and the United States was indisputably its progenitor. Collective mechanical equipment based on the machine, mass production, serial production has penetrated everywhere. It has been triumphant everywhere and transformed everything. Its effects have proved irresistible and inexorable, and they have been exercised not only on industrial equipment, but on the equipment of everyday life, on the household, at the same time as on the world of communications, which includes the newspapers, magazines, books, education, religion, leisure, and propaganda, even politics itself. Nothing escapes, nothing can escape. It is like an insidious penetration of damp in a wall, which has no damp course. And the consequence is that American civilization has not merely changed its inspiration and its character, but its epoch as well. The epoch of the pioneer has been replaced by the epoch of the machine. The former was inspired, above all, by individualist principles, individual enterprise, the responsibility of the individual conscience, the acceptance of a life perhaps hard, and the renunciation, a renunciation almost ascetic of, and a renunciation almost aesthetic. Dash. All of these were Puritan ideas. Today, the conquest of the American continent has been completed. The frontier no longer exists in the West. That is, there is no longer any territories which are still open to settlement. The old notion of the quote-unquote West, a mystical notion, incidentally, is still employed, but it no longer has any real sense now that the frontier is on the Pacific coast. The new age is a mechanical age based on collective organization. In such conditions, the impression conveyed by American life in the 20th century is that of an immense structure which is becoming more and more anonymous, in which the commonest individual type is the employee. Perhaps the word which most frequently occurs in conversation is job, and that means merely employment. Everyone has a job, or is looking for a job, or is afraid of losing his job. What does Donald Trump say? Jobs, jobs, jobs. Since the economic crisis of 1929, the thought of losing one's job has become almost an obsession. There is no doubt whatever that there has been a tremendous progress in living standards, but this record standard of life now involves collective rather than individual effort, discipline, and a monstrous bureaucratic organization, which the enterprise and imagination of former days have become increasingly hampered, if not made impossible altogether. Jefferson, remember, he's writing in 1952, Jefferson would no longer find the liberal environment in which he developed his ideology, nor Lincoln the environment in which, in the healthy atmosphere of the West, his humanism was born. The machine has passed that way, and nowhere in the world, not even in Russia, has it turned up the earth more thoroughly. America is going through the equivalent of a crisis of growth. The original traits of her youth still persist, but they are gradually being replaced by new traits which do not derive from her youth, because the technical revolution is proceeding more rapidly than the adaptation of a traditional outlook to the new conditions. There is a lack of sympathy between the ideology of the fathers of the Constitution and the assembly lines of Ford. It is obvious that it is very difficult to speak of an American psychology in the singular at a time when America, having once had an individuality, has since lost it and is now in the process of forming another one. In this crisis, brought about by the clash of yesterday's ideas with today's methods, the problem is rather to know where to place the centre of moral gravity of a nation. What is the most representative type amongst Americans today? Is it still the Puritan? Is it the businessman, the politician, or new departure indeed, the soldier? And which is the most important town in the United States? Is it New York, Boston, Chicago, Houston, or the new star, Los Angeles, a town I knew when it only had 90,000 inhabitants? What type can be taken as the average American? The Protestant of tradition, some Babbitt in the Middle West, a foreign newcomer on the Atlantic coast, or perhaps some more developed Negro from Harlem? In New York, I once saw a musical play written by a Jew, staged by an Armenian, and the principal actor was a Negro, and the composer of the music was a German, and yet the piece was authentically American, and the critics boasted of it as a national success. Many, many such cases, I'm sure. Obviously, the psychology of such a people must be looked at in a very special fashion. We've already noted the unity of behavior amongst people of such disparate origins brought about by the standardizations of the country's general equipment. Despite the differences, one tends to see the same sort of thing everywhere. In Boston, New Orleans, Richmond, or San Francisco, everywhere there are the same trains, the same hotels, the same restaurants, the same petrol stations, the same newspapers, the same magazines, the same slogans, the same ideas. That uniformity, that monotony, has even become one of the bonds, not the least strong, of national unity. Strangely enough, it has not been suffered, but accepted, and even gladly accepted, as though it represented progress. This standardization strikes the visitor as having become the most significant characteristic of American society. However, we should not fail to recognize that the spirit which animates this mass continues to be fed from an anterior source. Even in these circumstances, we can still distinguish a guiding elite, the heirs of the moral tradition on the one hand, and a more passive mass on the other, which has accepted less the spirit than the material benefits of Americanism. Perhaps we ought to talk of castes rather than classes here, because there are no classes in the United States. Socially speaking, equality in the United States is complete, but ethnically, there is still a subtle barrier between the Anglo-Saxon of long standing in the country and the Slavo-Latin, whose family can look back on no more than 40 years' residence. Even the Irish Catholic, Al Smith, the governor of New York State, was beaten for the presidency in 1928 only because he was of Irish origin, and above all because he was a Catholic. His social origin was humble, but it was not that which defeated him, but his membership of a certain caste. That is to say, to some extent, it was the kind of blood which ran through his veins. Here is another point which distinguishes America, democratic as she is, from our European democracies. And it is above all from this standpoint that we can distinguish the two psychologies in the United States corresponding to two different stages. The traits which characterize the governing strata are essentially active traits, and they thus seem mainly of Anglo-Saxon origin and Puritan Protestant background. Here we must turn back to the Puritan and the pioneer. We should note above all the presence of enterprise, and with it efficiency, virtues which result from conscience, a respect for effort, and the absence of routine. And then let us add confidence in man, confidence in the American man, in the American continent, in the United States, in the American Constitution, handed down like a sacred heritage from America's great forefathers. The Puritan of the 17th century believed in original sin, but he turned that pessimistic doctrine to good account and developed it into an instrument of great efficiency. Having become a disciple of Rousseau, and to an extent which we do not sufficiently realize, he has become that man. He has come to believe that man is naturally good and therefore deserves confidence. Goodwill is specifically American. It forms the basis of his civic sense, which is above all a very Protestant sense of social service. According to the tradition of a certain kind of Protestantism, such service embraces the duty and desire to evangelize, the urge to judge, to separate the sheep from the goats, and to lay down the law. In America, eloquence easily develops into sermonizing. A man like President Wilson delivered sermons as much as speeches. From the height of her moral rectitude, America is full of good counsels for the rest of us. Humility, incidentally, is a Catholic virtue. It is quite difficult to decide the hierarchy of values in America because, although the values may be material, they are classified in the spirit of idealism. The American is an apostle, but one who speaks in terms of dollars about things of the spirit. He is a believer, but one who believes that everything can be organized, including the things of the spirit. He is sincerely imbued with the dignity of man, but he believes that this dignity is inseparable from his standard of living. We are very far removed from Pascal here, who believed that it resided in man's thought. The American gospel is thus a social one, and it cannot be conceived without an effort to ameliorate the material conditions of man's life. At the same time, the American conceives it his duty to carry that gospel all over the world. His weapons are the Bible, the Frigidaire, and democracy on the Western model. His goodwill is sincere, his good faith beyond all question. It would be equally wrong to claim that he is either an idealist or a materialist. He is both at one and the same time, and in conditions which may seem contradictory to us, but which are not so for him. The New York Economic Council, Incorporated, came to the following conclusions in a report dated 4th of October 1935. This is from that report. We excel in the spiritual domain. Statistics show that in 1933, which was a year of crisis, $3 billion was spent in the United States on education, which is more than was similarly spent in all other countries put together. We have invested more than $11 billion in educational institutes, both public and private. Our investments in the churches exceed $4 billion. Social devotion expressed in material achievements is typical of American Protestantism. Its good works are magnificent, but hardly any place has been reserved for the contemplative side of life. The prestige of the professor, who merely teaches, pales before that of the president, who raises funds with which to equip the university. America has unquestionably been built by leaders whose psychology is more or less what we have described. But the mass of Americans have, on the whole, developed very differently. The main reason for this lies in the different conditions of their development. The newcomers, by immigration, have been integrated into a social structure which they had no hand in erecting, and which was not erected for them. They had to let themselves be integrated in it because there was no alternative, and they agreed to it willingly enough because it was the very proof of their assimilation. But the virtues which are required now are not the virtues of the pioneer. Instead of individual initiative, the call now is for industry, endurance, and discipline. It is becoming more and more difficult for a man to make his way in an environment which is no longer rural but urban, particularly because, in general, labour has ceased to be individual and it has become collective. More than elsewhere, society in America is a mass society, and it is in this very mass that its economic strength lies. In these circumstances, by contrast with what we have said a little while back, the average American conveys an impression of indefinable passivity, as though he lacked an active civic sense. And this is curiously something that Evola has talked about as well in his essays on America. His chief object is to find himself a job. The Irish, when they captured the municipalities, first encouraged this mentality. But since then, what with the New Deal, the Fair Deal, and the welfare state, it has become general until today. It is less a question of placing oneself in the service of the community than of making sure that one shares in its subventions. For the rest, the mass of Americans, even when they are demagogic, remain fundamentally disciplined. They are anxious for jobs. They are not revolutionaries. They respect and love the American system. Under a deceptive appearance, quite superficial, of free and easiness and even disorder, they are really one of the most docile and obedient of crowds ever to be met anywhere. Now, this discipline is not solely a matter of their work. It also applies to the conduct of their private lives and even to the sphere of ideas. The American has a sincere respect for anything educational. He believes in education, but he likes it to be practical. He regards it less as the acquisition of culture than as a collection of practical recipes. He prefers ready-made education, science out of the tin, and if possible, compressed science. He wants facile notions which he can take easily like a pill, notions which are readily applicable and painless to use. In the name of competence, he is prepared to accept anything from the hands of an expert, and there are, incidentally, many really first-class experts in the United States. Hence the curious and unexpected conformism of this people, who were imaginative and even a trifle erratic only yesterday. As far as the immigrant is concerned, this very conformism was the sign of his assimilation, that is to say, the sign of his full adaptation into the great American family. American opinion has become hostile to anyone who is different from the rest, and this conformist element is something that many other European writers I've read have picked up on. I actually think that this conformist element has crept into all other countries as well as part of the revolution of mass and scale. I'm thinking of like the experience of going to a theme park, which is extremely passive, kind of consumer experience, distinctly American, but also you can do that basically in any Western country now. Far from suffering at the thought of being exactly like everyone else, the American flatters himself on it and is quite content to wear the same hat, to adopt the same attitude, and to express the same ideas as everyone else. It has remained the fashion to boast of individuality, but if it takes the form of originality, of protest against the slogans everyone else accepts, it can make a man's life difficult and his personal success improbable. This is the whole idea of I'm an individual, but I'm going to rebel in exactly the same way as everyone else. Funny, yesterday I did a Twitter post where I said that, and then I posted a video of AC/DC's Thunderstruck, which has got a crowd that are all wearing the same t-shirt, all kind of dancing in the same way. I said, look, this is the state in the art of rebellion. This video has been watched by 1.6 billion people, all individuals, all rebelling in exactly the same way. Right? And there is it is at once quote unquote individualistic, but also deeply conformist. Right? It's this kind of empty rebellion in a way, which is distinctly American, I think. Even though, of course, that band I mentioned isn't necessarily American. It has remained the fashion to boast of individuality, but if it takes the form of originality, of protest against the slogans everyone else accepts, it can make a man's life difficult and his personal success impossible. It is not difficult to realize that this attitude can be very dangerous. I am also inclined to believe that this tendency to conformism will prove one of the future dangers for American civilization. The American reacts excellently to publicity. At least those who manipulate it tell us that he does. Propaganda is a singular efficiency where he is concerned. So I'll read that again. Propaganda is of singular efficiency where the American is concerned, is what he means. And this has important political consequences because by the usual tried and trusted methods, the government is in a position to carry public opinion with it. Economically, this collective discipline favors standardization of production and allows the manufacture of commodities to be canalized into a powerful series. The customer, dutiful and also prudent, does not protest because it works out to his advantage. Politically, the wireless broadcast offers the orator the means of getting into direct touch with millions of electors. It is less an affair of wealth. We know, for instance, that Wall Street did not get the better of Truman, than of organization and an irresistible technique of spreading the arguments which convince. The thing that fares worse in this system is the critical spirit, as soon as it bows obediently to the competence of the expert. Technique, a new and youthful divinity, is victorious over culture, a goddess in decline. The immigrants who came to America had a tradition of centuries behind them. America rejuvenated them and turned them into adolescents and carried away by the impetus, even into children. And in fact, one often has the impression of puerility in dealing with these neo-Americans, so proud of the instruments of thought that they almost forgot thought itself. Of course, we understand their gratitude to a country which has given them the dignity of labor and a degree of political liberty with which, with my eyes shut tight, I should be ready to content myself. Remaining optimists, they still believe that under this regime, everyone has a chance of becoming a millionaire or the president of the republic. Even if that is no longer true, it is important to note that most Americans still believe it. I am led to the conclusion that at the present time, the United States is in full enjoyment of all its possibilities. The country still retains the full dynamism of the 19th century, and at the same time has gained all the efficiency of the 20th century. The Second World War showed beyond dispute that the American people are capable of creative imagination and organization. Adapting themselves to entirely new conditions, they demonstrated clearly that they were capable of waging war without routine and without rigidity. They created armies in accordance with the exigencies of a situation without historical precedent, whether it was a question of transport, administration, or the movement of masses of men. It required almost contradictory qualities in which suppleness coincided with method, perhaps a unique juxtaposition in which the elan of the individualist age still animated the already developed structure of the mechanical age. The greatest danger may still be in the future when the organization finally gets the upper hand of the individual. Already we can see the divorce between the ideology of the 18th century, which it is still the fashion to praise, and the collective structure of the mechanical age, which the 20th century still insidiously is imposing more and more every day. Man often believes that he is leading then when he is being led, and whilst his spirit urges him towards one aim, his heart insensibly draws him towards another. This maxim of La Rochefoucauld, simply transposed, applies exactly to American psychology, because it is now at the parting of ways. In a striking article published in Foreign Affairs in July 1949, Gerald Tanqueray Robinson closely analysed the ideological combat, as he calls it, which is still at present taking place in the respect in the United States. The country, he declares, is approaching the crisis of 1949 with the military equipment of 1950, but with the ideology of 1775. There is a conflict between the testament of the fathers of the Constitution and the methods which are being more and more adopted in American practice. The individualist and liberal ideology of tradition is no longer in accordance with the exigencies of a society almost now totally industrialized. In the 19th century, a very large proportion of the American people were in a position to have a real say in their day-to-day activity. Pioneers, tillers of the soil, producers who had not yet been swallowed up by the trusts, took good care to see that the state did not intrude into their private lives, and they did not dream of asking the state to take over new obligations. Democracy signified individualism and decentralization. In the 20th century, on the other hand, mechanized industry tends to demand that men should work in masses under a collective discipline in undertakings growing larger and larger, and the rhythm of the worker is regulated more and more by that of the machine. Reduced to impotence, the individual feels prompted to have a recourse to the state, even at the price of accepting its social discipline. And the result is the New Deal, the Fair Deal, the welfare state. In an impressive argument, Tanqueray Robinson suggests that technology is the mother of the large-scale undertaking and the grandmother of state intervention, and that, disquieting parallelism, the pursuit of efficiency leads down the same collective slope in Pittsburgh as in Magnitogorsk, which is probably in Russia somewhere. America has had no cause to complain of this regime, which has evolved a standard of life higher than ever before, together with a shorter working day. But the price she has paid for these advantages has been the disappearance of millions of individual farmers and artisans. Once independent, they have become disciplined servants of the machine. In the meantime, the official ideology remains what it was 150 years ago: individualism, private enterprise, liberty, and free competition. And in perfectly good faith, the American sincerely remains attached to it. But, as the moralists point out, whilst his spirit urges him towards one aim, the whole tendency of the age insensibly draws him towards another. Here, beyond question, is the real American problem, and at the same time, it is a problem for the West as a whole. So there we go. Very interesting from Sigfried. I was also interested that, like, he doesn't always get into questions of race and ethnicity, but he felt compelled to when he was discussing the Americans. So, I mean, it's just an indisputable fact of their history that you have these three large waves of immigration, and obviously now there's been probably been a fourth and a fifth large wave as well, hasn't there? Anyway, really fascinating. I'm glad we're finishing. I was, as the ratings were going down for this, I was thinking of pulling the plug, but the viewers rallied. The people were like, "No, you must finish this." So I'm glad that I did. Pick up a course, of course, the Trivium, and I'll be back tomorrow for office hours. Well, hello everyone. It is that time again where I read from André Sigfried's The Character of Peoples. It's his final chapter. I have called the video, "Is Western Civilization Doomed by Its Own Success?" The actual chapter heading is "Definition and Destiny of Western Civilization." Now remember, Sigfried was writing in 1952. Just before we get going here, I'll remind people, pick up the Trivium to level up your writing skills, your logic skills, your rhetoric skills today. There's a lot of great persuasion material in the rhetoric section, or pick up Foundations of Shakespeare, or Foundations of Politics, or Foundations of Economics, or Entrepreneurship, or any of the other great courses that are available at the academic agency. Now, let us waste no further time. This is going to be the last chapter from this. He says, "From the 6 preceding sketches, certain traits have emerged which are common to and characteristic of our civilization. They explain its brilliant success, but they also permit us to conceive of the possibility of its decline, or at least of its coming transformation. For a long time, it was possible to combine in the same association of ideas Europe, the white race, or at least the most important section of the white race, and Western civilization. That continued until the age of great discoveries, the old continent remaining up to then the whole of the West. But when white men spread all over the world, exploring, conquering, and exploiting, Europe, whilst remaining their chief domicile, ceased to be their only domain, and a Western civilization developed which extended geographically beyond its original cradle. North America finally became such an essential part of the system that one might well ask whether it was not destined to become its center, whilst at the same time a whole Euro-Asiatic zone escaped its influence altogether. With its center of gravity adrift and out of control, it is doubtful whether the West can long retain the traditional characteristics which once made up its personality. The sources of Western civilization are remote and varied. It seems to me that Western civilization rests on three things. Number one, knowledge. Number two, man. And number three, technique under its modern form, the Industrial Revolution. From the standpoint of knowledge, it is from Greece that we draw our methods of thought and reasoning. The critical spirit, the habit of observation, and the unprejudiced approach to problems represent the essential heritage the Greeks have handed to us. From ancient times, they conceived of the independence of human intelligence, freed from all magic, prophecies, and irrational things, and even from religion itself. To some extent, they may be said to have secularized the sphere of knowledge. It is from them that we learn the art of methodical reasoning and the art of demonstrating by arguments before which intelligence could do nothing but yield. The gods themselves had to obey the exigencies of logic. And here we can see the first line of demarcation will reveal itself between the East and the West. It is, to be noted, a demarcation line of the spirit. In literature and science, already highly developed in Syria and in Egypt, the Easterner commands, scolds, supplicates, prophesies, and, when he observes, he relates, enumerates, compiles, and collects. The Greek also observed phenomenon, but then he sought to develop general laws based on his observations and to discover the intelligible reason of things. The Egyptians were quite remarkable surveyors, but Euclid was a geometrician. Between these two methods, there is a difference, less of degree than of kind, and the latter method represented a decisive step in human development, with which even the most sophisticated Asiatic civilizations, that of China, for example, have not caught up even now. Today, wherever men observe, reason, and think as the Greeks did, they are in the West. It is an intellectual climate which is immediately recognizable. This method of reasoning presupposes the idea of an individual capable of controlling himself. The reasoning man is a free man, subject only to laws which he imposes on himself or which he accepts, whence the greatest interest he takes in public affairs, which he regards as his affairs. Having a right to respect for his human dignity and his critical liberty, his law gives him the necessary guarantees. When the Greeks fought against the Persians, it was as free men, conscious of being free men, as against subjects of a master, an amorphous mass without spiritual cohesion. From the political standpoint, our conception of the individual was born there. Daughter of the Greek city-state, our democracy, inseparable from liberalism, rests on the idea of laws freely admitted and not imposed, in direct contrast to the whims of the despot. The battlefield of Marathon is one of those high symbolic places which no man of the West should visit without emotion. The Hellenistic logos embraces an innate sense of relations and proportions. The East knows the enormous, the colossal, and delights in it. The Greek preferred the harmony, which comes from due measure. Whoever is aware of the relation of things amongst themselves becomes capable of suiting his aims to the means at his disposal for attaining them. Thus he acquires a rule of conduct which is not in itself a morality, but which is, in that which concerns him, practically nevertheless a morality. In fully accepting this way of looking at things, or rather doing things, the West has acquired the specific instrument of its power, that which distinguishes the white race from all the others, its efficiency. When serious matters are at stake, or matters which it chooses to consider as serious, the West applies the rational Greek method without reservation and without qualms, even against religion itself, though it may bow to it from deference. Although Greece had her full share of the irrational, she had set aside a whole province of man's life in which reason developed independently without regard to anything outside it. The liberation was not complete in the social sphere, but it was fully so in questions of investigation, science, and reasoning. We in the West have adopted that fundamental distinction which exists neither in Asia nor in Islam, so that today the old frontier between Greece, the mother of the West, and the East still exists, an impressive circumstance, almost in the same place. The delimitation is not only between God and Caesar, but between God and Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, or perhaps we should say today, between God and his most dangerous present-day rival, the goddess of efficiency. In course of time, Greek civilization became sterile Byzantium, which perpetuated it almost down to our own day, lost its original inspiration. With only the tradition of Greek thought, the West would have not become what it is, and beyond doubt another graft was necessary. It is here that the Jewish contribution, and then that of the Bible, operates. The Jews developed the conception of a personal God and of man's relation to him. It was a passionate monotheism, in strong contrast with the skeptical polytheism of the Greeks. The Greek gods, so full of human failings, so absolutely subject to the laws of time and logic, so little divine, in short, are no more than a charming and fantastic fiction in our eyes. But our own God has remained, particularly for Protestantism, the God of Abraham. It was the patriarch of Ur who gave us our idea of God truly almighty, with an omnipotence surpassing all laws, and for some, all morality. He is a jealous and exclusive God, with whom the believer, by faith, concludes a sort of pact. It is no longer a question of intellect or reason, but of mystique, for who would undertake to justify the sacrifice of Isaac by reason? The ancient Bedouin of Ur is at the source of a way of feeling which is perpetuated today even amongst millions of Westerners, and the fact that both Jews and Mohammedans recognize him as a prophet does nothing to diminish the great place he holds in our religious life. During my visits to Jerusalem, my first thought was always of Golgotha, but the legendary rock preserved in the Mosque of Omar appeared to me afterwards no less important as evidence of our spiritual origins. The source is Asiatic, but let us specify that it is Western Asia, because Central Asia has conceived only atheistic religions in which man himself has become God. With Abraham, a monotheistic zone begins, to which our Western world is deeply attached. Distinct from India and China in the East, and separated from the animism and polytheism of Africa by our frontiers, it embraces essentially the Jews, the Mohammedans, and the Christians, for we must also place ourselves in the line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It is also from Jewish tradition through Christianity that our conception of the individual, considered as a moral unit, has come. The moral law, a categoric commandment, derives not from reason, but from a higher authority, different in its essence, and the change brought about by Jesus Christ in de-Judaizing it does not alter its fundamental character. The enormous role played by Christianity in the development of the Western world, in which it constitutes perhaps the main unit, underlines the originality of this conception of the human being, seen not as an individual intelligence, but as a spiritual unit. The Greek developed the idea of order. The Jew, and after him the Christian, occupied himself with the idea of justice. But order is a rule, and justice is a passion. Pressure, temperature, and tension vary from place to place. The jealous and passionate feeling for what is due in justice, possibly neglected, scoffed at, and trodden underfoot by the social authority, derives from a spirit of protest, which is, properly speaking, revolutionary. A mystical breath, pregnant with storms, arising in ancient Judea, has thus swept through the centuries and continues to shake the ground under our feet. To the extent to which such a ferment works in us, we are less Orphean or Apollonian than Hebraic. I am inclined to believe that this influence is felt more amongst Protestants than Catholics, and more amongst Protestant Anglo-Saxons than anywhere else. The Bible is in fact traditionally the basic reading of the Protestant, and not only the New Testament, but also the Old. The interpretation of this verse or that phrase from Genesis, the Psalms, or the Prophets is at the origin of more than one American Protestant sect. And in this kind of way, of Eastern presence, in this way, a kind of Eastern presence insinuates itself into the very heart of the extreme West. From the daily reading of the scriptures, a sort of biblical culture has been born in the English-speaking countries. It is more popular than aristocratic and charged with poetry, colour, oratorical lyricism, and human hopes. It is a strange thing that Jewish dynamism, translated into social protest, should find itself again even in the most forbidding technique, which it seems, as in the case of Karl Marx, to inflame with its passion. In taking up these old Eastern notions, the West has transformed them to the point at which they contradict their original significance. The evangelical conception of the dignity of the most humble developed in the 17th century into an affirmation of political equality. The cry of the prophet, bitterly demanding justice, is at the source of our modern social mystique. Evangelical selflessness paradoxically becomes a source of efficiency. The aim to save one's soul, but the habit of resisting temptation and the asceticism of self-control develop into an instrument of worldly success. There is a disconcerting ambiguity here, because spiritual inspiration leads to material achievement. In the circumstances, one might even wonder whether the mysticism of Abraham is not the remote source of our modern imperialism, because did not God himself promise to compensate the patriarch with the gift of earthly power? In accepting this interpretation, the West has made a transposition which is perhaps treason from the standpoint of spiritual values. Neither the Greeks nor the Jews made any attempt to abstract the rule either from the principle or the passion. It is to Rome that we owe our ideas of order and our legal structure. There was no authentic West in the old continent except for the Roman limes. Ancient Asia certainly proved able to introduce the institution of the state, but in a despotic form only. The Greek city-states created democracy, but without finding the golden mean between anarchy and tyranny. Europe has always harboured a longing for Pax Romana, for a universal order based on a grand administration uniting the whole of civilization under the same laws. In such a system, the law guarantees and regulates property, and thus assures the civic independence of the individual. The conception of man, which arose in the Eastern Mediterranean, thereby received a juridical expression which guaranteed its existence. It was in the same way that in its Catholic phase, Rome disciplined and canonized the original gospel stream, freeing it from its Jewish source. Thus, a threefold tradition survived through the Middle Ages into modern times: that of Greece, the synonym for intellectual liberty; that of the Bible, with its Jewish facets, the symbol of human idealism; and that of Rome, the bringer of civic order. It was from all three sources, in turn, that the Renaissance in the 13th century, the century of light, was to draw its sustenance. The West could then be regarded as complete, as achieved, and in a sense, perhaps the best sense, it was so in fact. But there was still one factor lacking to make it what it is today, to perfect it, to throw it off its balance, a final phase, that of industrialization. It was the adoption of a new technique, the technique of the mechanical age, which provided the West with the decisive instrument of its present power. The Industrial Revolution took place in Western Europe in the 18th century, but it was in the 17th century that scientists and philosophers perfected the methods which really opened up new paths to Western humanity. We must first draw a distinction here between science and technique. The Greeks had already developed the rules of scientific observation and, up to a point, of scientific experimentation. They were familiar with the idea of natural law to such an extent that in this respect the moderns were not innovators. But with a few exceptions, the ancients were content to confine themselves to the sphere of theory. They were more anxious to think over things, a more noble function from their standpoint than to seek after material progress. They lived in the mild climate of the Mediterranean, which did nothing to make the preoccupations of everyday life an imperative matter. Archimedes even apologized for his ingenious inventions. Within a civilization whose center was shifted to the northwest of Europe, it became imperative for man to fight against cold, damp, and the vagaries of the climate in general. He was compelled by necessity to turn his attention to the problem of making his daily existence more agreeable. In these conditions, science began to go beyond mere contemplation, and technique prepared to go beyond science. Doubtless, where the scientists and thinkers were concerned, the urge to know remained the dominant impulse. But science no longer dissociated itself from the application of its discoveries. Incidentally, it was the man's thought which furnished him with the means. Baconian experimentalism is the source of modern efficiency, whilst Cartesianism potentially contained American rationalization. It was these 17th century masters of thought, the successors of the ancient Greeks, who by methods they perfected made possible the tremendous industrial expansion of the 19th and 20th centuries. Mechanism, as practiced in the West, would not have been possible without science and without Greek reasoning, something which the East does not possess today any more than it did yesterday. However, this mechanism is above all a technique. It is the harnessing of factors of nature in the service of man, whereby the latter's power is immeasurably increased. The tool, the instrument of the Neolithic age, was put into operation only by the muscular energy of man, which was, of course, strictly limited. The machine, on the other hand, has no longer any relation with the physical strength of man, and its productive possibilities are unlimited, so much so that to us nothing any longer seems impossible in this respect. An entirely new form of social life has arisen as a consequence of this fact, because science as harnessed in the service of industry is a very different thing from science as objective curiosity. It is transformed into a discipline applied to facts in order to bend them to the requirements of man. The dominant factor is now the will of power, the impatience to open up and exploit the whole world. Man is master of his actions, but he is no longer master of himself. He is carried away by a sort of indisciplined romanticism. To quote Barres again, it is method in the service of passion. It is, in short, not a distinct period of history, but a new age in the life of humanity. After the Neolithic or the Tool Age follows the age of the machine. It goes parallel with the policy of ruthless and frantic exploitation of natural resources of the earth, without the least thought for the future. And this is in part the explanation of that impression of sudden and immeasurable riches conveyed by a civilization which is wasting its substance. For a century and a half, the West possessed a monopoly of science and of mechanized industry, but as a result, its power became irresistible. The balance which existed between Europe and Asia in the 17th century was upset, and the latter, discovering tardily that Western technique was synonymous with political domination, was forced to assimilate it, less from admiration than from a desire to defend itself. Today, all continents, all countries, all peoples clamour after the machine. But it is one thing to use a machine once it is made, and quite another to invent it or to replace it. And it is this circumstance which forms the basis, still solid despite everything, on which Western superiority rests. Outwardly, it is a question of technical progress, but in reality, the success of the West depends on factors every bit as complex as the remote and varied sources from which it stems. It is at this point that we can see the possibility of a crisis on the horizon of our civilization. Its technique derives essentially from its culture, and in denying its culture, or in leaning too far towards the technical side, it would risk compromising the very sources of its own validity. Western civilization developed in a certain geographic environment. Originally, it was the Mediterranean, and more particularly of the Eastern Mediterranean. By comparison with the Asiatic continental mass, Greek life was maritime, articulated, and diverse. Rome, whose structure was less diverse, still remained Mediterranean. Subsequently, it was in Central and Northwest Europe that the industrial system developed, which characterizes the modern West. Although today the center of technological progress tends to shift to the New World, it is still in the Old that we must look for its primary impulse. Thus, geographical circumstances, easily recognizable, are at the origin of our civilization. First of all, and particularly in the Mediterranean, there was a geographical environment, so to speak, of human proportions, in which nature did not overwhelm man and did not appear disproportionate in relation to him and his activities. Man is the measure of all things, proclaimed Protagoras, the Greek sophist. It is a characteristic axiom, and Paul Valéry has called it essentially Mediterranean, but one could equally say that it was essentially European. In our old continent, at least where it really is itself, one has the impression that man is adapted to nature. The same is true of the climate, temperature, temperate and oceanic, and never aggressively continental. It is a climate of long semi-seasons. It makes for neither overstimulation nor for deep depression. On the contrary, it lends itself to measured effort, with results that can be calculated in advance. In such an environment, a proper relation exists between the human being and the natural surroundings in which he lives, and Europe is unquestionably the only continent in which this is true. The consequences are obvious. The possibility of fitting the effort to the aim pursued is productive of morality, or at least of a certain reasonable sense of conduct, including an exact idea of time and space. Where the geographical structure is formidable, Where the climate runs to extremes, as in the case in Africa, Asia, and America, this sort of moral balance of conduct does not develop so fully. Labour there is either too easy or too difficult, and there is no established or relation between the effort exerted and the result obtained. Hence the spirit of speculation, which claims to reap without waiting, or the ignorance of the tiller of the soil, who thinks he can take anything he likes out of it without ever exhausting it. The European peasant is, on the other hand, very well aware that man's powers in this respect are limited, and that a certain quantity of production corresponds necessary to a certain amount of effort. It may be that war has compromised this economic morality even with us, but when we compare our actions and our ways of production with those of other races, even with those of non-European whites, we cannot but recognize that Europe has developed a labor morale which is one of the principal factors of its success. Not all white men are associated with Western civilization, and those in the East have remained unwilling to join it. Nevertheless, although Western civilization is the result of a certain environment, it is also the work of a race, the white race, and the white race alone made Western civilization. The distance which separates them from the black or the red-skinned man is enormous, and although the yellow-skinned men have shown themselves capable of a comparable efficiency, they suffer technically from 3 centuries of backwardness. In these conditions, our civilization corresponds to a geographical sphere whose limits it is interesting to define. In the days of antiquity, the East was distinct from that which was not called the West, from that Greek world which was to devise a new way of thought. The Aegean Sea, with the Greek cities on the Asiatic coast, corresponded to a civilization which was different from that of the Persians, which was Eastern. When, in the days of Alexander, Hellenism extended as far as India, it seemed that the frontier of the West had been pushed forward at least 1,200 miles towards the East, but it was a temporary wave only, and from the 2nd century of our era, the East reclaimed all its old rights and orientalized the Greek conquest again. With the lines now fixed in Syria at the edge of the desert of a certain geographical boundary, always the same, thus tended to reappear. But with the Arabs, it was the East which now spilled over into Europe, in the Mediterranean as far as the Atlantic. The Arabs were more civilized than Europe, and it was they who possessed those qualities of initiative and that intellectual liberty which later on were to form the grandeur of the West. Finally, with the decline of the Ottoman Empire and its breakup, the old frontiers reappeared. Where are those frontiers? It would seem that the shores of the Mediterranean, penetrated to some extent, though they are by Eastern influences, continue to belong to the West, by contrast to the continental hinterland. On the coasts, the commercial ports of the Levant belong to the West, as distinct from those of the interior, which are real ports of the desert, and have often been called bazaars. Whilst Alexandria, Beirut, and Tripoli are Mediterranean, Cairo, Jerusalem, Damascus, and Aleppo live in another climate and depend on another world. There is a contrast here between 2 geographical zones, between 2 civilizations, and it is not for nothing that the Mediterranean is sometimes referred to as the anti-desert. We must recognize, too, that the East begins with Islam, which has recaptured everything conquered by Greece and Rome in Asia. The life of the desert and its great spaces have, in short, not been westernized. They belong to the East, and that is why they have returned to it. Between continental Europe and Asia, the line of demarcation is less clear. Properly speaking, the West consists of Western and Central Europe, after which, towards the East, there is a gradual falling away. the time belts divide Europe very accurately into zones of civilizations. When the traveller across Europe reaches the Russian time belt, he is perhaps not yet in Asia, but he is no longer altogether in Europe, and he has certainly left the West behind him. And finally, in the extreme West, there is part of our civilization which is no longer European. The United States, the dominions of Great Britain, and the countries of Central and South America, at least to the extent to which the white race is dominant in them. On the periphery, too, we must add those white colonies rather than their settlements, which are administered by whites, and which thus represent something like a march. But we must leave out of account those countries which, although they have accepted our technique and even the outward appearance of our material civilization, nevertheless continue to owe their spiritual allegiance elsewhere. From this point of view, Egypt, Pakistan, and Hindustan do not fully belong to our family, and it is in this respect that the unity, fundamentally Christian, of the Western world appears, a unity which is perhaps its strongest bond of all, that humanism, that sense of pity and of charity, which in the words of St. Paul, covers a multitude of sins. In the light of these distinctions, and once we have cleared away a whole undergrowth of pretensions, outward appearances, and hypocrisy, the true spirit of Western civilization is seen with reasonable clarity. Fundamentally, the West believes and proclaims that man can and should be the master of his own destiny. Western man does not wait passively for heaven to bring him to happiness. He takes a hand himself, and having determined the aims to be followed and the means to be employed to achieve them, his attitude is the negation of fatalism and passivity. The accent is placed on the material and social aspect of things, and it is less a matter of mysticism than of human progress. Those who know Asia know to what degree the atmosphere there is different, to what degree Asiatics even today rein themselves to misery, hunger, sickness, and physical decay. Certain quarters of Canton or Benares are reminiscent of some court of miracles. Obviously, Asiatics place the real source of happiness elsewhere than in material progress. Western man speaks of God, he even thinks of him a great deal, but he often acts as though he did not reckon with his assistance. The proverb, God helps those who help themselves, is illuminating. Hercules likes people to help themselves, and then he helps them, writes La Fontaine in his fable, The Cart Stuck in the Mud. Man must look to his own affairs as though there were no likelihood of heavenly intervention. It is the problem of action from the lay standpoint, and it leads to the definition of a sphere, a civil sphere, so to speak, in which reason and the methods of reason hold inclusive sway. In fact, we apply the principle thoroughly in dividing the world between God and Caesar, and the latter controls a world which belongs entirely to him, so than more so than we would like to think. Commenting on the famous words of Christ on the point, Renan declares that they are at the basis of Western civilization. Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things which are God. Profound exhortation which decided the future of Christianity. Words of perfect spirituality and marvelous justice, which initiated the separation of the spiritual and the temporal, and laid the basis for true liberalism and true civilization. Sigfried, obviously a liberal, by the way, quite excited here, lots of exclamation marks in the text. This distinction between civil and religious life is also one which is foreign to the East. No dividing line there exists between the two spheres, and in Islam, even the notion of civil law appears inconceivable. The result is that a whole series of acts, including the most important in man's existence, are determined there by arguments which derive from faith, prophecy, and magic, and not from man's experience and man's reason. On the other hand, the West has no qualms about treating practical questions by practical considerations, and all suggestions to the contrary are rejected. I fear that perhaps in this respect the West goes even further. It acts without the gods, we said, but if need be, it acts against them. Prometheus was a rebel who raised the opposition of mankind against the obedience demanded by the gods, and it was on account of his revolt, and not because it was the will of Zeus, that man's condition was improved. Europe, which upholds the tradition of the demigod day by day, essentially expresses that nonconformism which maintains its vitality. A movement makes the spring tides. One might well ask whether the adoption of a conformist attitude in the form of state totalitarianism, for example, would not be fatal to the real destiny of our continent. The critical spirit and the fighting spirit are congenital to it. The battle to defend the frontiers, where political unities refuse to mingle, the battle to decide who shall wield the hegemony and control the development of the world. All European history has been a succession of wars, which were, properly speaking, intestine, wars between rival states, none of which was strong enough to dominate the others. However, up to the present, the unity of European civilization has never been compromised. It is even a distinctive characteristic that political disunity has always gone hand in hand with a common culture. There is a parallel existence of creative spirit, a spirit of positive organization, and a critical spirit ready to turn itself into the spirit of revolt, a spirit which weighs, measures, discusses, and, at need, denies. Would Europe have preserved her vitality without this contradiction? But the fact remains that it is precisely this contradiction which now endangers her. This nonconformism crossed the Atlantic in the beginning, but it does not look as though it will survive there. The immediate result is impressive, but does it not represent one of the living sources which the extreme West is now in danger of losing? I have often said that a complete Western education should be crowned by a pilgrimage to those places of significance for the soul of man, to quote Barres, where our civilization was formed. I would go to the Caucasus to look for the rock of Prometheus, and then to the legendary site somewhere in Greece, where Hercules, who was anxious that we should help ourselves, accomplished his labors, supposing that the Aegean stables could not be met with a nearer home. And the Acropolis would be the center of my pilgrimage. In that fatherland of the intellect, each of us would repeat the prayer of Renan. But a prayer of a different inspiration would be said in Jerusalem. Would it be paradoxical to suggest that we should search more for more than Jesus Christ there? Would that his presence is anything but essential? But should we associate with him with one place, who wanted no other limits for the religion of the Spirit, but those of humanity itself? It is before the Rock of Abraham that I should refer in thought to the first conception of a personal God, the God who is still our God, concluding alliance with those who have a faith in him. But I do not think that I should want to leave out Alexandria, but then it would be to Rome, and I would turn my steps to meditate in the unique city which, whether in its imperial or its Catholic form, implanted the fundamental idea of order in our civilization. And, passionate pilgrim that I am, I should afterwards want to go to the various places where the methods of science and modern technique were developed by the genius of a few men, except that the choice would be almost impossible. Should I seek in some corner of Germany for the room in which Descartes, in the quiet of his winter quarters, conceived the rules of thought which we practice even today? Or should I visit that faraway orchard of Lincolnshire to locate the apple tree from which Newton saw the apple drop? Should I track down Watt or Denis Papin, the inventors of the steam engine, the incisive instrument of the Industrial Revolution, or Claude Bernard in his humble laboratory in the Collège de France, where the experimental method was perfected in his hands, or Louis Pasteur to that garret in the Rue de Homme, where he was the first to catch a glimpse into the immensity of a new world? No, the work of man becomes too collective and above all too enormous for any one spot to provoke the exhilarating reflections to which it gives rise. I should prefer then to change my sphere and to move into that of adventure, to make the voyage of Ulysses all over again with Victor Bernard, to reconstitute a resounding raid of the Scandinavian Leif Erikson, who discovered America in the 11th century, but whose achievement does not count today because it lacked publicity. What a lesson! And then I should like above all to visit the southwestern coasts of Europe, open to immensity and to dreams, from which the Renaissance explorers set off for unknown worlds, the Church of Belém in Lisbon, where Vasco da Gama rests in the same spot which he set out to conquer the Indies, or the convent of Santa Maria la Rabida near Huelva, where we can hear the soughing of the ocean but not see it, the place where Columbus slept the night before his departure for the New World. What a magnificent Cook's tour! What an incomparable pilgrimage! Sigfried very carried away in this section of the book. I do not know whether the West is innately superior to the East. If it is a question of the moral standpoint and the spiritual life, then I am not convinced it is so. But in the sphere of efficiency, there is no doubt that the West holds the palm. The reasons for this extraordinary predominance must be analyzed. It is in the sphere of technique that our superiority is immediately evident, and in which it essentially resides. The advantage was not in our favor until approximately the 17th century. The Arabs, the Hindus, and the Chinese had all developed artisanship to a high level, to a level which, on our own admission, was considerably higher than our own. The fabrics of India and the porcelain and the lacquers of China were of a refinement which we can even now not equal, much less excel. Many of the inventions which we subsequently developed came in the first place from the East, which showed no interest in sharing their benefits. We used explosive powder for our guns. The Chinese used it long before for their fireworks. In the technique of artisanship, which marked the development of the tool age, the West thus did not occupy first place. It was the introduction of the machine which marked the beginning of a blossoming without parallel in our favor. In this respect, we even now enjoy a certain monopoly. The production of complicated mechanical products is still confined to the West. You can tell he was writing this in 1952, right? Elsewhere, they succeed in producing only a relatively simple industrial products. Even Japan, despite her admitted mastery of certain industrial specialities, has not yet shown itself capable of producing everything. But Asia has certainly learned to work with our machines. She uses them with dexterity and with great imitative skill. And above all, she uses them cheaply because her labor power costs her next to nothing. The cost price of Japanese or Chinese cotton goods defies Western competition. Hence the illusion frequently harbored by the Orientals. We now have your machines, and we know how to use them. Thus, we are now your equals. The superiority you once had over us no longer exists. Some interesting words to think about in 2025. Anyway, let's continue. It is quite true that the motor car, even the aeroplane, and the machine in general is no longer the monopoly of one continent, but the deep-rooted cause of the success of the West does not lie in the everyday use of such machines. It lies in the fact that all modern mechanical inventions, and in general all industrial inventions, come from the countries of the white race. At a certain moment of their development, all human civilizations have shown ingenuity in their turn. There has been no monopoly in this respect by any one continent or any one race. Nevertheless, it may justly be said that in the present period of industrialism, the West has done everything and the East has done nothing. It is all very well to work a machine, but it is not enough. One must be able to repair it if it breaks down, to improve it, to make it anew, and conceive it all over again to meet the need of new circumstances and new demands. Asia copies, and she copies extremely well, but she does not renew the ideas that she borrows. A blockade of skill and proficiency which separated her from the European or American source of modern inventions would soon find her impotent, or at least lagging far behind. Whilst the West continued to make progress, Asia would probably remain in a state of relative stagnation, not for lack of intelligence and energy, but for lack of inspiration and creative method, perhaps also a lack of belief in material progress. However, I do not think that we have as yet touched on the more direct reason for Western success in the great modern achievements and developments. In my view, one must look for this reason in the ability of the West to administer. Material production falls historically into certain great phases of development, but they are so entangled in their order of succession that we still find them side by side in some countries, even today, sometimes almost in the same factories. Corresponding to the tool age, there was first of all the artisan or artistic phase, closely bound up with the use of the tool. With the advent of the machine came the mechanical phase, which in its turn gave rise to a tremendous development of modern industry. But in expanding to large-scale serial manufacture, it tends to push production forward into a new phase, a phase that might be termed administrative or managerial, because the new form of administration of large-scale undertakings requires an organization so complex that it extends beyond the technical sphere proper. In all the big industrial countries, recent censuses have underlined the same significant fact, namely that the numerical proportion of operative personnel is diminishing in relation to the administrative and commercial personnel, which is growing more rapidly. The role of manufacture properly so called in the cost of production is diminishing, whilst that of administration is proportionally increasing. The administrators and the organizers are becoming more and more the leaders of industry in place of the technicians. Now, at present, the West alone possesses this genius for administering things on the grand scale. We know the qualities which are required for the successful administration of modern large-scale undertaking. The men in charge must be able to decide the aims of being pursued and to adapt the methods at their disposal to them. They must be able to calculate accurately the time necessary for production, because time plays an inexorable role in determining the costs of production. They must also be able to foresee the wear and tear to which the equipment will be subjected, so that arrangements can be made to maintain it and to replace it by amortization. When an undertaking is big and its personnel numerous, a singularly intelligent direction is necessary to maintain both discipline and efficiency of the collective effort. Experience has shown that the West has in fact all the qualities necessary for this purpose, but they still remain almost entirely foreign to the East. To go to the crux of the problem, we find that the real head of an undertaking must have a certain sense of management, and that seems up to the present to have remained a monopoly of the West. The Westerner sets himself an aim, and he is determined to attain it within a certain length of time. He knows how to subordinate his personal convenience and even his personal feelings to the achievements of his aim. And as he also has a sense of time, he does not allow himself to dawdle. He can estimate accurately the value and efficiency of the forces at his disposal. He knows in particular that unless his equipment is kept in repair, it will deteriorate rapidly. Now, this process of maintenance demands care and foresight, and that is something which belongs essentially to the Westerner, so much so that I am half inclined to give that it is here that we must look for his distinctive characteristic. No Asiatic is capable of taking proper care of a machine. Every Asiatic house is neglected, and its owner never seems to suffer much distress in consequence, not even if otherwise his tastes are refined. Entrust a building, a business, or large-scale public works to an Asiatic, and then return at the end of the year, or after 10 years, and you will see at once the difference between his management and the time when a European was in charge. Individuality and personal responsibility, these qualities are lacking in the East. In Asia, a man is not used to doing anything on his own responsibility. He always works as part of a group. The group dominates him, and he feels himself at one with it. The effort is collective in the same sense as in Europe, but individuality is divided. It is a family affair. The prevailing morale is one of obedience, either to parents or to social castes. It may be that they work harder and longer in the East than we do in Europe, that they are more frugal, and that their physical labours of endurance are greater. It may be, too, that ingenuity comes to the help of organisation. A motor car entrusted to a Chinese mechanic is unusable in 6 months, and yet he manages to use it somehow for perhaps another 5 years after that. Family industry of the Chinese type operates with costs of production with which not even our most advanced technique can compete, but with an Asiatic one always has the impression that he is more interested in speculation than in organisation. Dexterity attracts him more than routine, and he regards life as hardly much more than a succession of particular cases which good fortune, ingenuity, or cunning will allow him to turn to his own advantage. If you go to the East, you will find industries, undertakings, and administrations which are outwardly much like our own. But before long you will discover that the best Asiatic is not so good as the poorest Westerner from the standpoint of efficiency. They are not in the same class at all. The European, who at home would appear to you very ordinary and without culture, is the man to whom in the East you would entrust the management of an undertaking in preference of much more brilliant than the natives. He will do the job somehow or other, whilst the others would probably ruin it. Big international undertakings, shipping companies, transcontinental canals, public health authorities, and so on, have remained up to now in the hands of Westerners. If they should ever be taken over by Asiatics, it is not at all certain that civilization as a whole would not suffer in consequence. Where do Westerners get their exceptional capacities? From their technique, we have said, organized in practical, productive collectives and founded on proved scientific methods. But we must go still further back than that, to the sources themselves, which lie deeper, because these scientific methods themselves are only one aspect of our way of reasoning altogether. Perhaps we do not sufficiently take into account how much our efficiency we owe to Greek reasoning developed by Bacon, Descartes, Claude Bernard, and others, which consists essentially in dealing with problems in themselves and ruthlessly eliminating everything which does not depend on reason. On the other hand, the Asiatic, and still even more the African, constantly introduces arguments of an extra-rational character, which then play a role in the making of his decisions. In China, for example, the furrows traced by the plough in the field are deliberately made crooked, and the object of this is to prevent evil spirits from following them and spoiling the harvest, because as every Chinese knows, evil spirits can move only in a straight line. For the same reason, the Chinese consults a necromancer before he decides where his house or his factory shall be sited. Of course, the West is not entirely free from such superstitions, and they are still to be met with here and there in the countryside, but they have been almost completely eliminated in urban and industrial areas. Our dualism, based on the separation of the rational and the irrational, ensures the independence of both the civil and the religious spheres to such an extent that Renan could regard it with justice as the basis of true liberalism and true civilization. The liberation has made Western thought into an incomparable instrument of action. It is from this standpoint that Piaget interprets the efficiency of the method perfected by Descartes. What I claim is that his method is also a morale of thought, or a morale of thought, or if you like, everything is moral with him, because everything is conduct and the will of conduct. And perhaps his greatest innovation and his greatest stroke of genius is to have conducted his thought deliberately as though it were an action. If that is so, the Westerner is a man who conducts his thought as though it were action, and whose action is determined by the rules of conscious thought capable of controlling itself. With this, we go back to the original source, critical liberty, but this depends in its turn on political liberty. And here we meet the ancient claim of the Greeks: we are free men. It is no exaggeration to believe that if political liberty were to disappear in Europe, its very vitality would be undermined. Directed and controlled economics extended to the sphere of thought would dry up an essential stream. Any totalitarian regime would be fatal to our destiny. In his infamous speech in 1846 in favour of the abolition of the Corn Laws, the English statesman Sir Robert Peel made great play with the advantages enjoyed by the country thanks to its coal resources, its industrial equipment, and its unparalleled economic efficiency. But amongst the arguments which he esteems most cogent, he put first the regime of liberty and the tradition of free discussion which the country enjoyed. Are we a country which must fear competition? He demanded in conclusion. The same is true of the West today. So long as it preserves and perseveres its liberty, its superiority will remain incontestable. And he goes on. There's still quite a bit left. 3 whole pages left, friends. The threats which might compromise the future of Western civilization do not come from without, but from within. One cause of decline can be seen in the unsettled state of the principles which guide it, and in fact that the peoples who are now taking the leadership into their hands are more and more remote from the traditional European axis. We have described the source of Western civilization as a triple conception of knowledge, the individual and technique, but a certain balance amongst these factors is also necessary, and technique must be in the service of the individual, and not the individual in the service of power, which derives from technique. We were civilized long before the Industrial Revolution made its contribution to civilization, but shall we remain civilized in the old sense in which we have always understood it if mechanical efficiency becomes more important than all our other preoccupations? Our chronic materialism, which is indifferently kept in bounds by the exhortations of the Bible, is increasing under the democratic regime of the masses, and it is losing contact with the aesthetic tradition which was the progenitor of energy and moral strength. The spirit of initiative is in danger of being lost in the abuses of state direction and control, which favor and even impose conformism. That is a disposition which is contrary to the true genius of our civilization. Such possibilities do not exist merely in a pessimistic imagination. We can see them approaching more than virtually under our eyes today. There is too much government intervention, too much regimentation, too much organization in manufacture. We are removing ourselves too much, too far from nature. There is too much urbanism. There is too much artificiality to our social life. And the danger in all these directions comes rather from excess than from too little, because the West is, after all, only exaggerating its system, pushing it to the point of absurdity. Such are the defects of the administrative age, which has been revealed up to the present. The pathological excess of organization contains within itself only too evidently the germs of paralysis. Up to now, Europe has been the home of Western culture, squeezed between two giants, the United States and Russia. Europe has no doubt retained intellectual and creative vitality, but the ability to apply it is now lacking. Is there not some danger that in the hands of our leaders, one of which is not a European and the other not authentically Western, our civilization is in danger of changing its character? America is now the supreme guarantor of Western civilization, to which she belongs just as we do. She represents the democratic and the Christian tradition, expressing itself in respect for the individual, for liberty, for enterprise, with the same right as we do. At the same time, we cannot fail to recognize that the American people live in a geographical environment whose structure does not in the least resemble that in which Europe was formed. Can our philosophy of moderation therefore hope to survive? We know the prestige attached to quantity and records in America. Everything there tends towards the mass in surroundings which are, to some extent, homogeneous and which lend themselves fully to all the demands of standardization. In the long run, the very climate itself might well have the effect of modifying the white race, transplanted by immigration to these new territories, and in a way which might well make the not too much of our forefathers out of fashion. Other changes are to be anticipated, owing to the break with the traditions which Europe inherited from its remote Mediterranean past. The emigrants who crossed the Atlantic were European, many of them Mediterranean, but their assimilation there has ruthlessly cut them off from their ancestral roots. The Christian influence has remained strong, but it has also been hard pressed by the religion of success. And in this respect, the dynamism, which derives from biblical origins, survives there as much as, if not more than, in Europe. But the classic tradition has not passed fully to the New World, where it is confined to universities and books, and not as a living principle. The critical spirit is in danger of declining with it. Conformism has become a common and a general attitude in the United States, and it corresponds to the instinctive tendencies of a regime which is founded more and more on organization. The sphere of choice, preference, and initiative is narrowing in favor of a system which no longer grants the individual the place and importance he once enjoyed. There are no longer the conditions in which Europe developed, nonconformist, divided, rebellious, but our mother. Something new is in the process of being born. It will still be Western, but it will no longer be our West. At the other extreme of the Western world, the Soviet Union displays the same factors of mass which cause us such misgivings. Its geographic, demographic, and economic structure is not proportioned to Europe at all, and it is impossible that a fact of such significance should remain without consequence. Russia's solutions resemble America's more than ours do, because in Russia, just as in America, the mass is in the ascendant. The mysticism of the Russian peoples, which penetrates even the demonstrative materialism of its official doctrine, is not of Western origin. This combination of technique and social mysticism is directed against culture, henceforth a reactionary notion, and directly contradicts the ancient Greece and Christian conception of the individual as an independent spiritual being. The victory of communism would mean the end of the West, and moreover, Moscow makes no secret of its desire for this consummation. Let us not forget that Europe has only just escaped from a peril which would have compromised its spiritual integrity and personality. Unified under German domination, Europe would have seen those forces which, dispersed independently, represented her weakness, but at the same time maintained her fruitful though dangerous diversity, drawn together in one aggressive whole. As Macedonia led the whole of Greece in a war of revenge and conquest against Asia, so Hitler's military leadership would have tremendously increased the power of Europe and probably made it master of the entire world. But in this adventure, Hellenism lost its purity and Europe would have lost its soul. Today, there are other influences which are tending to change Western civilization. We have sought to show the part that can be played in that transformation by the Latins, by the French, the English, the Germans, the Russians, and the Americans. Whatever may befall, a new chapter is now opening up in the history of the world. Perhaps we should even speak of a new book altogether. All right, well, thank you very much, Andre Sigfried. He was a liberal to the last, quite a kind of Whiggish version, I guess, of French. Is there such a thing as a French Whig? Kind of French liberal reading of Western civilization and history. But still, a lot of interesting points raised, I think, in that chapter and indeed in the entire book. Let me know if you've enjoyed this. If people really want it, I could put maybe the entire book in one long 6-hour video or something. You know, if people will really want that, I could probably make that happen. Whether my computer processor could handle processing such a large file remains to be seen. I can handle it, I reckon. Is that Western magic or is it Eastern magic? I don't know, because I'm not sure who made my computer. Intel, an American company, made my computer, but I think it was probably processed over in China. Anyway, thank you very much, folks. I'll be back again tomorrow morning, where I'll be looking at some aspect of the British news, the Indian trade deal, and for office hours. I'll see you then. If you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat or a super thanks, and I'll be sure to pick it up during my weekly office hours, which run every Tuesday afternoon. I also provide courses at the academic agency, which I encourage people to buy. Thousands of students now have taken the Trivium to improve their skills in writing, logic, and rhetoric. Just 3 of many courses available. Buy it now. But most importantly of all, friends,